They say nostalgia always sells. We're expecting a sellout at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium today in North London for Eubank Jr versus Benn. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company across the talkSPORT network. We are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well, streaming a live watch-along. And at 8 o'clock tonight, we'll be crossing over to the main channel, to talkSPORT, after the FA Cup semi-final, and bringing you a couple of fights before we get stuck into that main event tonight, where the offspring of the legends of the 1990s are going to be going at it in a very, very small ring. More on that as the show progresses. Alongside me, as always, the one and only Mr. Gareth A. Davies, the astute, fantastic Batman and Robin of boxing commentary that is Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. And the cherry on top of the cake today, ladies and gentlemen, we have really rolled out the barrel. The big guns are in town. Two-weight world champion, a man that knows the seniors a lot better than anybody on this panel, the one and only Mr. Steve Collins. And Steve, I will start with you. How the devil are you? Great to see you, mate.
I'm great, living the dream, and it's nice to be this side of the ring at a great event and enjoy it instead of being in there like Conor and Chris Jr is under pressure.
Listen, we're going to get Steve's expert opinion throughout the course of the night. Obviously, we've got a stacked undercard as well to get stuck into before we head on into that main event of Eubank Jr and Conor Benn. But a man that's been across it throughout the whole course of the week is Gareth A. Davies. From opening grand arrivals to the workouts, to the press conference. It feels like a soap opera this week, Gareth. I mean, for the last 2.5 years has felt like a little bit of a soap opera between these two, with everything that happened in October of 2022. And this week it really just added a couple of more narratives to the story of these two boys.
Absolutely, it's amazing to be here. The stadium is going to be replete in an hour or so with fans. It's been a slow burn all week because it's been, I say, a 2.5 year sojourn to get to this point. But yesterday, the event got lit. It got lit by the weigh-ins. We're all excited about tonight's event, but let's just address the giant elephant in the room, which is the fines on Chris Eubank Jr. £475,000 so far to date for not making weight by a Cadbury's cream egg, I'd say, and also throwing the egg in the face of Conor Benn. Should he be the man that's paying big fines when one man's been cleared but not exonerated from the incident 2.5 years ago? Let's discuss. And also the echoing words of Chris Eubank Sr. in should his son be cutting to 160 and should he be made, as he did this morning, to make £170. There are arbitrary decisions being made on contracts. I know you agree with me, Adam, on this, and we need to get this out of the way before we begin the parliamentary procedure. We're all excited about the fight, but let's just address some of those things first of all in terms of how we got here.
Well, some of those questions that you're obviously alluding to there surely fall on the British Boxing Board of Control, Gareth, because of everything that has happened over the last 2.5 years. Let's cast our minds back to October of 2022, when we did find out, obviously, that Conor had failed a performance-enhancing drug test. That information the British Boxing Board of Control had known for 5 weeks before we ended up getting to a situation where a newspaper article broke a story and then action took place. We got to the right conclusion in the end, where the fight was halted, and then we went through a situation of trying to get to the bottom of that performance-enhancing drug failure, something that we haven't been able to do over the last 2.5 years. We haven't had transparency with that. They have shown a lack of serious teeth in that 2.5 year period, and even this week, let's be dead honest about it, if this was any other fighter putting social media videos online of their weight cut in sauna suits and going through a real vigorous situation yesterday, if it was anybody else that isn't necessarily generating a stadium fight or generating the amount of money connected to a stadium fight, I would bet my bottom dollar that the fight would be called off.
Absolutely. So this critique is necessary before we get going. Steve Collins, who's wrested my seat from me tonight, and only a man who's beaten Eubank twice and Benn twice has the right to do that, and I happily moved over for Mr. Collins. But we need to do this because journalistically, if anything goes wrong tonight, if either man gets irreparably damaged, those echoing words of Eubank Sr. will come to the fore. That's the serious stuff to get out of the way, because everyone's going to enjoy it tonight if we get a rip-roaring fight and it's successful. I'm still backing Eubank. I think he's the bigger man, but I think he's Steve Collins. He's had a very, very tough weight cut.
Okay, I'm going to put in here. I don't agree with what you're saying, okay? I'm not saying what is untrue. There's too much emphasis being put on this cutting weight. We've all done it. I've done it. I fought heavyweight as an amateur and I boiled down to 11 stone 6 as a professional. On the morning of the fight, his father done it. His father's a bigger man physically than him. We've all done it. They've had plenty of time to do it. They've had plenty of rest. And to me, I honestly believe it's either an excuse and preparation for a loss or a bad performance. Oh, I didn't perform well or I lost because I struggled to make the weight. It's not a serious factor because he's had plenty of time. He's already 10 pounds over this morning.
What do you make of rehydration clauses, Steve?
I just think it's stupid. You know what I mean? It's not the Board of Control that put this in. I guess
it's contractually, isn't it?
But yeah, so I don't know.
Should that be in there? Should that be in there?
You know, it's in there and just go with it. But it's not really a problem. I know what the problem is. What I don't agree with is this fine for being a couple of ounces over. Okay, it's not the Board of Control. I don't believe is fining him for that. They wouldn't do that. It must be the
that's contractually. Matchroom take that money off him and give it that to Conor.
Well, you know what they should do? It comes to an agreement. Take the money and put it into a boxing charity that supports ex-fighters who have been injured in the past, and that way everybody's happy.
Can I just say that Collins is not lying?
I didn't interrupt you, no, and I didn't agree with you, but I'll let you in.
No. I'm going to say I'm going to agree with you. I was doing a white collar event at the Hilton Hotel on Park Lane one day, and there was a heavyweight that didn't have an opponent who stepped in from his dinner suit. It was you. You fought a blooming heavyweight that night.
He was actually
to save the event.
International rugby player, and before I hopped in, I got them to donate and make a payment out to a charity.
You did.
And when I got in and the guy picked me up, I said, "What am I doing here? I'll never do this again." He picked me up like a rag doll and almost threw me out of the ring.
Spencer Oliver, if I could bring you into this conversation, obviously there is a shadow around the conversation that we've had for the last 2.5 years, from the PED failures to the weight to the ring situation that we've got. I mean, I highlighted it at the start of the show. It's an incredibly small ring that is stood right in front of us, 18 foot. I had that confirmed a little earlier on from Mike Goodall, who put that ring up inside this fantastic stadium. What have you made of the soap opera of Eubank Jr. Benn over the last 2.5 years?
Listen, we always get that around big fights, big fight weeks. There's always drama, you know, there's always stuff that goes on, and it's been no different in this week. And I want to pick up on what Steve said there as well about, you know, making this weight. I had a conversation with Robert Smith only about an hour ago, actually, talking about, you know, when Eubank posted these pictures, was it a problem? Was it ever an issue? And he said he's an ex-fighter himself, and he said, Spence, we've all done it. You've done it. Everyone's done it. I've done it. It's not something that is new to us. So no, the fight was never in jeopardy. People are talking about this, but Steve's right in what he says. We've all done that. We've all been in saunas. We've all skipped, you know, before, wrapped ourselves in blankets, put ourselves, you know, in sleeping bags, all of that stuff to make weight. So this is nothing new. What Eubank Jr. has been seen to do there, and I agree with, I echo what Steve said. That's his way of saying if he gets beat, I was struggling at the weight. This is my excuse. This is my way out. Like, this is what it is. It's another marketing genius from Eubank Jr. He's covered his back already if it doesn't go his way tonight. But he's been sensational all week. I think that he has tied Eddie Hearn up in knots all week with the way that he's not allowed him to speak at all the press conferences and whatnot, and I think that he's been exactly the same with Conor Benn. And the egg slap, you know, he deserved that, what he's been through over 2.5 years ago. He didn't get anything from that. All the money that he put into it, the weight that he had to cut, getting down to an unrealistic weight of 157. You know, you look at that and you go, he put his own life in danger by getting down to that weight. So, look, he got slapped round the egg. The £100,000 fine was a liberty, and I think we're 0.2 of a pound coming in over and getting 375 grand fine for that is a liberty as well. But Eubank himself, I spoke to Napa, by the way, who's part of his management team, and he said, look, it's not going to rattle us. We know it's all against us. They've even got gloves with horsehair in them, slight horsehair, with a mixture of horsehair in them as well, which Eubank asked not for, and they've got that. And look at the size of that ring. Me and Steve were talking about this. Steve, I've been in bigger amateur rings than that. You know, that is tiny, and everything's in favour of Conor Benn here, but Eubank is a cool customer. He knows what he's going in for here, and nothing is going to rattle him. He's in a good space right now. He weighed 169.4 pounds this morning, so that's just under 170. By the time he gets in that ring, he's going to be 180 pounds. Conor Benn was 100.
He won't be 180
Yeah,
pounds.
yeah. They said he's going to be close to 180 pounds because he's still rehydrating. But that was this morning, and they were still rehydrating. He said he's still taking a lot of liquid on board. Conor Benn is 165 now. He'll be 170.
There's the risk, though, of rehydrating and having too many fluids and too much food in your body, which can actually make you sluggish. I think he come in best of maybe 172, 174 max. He comes up to 180.
Yeah.
It's going to have more of an adverse effect on him.
I totally agree with that. And as you know, Steve, when you're rehydrating, if you get it wrong, you have to hit those points. If you get that wrong, that can have an adverse effect, and it can go through you. And then he's in big trouble. So they have to get it right. There's an art to making the weight.
Here's a question for you, because obviously we're talking about Chris Eubank Jr.'s weight there. This is the first time that Conor's going to be competing in the middleweight division. He weighed in yesterday at 156, Spence, right? Today he's weighed at 165, so that implies to me that in some way, shape or form he cut some weight in order to get himself down to 156, but he's coming incredibly light on the scales yesterday.
Yeah, the reason for that is because he's still saying that he's going to campaign at 147, and you've got to remember what we're doing here, guys. It's all about mind games and whatnot. You go, if Conor Benn comes in at 160, then people will say, well, you'd never make 147 anyway. Your last two fights have been at 154. You've not been 147 for like nearly 3 years now. That's the reality of it. But because Conor Benn has a world ranking at 147, he wants to show that he can still make that. So he has to come in at some sort of weight. Hence why he's coming at 156.
Both guys obviously sticking 9 pounds on overnight since the weigh-in and the rehydration this morning.
You think back to Roberto Duran fighting Iran Barkley. You had like a 5-weight difference there. And look what Roberto Duran done with Iran Barkley. He knocked him out later on in the fight. The bigger man was weaker at the end of the fight. So there's a lot of emphasis being put on this weight thing, but it's only part of it. It's not a major factor here. It's going to get down to who was prepared the best and who wants it the most. And there's no excuses now at this stage. And I think it's the word excuse out now, really, in my opinion.
But if Chris Eubank is 175, I think he'll be around that as well. And Benn's 160, 165 is still a massive weight advantage for him.
Absolutely, it literally is a weight advantage and a size advantage, and he will be at his full strength at a heavier weight, and Conor will be at his full strength too at a lighter weight, of course. And that's where, you know, he could, if Eubank uses his advantage and tries to manhandle him and push him around with the extra weight, he might fall into Conor's trap then, because Conor wants an inside fight, doesn't he? So, you know, we're here arguing about this fight. That's how good of a match it is. We're all finding reasons why it should or should not go either fighter's way.
You made the point yesterday, you beat Nigel Benn. You made the point when Conor came past last night and you had a hug with Nigel, your former opponent, that remember what Nigel, who wasn't a big middle or super middleweight, did to Iran Barkley. He matched him in a round, didn't he? And Barkley was powerful. So, and you said, you made the same analogy with these two young men tonight.
It is. They're so similar in ways. At the end of the day, you know, Chris Jr. has been stopped. Conor can hit. So, you know, and plus, you know, Chris Jr. is bigger than Conor, so he can hit too. So to me, both of them are capable of knocking each other out, and it's not going to go the distance. Someone's going to win inside the distance, and that's my opinion. I believe Conor will be more dangerous early on. As the fight goes on, I feel Chris will adapt and see what his game plan is. You know, but for the first 3 or 4 rounds, it's going to be dangerous for Chris, and Conor is going to be the one who will be more dangerous of the two.
Couple of stats for you, gentlemen, based on what you've just been saying there, Steve. Eubank's had 34 fights, 12 of those have taken place at the 160 limit, including his last 4. Benn's had 23 fights. First one tonight is obviously above 153, which has been his previous highest weigh-in. He weighed in 156 yesterday. Eubank has been scheduled for 12 rounds 17 times. He's completed it 6 times. Of the 11 that finished early, he won before the halfway point on 4 of those occasions. Benn has been scheduled to do 12 on 4 occasions, completing it only once. That was in his last fight. He has never stopped anybody after the 4th round. Benn has never stopped anybody above 147 pounds. Steve, your expert opinion, first and foremost, on Chris Eubank Jr. and his career so far. What have you made of the way that he's applied himself in the professional game?
You know what? He got better as he got older and as he got more experience. I mean, he's 35 years old. He's not young for the game, but he's probably at his best now. You know, Conor didn't have so many knockouts at the lighter weight, because I think Conor struggled. I think Conor will be stronger at the heavier weight than he is at 147, and he'll have more power and more strength in the ring. So I think his knockout ratio should go up at the heavier weight.
Gareth, obviously tonight it's a night for the famous faces coming out for such a big event. You actually sat in there. You're sat in.
I'm in Gordon Ramsay's seat right now. All right, Gord. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of chat about what's on the menu, but what really is on the menu tonight is fast fists. Can I just add something? Yes, he'll be more powerful, but he'll expend himself a bit quicker tonight, Conor Benn, as well, by the way, in my view.
You know what? It's great to have this disagreement and this argument and discussion, because that's what we want in matches. We want them, to argue. We can't take it for granted it's going to go one way, and this fight can go either way. And, let's debate.
Here we go. We're about to start, Adam.
Well, we've got several fights to get through. First on talkSPORT 2 and across the talkSPORT network before we head to that main event of Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. Brendan Glanton is about to make his way to the ring. He's going to be taking on Chris Billam-Smith. Spence, if I can bring you in just for a little bit of analysis as we build up towards this fight on talkSPORT 2. This guy's been talking the talk throughout the whole course of the week. He's got a massive opportunity tonight to take on the former world champion in this division.
He certainly has. He's part of Team Eubank. Eubank saw him when they were training out in America, and he liked him a lot. And Brendan Glanton was looking for that break and that opportunity, and here he is. Finds him in against the ex-world champion Chris Billam-Smith, coming off that loss to Gilberto Ramirez. It was a tough fight for him there. What has that taken out of Billam-Smith? Is it the right time for Brendan Glanton to prove himself? Well, we've seen him in the build-up to this one. He's said a few things that have been way below the belt. He's been talking the talk. Let's see if he can walk the walk, but this kid certainly fancies it for sure. Very heavy-handed. Out of his 20 victories, he's had 17 of those inside the distance, and he said he's going to start fast and explosive, but he won't have to look for Chris Billam-Smith.
No, absolutely not. And from a Chris Billam-Smith point of view, yes, he's coming off the back of a really tough fight with Ramirez, where he ended up losing his championships in that unified clash. And if you look at the fights that were before it, all top contenders that he was taking on, obviously winning the championship against the Kohli, defending against Riakporhe, Masternak was in there as well. He doesn't take knockovers, this guy, and this is another one. And this is why I think a lot of fight fans are gravitating towards Chris Billam-Smith, because his attitude is exactly what we want. He takes the toughest fight possible.
I respect him, mate, I really do. He's done it the hard way. He's gone through the traditional route of British, Commonwealth, European, winning world titles at the Vitality Stadium. This is now his 4th stadium that he's boxed in. He said he's blessed to have done that. He never expected to do that in his career. But this kid is value for money. He brings it. He doesn't take the easy route. He wants all the tough fights, and he's adapted and he's improved so much. I mean, when we looked at him in the early part of his career, you'd go, yeah, maybe British champion. If he wins a European, then yeah, he's sort of exceeded all our expectations. Now we find him looking to regain the cruiserweight title, and he's got to get over Brendan Glanton to do that, which is not an easy comeback fight. When he's coming off that Ramirez loss, you look at it and you go, mate, there's easier routes here. He said to me earlier in the week, well, I don't want easier routes. I want to go straight to the top, and I'll beat anybody that stands in my way. And that's Brendan Glanton.
And that Ramirez loss was an absolute war as well over in the States as he steps through the ropes, draped in black, just addressing the crowd here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We've got an action-packed night for you, which is going to involve Vidal Riley and Chef Clark, Anthony Hard in action, and Liam Smith there as well in interesting contender matchups as we head towards that main event of Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. Thomas Schreiber introduces the fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fatal Fury, a great night of championship boxing from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in Tottenham, London, England. It is all being brought to you by Ring Magazine and SNK Corporation, the publisher of the famous video fighting game Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, with Ben Shalom for Boxer, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, and Box Raw, along with their great sponsors. Public Investment Fund, Visit Saudi, STC, SRMG, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia, the national airline of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah Season, Malaf Cola, Visit Qatar, Core Group, Desert, and HC, Jacko, Sky, Arab National Bank, First Data, Sella, and SMC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started with 12 rounds scheduled in the cruiserweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Mick Collier, timekeeper Stephen Pucci. The judges assigned will be all from England: Lee Every, John Latham, and Kieran McCann. Our referee in charge will be Mark Bates of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing a white with orange and black and weighed in officially at 199.5 pounds. Coming to us from Atlanta, Georgia, USA, he brings a professional record of 20 wins, 2 defeats, 17 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Highly ranked by all major sanctioning bodies and number 8 by Ring Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brandon Bulletproof Glanton. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with gold and weighed in officially at 199 pounds. His professional record consists of 20 wins, 2 defeats, with 13 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Ranked number 2 by Ring Magazine, he is the former WBO Cruiserweight Champion of the World and the fighting pride of Bournemouth, England. Here is the gentleman, Chris Billum Smith.
Hey gentlemen, listen, I've spoken to you both in the dressing room so you know what's expected. Keep your punches up, obey my commands and protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both, gents. Tuckles.
Final instructions from referee Mark Bates, one of the best in the business, taking on these big cruiserweights in the shape of Chris Billum Smith and Brandon Glanton. Don't forget, we have a live watch-along happening right now on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Go and get yourself stuck into that. We're on talkSPORT 2 now. Calling you through this fight, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Good evening, everybody, and let's hope that this bill really does live up to expectations, and we've got a good quality cruiserweight fight to start here. Chris Billum Smith, Brandon Glanton, and they stood face to face as they were being introduced and then given final instructions by the referee. You saw the real difference in physical types. Chris Billum Smith, who stands 6'3", big, strong, muscled man, whereas Brandon Glanton, he's a real small powerhouse of a fighter, about 5'11", heavily muscled, and he's a puncher, he's a banger. And it's going to be a question, I think, this fight, as how well Chris Billum Smith is going to be able to keep him at range and make it his fight.
Yeah, Chris Billum Smith's one of those guys that likes to take centre of the ring as well, and both guys trying to command that centre of the ring at the moment as Glanton comes forward, tries to land a body shot. Billum Smith comes back with a good shot of his own. Good action here in the first round.
Yep, they're straight at it, toe-to-toe, and a little bit feeling out here. I think the two men straight away trying to show that who is the stronger man. They're leaning in, pushing, holding, mauling. Who's going to command centre ring? Forward comes Billum Smith with a right hand and a left to the body, and then there's a bit more mauling and holding, and I feel that Mark Bates, the referee, could be a busy man here.
Yeah, this is all about who wants to command that centre of the ring. They want to own that and, you know, stamp their authority on this early. Chris Billum Smith threw a lovely 1-2 to the body, followed by a right uppercut there as well. Glanton, with his hands held high, stalking forward, again looking to command that centre of the ring.
Billum Smith does tend to mark up and cut in his fights, and already in the early stages his very pale face is showing reddening marks around the nose. We're into the 3rd minute of this opening round and not a lot between them, although Billum Smith will feel that he's maybe the one who's dictating.
Good right hand there from Glanton on the inside, short shot over the top of Billum Smith's lead left hand, and Glanton now pushes him on the ropes. Billum Smith comes with a nice hook, slamming the shots in. Glanton covering up well. And you're right, John, Billum Smith may have done enough in this opening round, but you can tell already this is going to be a war.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it, and Glanton not taking a backward step, and now he's turned, and Billum Smith forces him to take a backward step as he clinches on and pushes him back before the referee splits them. But Glanton has kept coming at Billum Smith in this opening round. I think for me, Billum Smith might just have done enough to take it. The two of them landing solid body shots. There's another one. And Barry McGuigan, who's involved with the McGuigan gym, of course, Shane the trainer, and he's up on his feet as Billum Smith landed those two big body shots. Let's see what Spenny and Steve Collins make of it.
What a great start for Billum Smith. People expected that Glanton would come out here, have the physical strength and bully Billum Smith, but Billum Smith has held his own and has actually looked stronger of the two. He started off good and he finished off landing some good shots. This is definitely a round up for Billum Smith.
Yep, I agree with that, and I think that Billum Smith's one of those fighters that likes that sort of style where someone comes onto him, they sit in the pocket and try and get greedy, and that's exactly what Glanton done there. Got too greedy. He was working the body shots but stayed there just a little bit too long, and Billum Smith had the answers on the inside. Just looking at our slow-mo monitors there, you see the lovely right hand going through the middle that really seemed to stun Glanton. He can't take too many of those.
This is Chris Billum Smith from Bournemouth against the American Brandon Glanton, part of our build-up for the big night of boxing here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We're into round two, building up, of course, to our main event, Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn. A lot of speculation about what might happen there, and already this massive stadium is starting to fill up. We're told that there'll be around about 60,000 people in here when the fight actually begins, sometime round about 10 o'clock.
Yep, 65,000 people, sold out stadium here, and this much anticipated fight that we've got with Chris Eubank Jr, Conor Benn. We finally get it on, but we kick it off with Chris Billum Smith versus Brendan Glanton, cruiserweight contest. And this is all about bragging rights. Who wants it? Who can put themselves in the mix here? Chris Billum Smith had a good start and has started this second round well as well.
And he's showing that he's ready to brawl, because Brendan Glanton fights no other way. He comes in low, bull-like, and has to land big shots, big hooks to the body, and he's taking 3 or 4 solid shots from Billum Smith there as he came in close, and this one went in low from Glanton, and the referee says straight away, Mark Bates, keep your punches up. But Billum Smith is already showing in the second minute of this second round here, of this 12-rounder at cruiserweight. Billum Smith showing very much that he's prepared to meet fire with fire.
Yeah, but that's what he does, and does so well. Chris Billum Smith, he's got a huge heart. He never loses hope as well, and he's pushing forward here and doing a good job as he lands the left hook to the body, just round the back of the elbows of Glanton, who comes back with a double right hand of his own, followed by a left hook from Chris Billum Smith. What action here.
Yep, it's hard to pick who's doing the better, although I suspect that, as in the opening round, Billum Smith, despite being forced to fight at a fairly uncomfortable pace by Glanton. Oh, but there's a good left hand from Glanton. Right uppercut, and he follows it up with a left hook to the side of Billum Smith's head. Smith takes it well. Referee has to split them again. And Billum Smith just keeps on coming straight away onto the front foot. Lands 1, 2, 3. Solid hooks to the body.
Yep, both guys just wrestling each other here, trying to command that centre of the ring. Glanton not wanting to give up any space, but Chris Billum Smith getting the better of the action at the moment.
It's a real hard man's fight so far, and you suspect that it's going to become more so as the action unwinds and the fight, the plot takes its course in the rounds to come. Both of them really getting in there, planting their feet and throwing big shots. 15 seconds to go in the second round. Who's going to have the eye-catching attacks to catch the eye of the 3 judges in the closing stages of this second round? 2 good headshots from Billum Smith. Back comes Glanton with a right hand to the head, and the last scoring punch of the round, a right hand to the body from Billum Smith. Steve Collins, how did you see that?
Well, there's a 4-inch height difference here, but honest to God, the two of them have a fighting style that's a carbon copy of each other. Billum Smith doesn't fight like a tall cruiserweight. Right, you know, they have landed shots, they both landed equal shots, but to me, Billum Smith's punches have shown more power and effect than Glanton is so far.
Yep, I totally agree with that. That's what it is. The difference between these two at the moment is the eye-catching punches are coming from Chris Billam-Smith. Both guys standing centre of the ring, trading blow for blow. But Billam-Smith, his shot seems to have more effect. He stiffened Glanton up, actually, with a short left hook on the inside there. And he recovered very well, come back with some good shots of his own. He wants this Glanton, I'll tell you what, he's going to have to push and get it.
Have some new ideas always, of course, at these contests. It's interesting to see a guy going around carrying the ring card. Had a great big long great coat, a little bit like yours, Spanny.
Well, it certainly weren't my jacket, John, that's for sure.
We go now into the third round. For me, Billam-Smith just about doing enough to take the two opening rounds, and I think that the two fellas alongside me, Spencer Oliver and Steve Collins, just about agreeing with that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and Chris Billam-Smith started this round well as well. Glanton on the front foot, and Billam-Smith for a lovely right hand over the left-hand lead of Glanton and landed it well.
Chris Billam-Smith said in the build-up to this, he feels as though it's good that he has to have a challenger mentality going into fights, trying to place himself to have a rematch at some point, maybe with Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez, or maybe Badu Jack or Noel Mikalayan, who are going to be fighting for the WBC title before too long. Whatever, he's going to be a challenger if he can get through this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a tough one he's got to get through, but I tell you what, Glanton just landed a good left hook to the body, followed by one to the head as well, another left hook as well. Good little spell to the round here from Glanton.
Testing Billam-Smith's chin with that left hand. Billam-Smith took it well and holds on and looks across towards Glanton, and there's a bit of swelling around the left eye of Billam-Smith, particularly around the eyebrow, and another solid left hand from Glanton straight into the face of Billam-Smith as he came in. He caught him down the tube as he approached there. Solid shot from the American, who's showing that he's got power, that he's dangerous, and that he's going to keep on coming. There's 1, 2, 3 great body shots from Billam-Smith. Glanton responded with a right hand of his own into the side of Billam-Smith's head. It is no quarters asked in there.
Yeah, both guys having to dig deep already here as early as this third round. As you said, Chris Billam-Smith slammed two right hands into the body, thudded them into the body, and Glanton's response, come back with a big left hook.
We'll go into the corner of Chris Billam-Smith at the end of this round, assuming it goes as far as that. 40 seconds to go in this third round. Oh, good right hand from Glanton. Again, Billam-Smith takes it well, but he cannot afford to hang out his chin and get caught by big shots like that. Now back comes Billam-Smith, solid right hand of his own. We'll hear from Shane McGuigan in that Billam-Smith corner, but he's been caught by some quality punches in this round.
Yep, rapid combination there by Glanton, two to the body and a right hand that went straight down the pipe. Hit Chris Billam-Smith, and Billam-Smith for the first time moving around, and his mouth seems to be dropping ever so slightly as Glanton again lands another good left hook. Good round this for Glanton.
Danger signs here for Billam-Smith. We talk about how durable and how game he is, and he might have to be in this contest. Let's listen into this corner and hear Shane McGuigan.
Keeping your hands on the inside rather than tangling up, okay? All right, because he spends 2-3 seconds to process to what to throw, and then he lets his shots go. As soon as he does that, you get off, okay? All right? Gonna roll your fucking head, all right? Stop pulling out. Stop turning that shoulder, you're getting caught with the left hook. Caught on the exit when you're pulling out. Roll, drop your feet, all right? 25 seconds. That right hook to the body is doing great, but you just listen. Right hook to the body is a great shot, but you've threw it 3 or 4 times in a row, then he's going to start countering. Do it once, okay? Back on the jab. You're still not fucking jabbing enough, all right? You can win this fight on the jab. Just do it on the jab, okay?
Well, apologies for some of the language in that corner. You can understand Shane McGuigan getting worried. And we had another big name carrying round the ring card.
We did make a very big name, but I was just told it was a lookalike. Is that right, Steve Collins?
It looked like Mickey Ward.
An Ed Sheeran look-alike, I'm told. It wasn't the real thing. He had a real guitar on his shoulder.
I thought it looked more like Mickey Ward.
I thought it was definitely Ed Sheeran, but there you go. What do I know? But what a round that was for Brandon Glanton, and he needed that. Chris Billam-Smith was getting a telly-knock in the corner. Let's see how he responds.
Well, they were saying, come on, you've got to box, you've got to work off your jab. Just don't go in there slugging, throwing big, heavy punches and trying to bludgeon this guy back, because in so doing, you're playing into his hands, because that's the fight he wants.
And another good bit of advice there from Shane McGuigan was move your head, mate. Like, you don't have to take all the shots, and that's exactly what Billam-Smith's been doing at the moment. There's no real thought process around what he's doing. He's just standing there and having a little bit of a slugfest as he gets caught. He's back on the ropes again, got caught with a big right hand through the middle, followed by left hook. Glanton really trying to push it here.
Glanton leaning on the fight he wants, and the referee pushes him away, says, come on, let's see you boxing, not brawling. But I noticed as well between rounds that left eye of Billam-Smith starting to swell up and be reddened. He's taken a lot of big shots from the right hand of Brandon Glanton, and he's trying to keep him at range here, spearing him with a jab, and then gets in close, lands a right hand as well, Billam-Smith, and another one, and manages to cover up for the attempted left hand counter punch from Brandon Glanton, 33-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, now based in Riverside, New Riverside in California.
Yep, change of tactics here from Billam-Smith, who's now boxing on that back foot, using the perimeter of the ring and trying to create a little bit of space. Perhaps the strength now of Glanton, he's just starting to feel that. Let's see how he reacts.
There was a shake of the head from Billam-Smith towards the referee as Glanton came boring in again, low with his hand, with his head coming into a dangerous place, worryingly close to Billam-Smith's head. Good right hand, left hand from Billam-Smith, and then he jabs off the ropes and ties Glanton up again. And Glanton not able to land the power punches with the efficiency that he did in the last round.
No, that's because Billam-Smith has changed, adopted some different tactics here. He's trying to keep a bit of space between the two. I think he's accepted now that he will not get that centre of the ring, because Glanton's just going to keep coming. He's like a ball in there, he really is. He's pushing away and really trying, throwing everything at it here.
Last 15 seconds of the fourth round, and it's been a good round for the former world champion Chris Billam-Smith, boxing nicely here. Left hand, right hand, and then two to the body go thudding in. Glanton looks as though he's not been hit by anything at all, but you could hear the power shots. Let's listen now to the thoughts of Gareth A. Davies, who's with Steve Collins. Go.
Absolutely right for him to change tactics during that round, because there's a saying about going to the cash register so many times to take the cash out that eventually it empties. And my worry for Billam-Smith, Steve, is that he gets in all these wars and eventually his chin will give in. And I'm so pleased he's changed tactics, because it wasn't going the right way for him.
No, it definitely is a war. What I noticed though, I mean, Smith is landing some good body shots, which hope will tell later on in the fight. But the problem is Glanton's got a style, and he's dangerous with his head. It may not be intentional, but he's coming forward with his head, and he's catching Billam-Smith a lot with his head and marking him up.
We've had an Anthony Hopkins look-alike just telling us that it's the fifth round coming up. And Ben Whittaker, that's definitely not a look-alike, that's the real thing, who's just walked past us here at ringside and looking great after his terrific win last week.
Absolutely fantastic win last week. And, you know, a lot of people saying that Ben Whittaker had derailed out in Saudi Arabia in that last contest, but to come back and get the win the way he done, you know, he's way back in the mix again now.
Barry Hearn here at ringside as well, alongside son Eddie, who's been a major part of the promotion here of this massive event. Barry, who of course masterminded the career so much of Chris Eubank Jr.'s father back in the day. Should say at this point, I commentated on all their fights and also commentated on Steve's two fights against both men.
Yep, you've been there, seen it, done it, and we're going into a new era now with Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn now carving out their own legacies, and it is all going to determine on what happens tonight.
Well, this is a fascinating fight here. It's not one really for the faint-hearted. It's a real battle, both of them trying to tee off with big punches. We're in the 5th round, and Billum Smith and Glanton. We've got Billum Smith ahead, but Glanton keeps coming, keeps rolling in, trying to plant his feet and land big hooks in close. This time, Billum Smith does well to tie him up and makes him miss with a couple of headshots. But it's been a good start this from Billum Smith, and I've got him ahead on my card.
Yeah, well, I've got it 2 rounds apiece going into this 5th round, but Billum Smith, there seems to be a bit of momentum with him now. He's landing the good work, showing that experience, just slammed in a lovely right uppercut to the body. Glanton pushing forward, but seems to be running out of ideas just a little bit, and Billum Smith in a good stage of the contest here with 1 minute 8 seconds left in the 5th round.
Yeah, Billum Smith leaning on, clasping Glanton close. Glanton unable to get any space to land his big hooks, and now Billum Smith pushes him away, and the action continues. Glanton on the front foot. He's looking to be seen as the aggressor, but as he comes in close, Billum Smith trying to tee off with big right hands. This time Glanton ducks underneath it. He's real stony-faced, isn't he? Expressionless as he comes in close, Glanton.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, he's been oozing confidence all week. He sees this as a huge opportunity. He said, look, I don't get those phone calls. Always stay ready, and this is exactly what it is for him. Good opportunity on the huge stage, and he's going for it. And as I say that, Billum Smith slams in the right hand. Glanton comes back with a good left hook.
2 of them landed solid shots there. Glanton's head was rocked back, and then we thought he'd show some effect from it, but he came back and threw a tremendous left hand of his own. Last few seconds of the round, Glanton tries to throw a right hand, blocked by Billum Smith. Referee splits them, end of the round. It was another close one. I thought Billum Smith took that one. Would you agree with that one briefly, Spencer?
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think Billum Smith was doing the better work. Like I say, he's in a good stage of the contest. Let's hear what they got to say
in the blue corner. We're in the blue corner now.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You do the click, follow him, and he wants 2 or 3 pieces minimum, okay? Cut the ring and press him to the roll, working the body and finishing the head. Starting the head and finishing the body, okay? Find your spot when you say close with him. You remember the spot. Boom, quickly, okay? Come on.
They sound happy in the blue corner. They're not actually asking to change. They're telling them more or less saying, keep doing what you're doing. They seem to be happy the way it's going.
Well, I think that it's going the way of Chris Billum Smith at the moment. Do you agree that Billum Smith took the last round?
I think I have it slightly ahead. You know, Billum Smith looks more marked up in the face, but when Glanton goes back to his corner, he doesn't. He looks a little bit shaky. I think physically, Billum Smith might be stronger, although because of his fair skin, he looks more marked up than the 2.
That's the voice of Steve Collins, former world middleweight and super middleweight champion. This all part of our build-up here, our first fight of the night here at the Tottenham Stadium. Cruiserweight battle, Chris Billum Smith against Brandon Glanton, building up to our much talked about main event here. Chris Eubank Jr against Conor Benn, and Glanton fell to the canvas there. He slipped, and the referee rightly said no knockdown, although Barry McGuigan was straight up on his feet.
Exactly, I was just about to say that. Barry jumped out of his chair there. He thought it was a knockdown as Glanton again pushes Billum Smith against the ropes front. There's a 1-2 to the body, right hand to the head, and the uppercut goes in for good measure as well.
Glanton trying to show that he's physically stronger, trying to push Billum Smith back onto the ropes, but the referee splits them, and no real power punch has landed by either man there. Glanton on the front foot, takes a right hand as he comes in, right hand to the head, and then a left to the body from Billum Smith. Right hand from Billum Smith as Glanton again comes in with his head towards the chest of Billum Smith. And the referee, I think, is going to have a word with Glanton before too long. He's repeatedly doing that.
Yep, he's just one of those guys. This is a rough, tough night for both guys here, but Glanton is doing what he said he was going to do. He was going to make it rough, he's going to make it dirty, and he was going to make the referee work, and that's exactly what is happening.
Right hand from Glanton looked as though it strayed low, but no reaction from Billum Smith, who's turned and wrestled onto the ropes. And the referee says again to Glanton, you're doing it repeatedly, you're mauling, you're wrestling, you're throwing, rather than boxing. 45 seconds to go in the 12.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, big right hand there. Glanton says he slipped, but there was a definite stumble.
Big right hand indeed, and Glanton for the second time in this round stumbled. He's right in Billum Smith's face now, trying to show that he's still physically strong. Oh, good right uppercut from Billum Smith, and Glanton felt that one, and he's turned and he's into the ropes, but he's recovered fast.
Yeah, brilliant uppercut there, sent the sweat spraying from Glanton's head. Glanton's recovered, pulled himself back together.
Another good uppercut inside there from Billum Smith. Glanton wants to tie him up, holds on and mauls, and then tries to fight out of the clinch, unable to find big punches. And Billum Smith, for me there, Steve Collins, had the big punches when it mattered.
You know what, he's just turned at the end of that fight. We were getting a bit concerned because Glanton was having a little bit of success, but those two big shots have, you know, he's won respect back from Glanton. Glanton now realised that he was hurt. He was hurt, you know, he looked at the ground, tried to bluff it. He was cut a good shot.
I can tell you what's happened here. He's got strapping on his left leg, have a look at it. And he twisted his knee in that round when he slipped and went over. He's finding it hard on his front foot, and he's off balance, guys, in my view. And that's what's happening to him right now.
He being Brandon Glanton.
He being Brandon Glanton, obviously.
Not so obviously if you're listening rather than watching.
There's only one man with strapping on his leg.
I actually noticed that now, I didn't notice it earlier.
Second out. Again, something which you can notice when you see rather than if you're just listening. Anyway, we go now into the 7th round. And Billum Smith straight away onto the front foot, trying to push Glanton back.
Yeah, good momentum with Chris Billum Smith here. Has he sensed that Glanton may be starting to tie up? We're going to find out here in this 7th round. It's been tough, it's been rough, it's been grueling. What happens going into this second half?
There's another solid right hand from Billum Smith, and again the head of Glanton comes in, and once more Mark Bates has to tell him off for that.
Yeah, Mark Bates has got doing his work in there today. You need a strong referee in contests like this. Both guys trading blow for blow, and as fatigue starts to set in, it does get rough, and the referee has to do his job.
Into the second half of the fight, and Glanton again slips to the floor, and he's clawing at the floor as though he's getting slippiness on the soles of his footwear, that he's finding it difficult to keep a grip.
Yeah, or is he just getting tired now? Is he starting to unravel just a little bit? You know, the coordination of the legs just seem to have gone ever so slightly, and I think Chris Billum Smith senses that. Well, Barry McGuigan sitting just in front of us, he's certainly seeing that.
And I think that they're starting to sense that Glanton is weakening, and that he might, before too long, be there for the taking. Referees pulled them together, and he's giving them both stern words, particularly, I think, Brandon Glanton. Good right hand, left hand, and another right hand. Real crunching blows from Billum Smith into the body of Glanton.
Yeah, they're really hurtful shots they are, and he slammed two good right hands in, and both guys again just leaning on each other, but the better work. Chris Billum Smith takes half a step back there, creates the space, throws the 1-2. Good work here from Smith.
Smith has been so much the aggressor from the word go. He just started to lose his shape of it in the 3rd round, playing into the hands of Glanton, who wanted that real toe-to-toe brawl. But since then, he's regrouped, and he's had the better of the rounds since then, as we move into the final minutes of this 7th round. And again, the head of Glanton went in there, and the referee pushed them back, and there was a look of almost disgust on the face of Billum Smith.
Yeah, good work here from Chris Billum Smith. Steve Collins, I'll bring you in on this one. Are we just starting to see now Brandon Glanton maybe starting to unravel?
Billum Smith, you know, in the first round landed some great uppercuts to just under the rib cage, and just there a couple of minutes ago he's landing those shots again. He's having good success with those body shots, and they will sap the energy out of Glanton as the fight goes on, and that's going to be a big advantage to him if he continues to land those shots.
On my card, and I think on the cards of Steve and Spencer, there's a significant lead on points at this point for Chris Billum Smith. whether or not Glanton's going to find the variety to find a way back here. If Bilham Smith avoids doing something stupid, he's shown he can take the big shots of Glanton, and as we come in the last few seconds of the round, there's a solid right hand again from Glanton, and he takes it well, Gareth.
I just think he's struggling on that front foot, and I think what we see every time from Chris Bilham Smith, even though you advise caution for him, is that he gets like a zombie during a fight. He's irrepressible, he gets his eye on the prize, and he's moving himself forward in this fight. I could see him stopping Glanton in the next 2 or 3 rounds.
It's not pretty, is it, Steve? But my goodness, he's effective.
Well, you know, that's a brave thing to say. It could happen, but Glanton is a durable fighter. He's been around a long time. I'd like, you know, if Smith can do that, he's got to up it a little bit more. But at the moment, I can see it going the distance, and the one who's the strongest and wants it the most will win it.
Well, we see some of the maybe the fighting will just going out of Glanton now as we go into the 8th round here. And Bilham Smith being backed up by Glanton, who perhaps is going to regroup and give it one last big throw of the dice. Is he going to be able to really carry the fight to the former English world champion?
Well, he sees this as a huge opportunity, Brandon Glanton, and he's going to give it everything. Sort of agree with Steve Collins, as in, I think there's still a lot of fight left in him, there's a lot of dog left in him, and pride, and he knows he's going to give it absolutely everything. But Bilham Smith at the moment, just showing his class, showing his experience, as he throws a right uppercut that just misses there.
Bobby Wardley at ringside, another man who's got a big fight coming up at the beginning of June at the Ipswich football ground. I suspect we might be there for that one.
Absolutely looking forward to that one against Big Baby Miller. That's to come in June, but here tonight we got a huge fight, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Eubank Jr versus Conor Benn, but what a contest we've got here in this cruiserweight division. Chris Bilham Smith versus Brendan Glanton, who lands a good left hook there.
Yeah, it was a right hook which he thudded into the body and followed it up with a left to the head, and both of them were scoring shots. That's what his corner's been saying to him. Switch the attack from body to head, and he's doing it more effectively here in the 8th. He's not done anything for a round or two, but he keeps coming now. And was there a low punch went in there? Bilham Smith certainly grimaced.
Yeah, I think it was a clash of heads, actually. Glanton's coming in low, and Bilham Smith just caught standing a little bit too tall. But this is a better spell here from Brandon Glanton, who's pushing forward. A little one-dimensional, I must add, but he's just having a little bit of more success here in this 8th round. Maybe Chris Bilham Smith just taking a little breather.
I talked about the work that they've had to do on the left eye of Bilham Smith. There's a little mouse coming underneath the right eye, a swelling there, and Shane McGuigan and his assistants in that corner are going to have to work on that at the end of this round.
Yeah, they certainly are. Chris Bilham Smith showing the wear and tear of what a tough contest this has been, as he grimaces again there, and referee Mark Bates breaks them up again. No emotion again from Brandon Glanton, and Bilham Smith throws the body shots, but wincing on the inside there. Is there a problem?
Well, I think he was wincing again as the head came in, and I think it was towards that right eye, which I told you had suffered some damage. And I think Bilham Smith thinks that it's the head which has maybe caused that, and has certainly exacerbated it. And again, as they got in close, there was the look of pain on the face of Bilham Smith as they clinched in close.
Yeah, he just needs to get that head down, tuck his chin down on his chest, because standing a little bit too tall, and Glanton coming in, the shorter guy with his head down. Lovely right uppercut there from Chris Bilham Smith, just as we reach the bell there at the end of the 8th round.
Well, are they going to be worried by it? Let's listen in straight away. We'll hear from Steve Collins in a moment or two, but first, here's Shane McGuigan.
Move, trigger, breathe, jab, all right? Just stay relaxed when you're moving, all right? Stop leaning back. Every time you lean back, you get caught with that left hook. You're leaning back and dipping, you get stuck there, and you're trying, that's his best shot, okay? Even keep your head on the inside here, just keep there. 30 seconds. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. All right, stay on that side. For the 9th round. All right? Don't you give this fucking guy anything, Chris. Stop. Remember what he fucking loading up. All right? Stop loading up. Okay? Jab off. All right? Your left hook's great, just don't throw it with him.
Well,
All right?
sorry about some of the language in the corner there, but Steve Glanton really turning it into a hard man's contest there.
Bill Smith's corner is right. He is leaning back with his head a bit, but the reason he's leaning back with his head a bit is because Glanton's leaning in with his head. If he doesn't lean back, he's going to get a clash of heads and it's going to cut him. So he's avoiding Glanton's head coming forward, which I don't think is intentional. It's just his style. It's like that Joe Frazier style. He's coming in, leaning forward with his head, and it's dangerous.
And the difference in heights, that's what Glanton has to do. Has to come boring in and trying to work to the body, which is what he's doing now, but the referee splits them.
Yeah, Glanton using that lack of height to his advantage, head low, just bending over at the waist there and making it very difficult for Chris Billam-Smith, who has had success with that right uppercut, and I'd like to see a little bit more of it.
I've got Billam-Smith maybe 3-4 rounds ahead at this point. We're into the 9th. I think Glanton has certainly taken 2. 1 or 2 others were close, but Billam-Smith is ahead, I reckon.
Yeah, listen, it's still a winnable fight for Brandon Glanton at this stage, but Billam-Smith, for me, a few points ahead now, a few rounds up, and he's just got to keep doing what he's doing there with, like, that's keeping the distance, working off that jab, and letting Brandon Glanton make the mistakes.
Glanton lands a solid right hand into the body, and this time it's Billam-Smith who ties him up. It's all becoming a bit messy up there. Not so many scoring punches now as there were earlier. Right hand from Glanton, taken by Billam-Smith as he gets into range and landed a solid right hand of his own. And again, Billam-Smith complaining about Glanton using his head.
Yeah, Glanton, listen, he's going to do that all night. You know, the referee's job is to break them up and give him a warning, but he's not really warning Glanton too much about that head. Billam-Smith making more of a meal of it than he should be, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, when fighters start complaining about things going on in there, you sometimes think that because of that, it's something which takes away from the game plan.
Glanton is getting away a little bit too much with the head. It's not intentional, but he needs to be warned a little bit. If the ring was a bit bigger, Billam-Smith could slide back and catch him coming in, but there's not enough space to do that in the small ring.
Yeah, agree with Steve there, and it's the referee's job to give him that warning, but he just doesn't seem to be doing it at the moment, as Glanton misses wildly with a left hook, pushing forward again.
It's only an 18-foot ring, remember, tonight. Great uppercut there from Billam-Smith, forcing Glanton back. And now it's Billam-Smith onto the front foot. 18-foot ring, which I think that the promoters here, who are, of course, behind Conor Benn, hope that that will play out in his favour. But in the meantime, when you've got a fight between 2 big men like this, there really is no hiding place.
Yeah, the coordination of Glanton seems to have gone again, and he's wiping his feet there, complaining. Is that going to be a problem through the evening here with the ring being so small? The sweat from the 2 fighters obviously hitting the canvas, which makes it very slippery. And Steve, I'll bring you in on that one, because you've been in those situations before. Sometimes hard to plant your feet.
I don't think it's. I think it's just the print in the centre has like got a gloss paint on it. I think it's the print in the centre where there's a bit of slipping going on at the moment. But they're not using the centre of the ring. These guys, they're on the ropes all the way. The centre of the ring is getting used very little, so he should be okay.
Temperature was about 15 degrees at the start of proceedings here at 5 o'clock, and it's going to fall, it's going to be cool by the time we come to the main event.
It certainly is, but I tell you what, the heat is going to rise when inside those ropes, that is for sure. Those cool temperatures, trust me, will benefit both the fighters, or all the fighters this evening, because under those lights up in that ring, it gets very, very warm. So this, you know, being outside in these cool temperatures is an advantage.
So we're moving now towards the 10th round. 3 rounds left. Can it all be decided in these 3 rounds if it goes the distance? Maybe.
Listen, another good round here from Chris Billam-Smith, and you'd think that he's got it in the bag, he's just got to play it safe, and that's exactly what he's doing now, keeping that space as he starts this 10th round, moving around the perimeter of the ring, left and then right, and Brandon Glanton stalking forward, looking for that big shot. Good 1-2 there from Billam-Smith, and turns Glanton in the corner. Lovely work here from Smith.
Yeah, he started well in the opening minute of this 10th round. It's what he's got to do, what he's got to keep going for 3 minutes, trying to keep the bull-like Brandon Glanton away. And Glanton now has him in the corner on the far side, in the neutral corner. A couple of clubbing blows to the body, but no damage done. And again now, using his reach advantage and trying to use the full perimeter of this 18-foot ring. Small ring, remember. Chris Billam-Smith is managing to keep Glanton away. The referee splits them as Glanton gets in close, and there's a maul, uppercut, right uppercut from Billam-Smith as we move now into the second minute of this, the 10th round.
Yeah, very competitive contest we've got here. Brandon Glanton always trying, pushing forward, but Chris Billam-Smith just seems to be one move ahead at the moment as he slams in that right hook to the body again.
Good work again, working behind the jab, and I'm sure Shane McGuigan will have said precisely that. Try and keep it long. If you're having trouble with his head coming in, boring in as you lean back and allow him to take the space, allow him to be the aggressor, well, the answer to that is put him out of his rhythm and work behind that left-hand lead. And that's what Billam-Smith has been trying to do, although he thuds in a solid right hand to the body now.
Yep, he's been focusing with that right hook to the body, so they've obviously been studying Brandon Glanton, seen an opportunity there, a hole there, and he's been landing a great shot. Glanton, to his credit, taking it well as Chris Billam-Smith just complains again. Glanton just looking to be a little bit dirty with the hands and the elbows on the inside.
Well, no rules in a knife fight, as somebody once said, and certainly Glanton is trying to use every possible dirty trick to try and level with this one and make things as uncomfortable as possible for Chris Billam-Smith here in the 10th round of this 12-round cruiserweight contest. Part of our big build-up for you here on talkSPORT 2 with the main event of the evening and, of course, the co-main event, Anthony Yard against Lyndon Arthur. That's going to be on talkSPORT 1 from 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, really looking forward to those two. Looking forward to all 5 fights on the card this evening, and we've started with a good one here. Chris Billam-Smith, Brandon Glanton, both leaving it all in the ring. For me, Chris Billam-Smith doing enough to win these rounds, but he's been very, very competitive.
Yeah, he's boxed well, though, for the most part in this round. There was a left hand from Glanton, which looked very much like a slap to me, and Glanton looks very tired as he hobbles back to his corner with that injured right knee, I think giving him some trouble. That was another round for Billam-Smith, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Listen, I think it's all for Brandon Glanton to do now. I think he has to, Steve, I'll bring you in on this one, he has to roll the dice a little bit here, Glanton, because although being very competitive, Billam-Smith's just been edging these rounds.
That was a good round for Billam-Smith. He got a bit more distance between him. He landed shots from the outside. You know, this ring really suits Glanton. Everything is here to suit him, but Billam-Smith, to me, is winning. And in the last round, Billam-Smith had a bit of distance and used his reach better, which was clever.
I've worked out who the bearded guy is supposed to be carrying around the number 11. It's David Beckham, isn't it? That's supposed to be David Beckham, but it's about a 5'6" version of the great man.
I thought that was meant to be John Rawling. My mistake. Sorry, mate.
I'm not 5'6".
11.
Into the 11th round. Good jab from Billam-Smith, doubles up on it. First scoring shots of this round. And we've got him significantly ahead on points at this stage. Lee Every, McLatham and Kieran McCann are the scorers here. If it goes the distance, and it looks very much as though it will now.
Well, yeah, Brandon Glanton knows he's got to do something here. His corner know, and he's trying to push forward, but there's a tired, weary look around Glanton's work now as he pushes forward, hands held high, but nothing with real effect. Lands a good right hook there, but there's a lazy, lumbered sort of look around the shots now.
Yeah, he's trying to push his punches through treacle here, isn't it? One of those nightmare scenarios where you're dreaming about running away from something and you find you want to run but your legs won't move. He wants to fight, he wants to throw fast punches, but his arms just won't respond.
He's been talking about it all week, about opportunity. Boxing is all about opportunity, and this was his big night, and he's going to showcase that, and it's just not gone his way. He will know as a fighter in there right now that he's behind on points on foreign soil against the former world champion, who's very much at the top of his game.
Billam-Smith again shakes his head, as much in anger and disappointment as anything else, to the referee to get this man to keep his head out of his face. Good body shot from Billam-Smith, then 2 left hands to the body. Forward comes Glanton, right onto the ropes. near the Billum Smith, on the other side of the ring from Billum Smith's corner, and he hammers in a couple of body shots, but no real snap in the punches.
No, Billum Smith now just keeping that distance, keeping that range, slams in the right hook there. Glanton takes that shot well, and Billum Smith complains of the head. They both box on, and Billum Smith, both of them tired and tying each other up. Billum Smith's face starting to show the wear and tear here. Both eyes sort of swollen underneath, but he's in control, Billum Smith.
Well, the ref's not done him too many favours, to be honest. He's not kept Glanton away as much as some might have done, and certainly not away as much as Billum Smith would like him to have done. Billum Smith turns Glanton and lands a couple of good solid shots as he does so. 30 seconds to go in the 11th round. We've got the man from Bournemouth, Chris Billum Smith, ahead, but Glanton just keeps coming, keeps trying to work in close, misses with a huge attempt at left hand right to the body from Billum Smith. Barry McGuigan up on his feet, shouting encouragement to his man.
Yeah, massive uppercut followed by a left hook there. Glanton took those shots well. And Steve Collins, I'll bring you in here with 10 seconds to go of this 11th round. What has he got to do here in the 12th round? Surely it's all out, but has he got the technical ability, boxing ability, to be able to do anything different to what he's already doing, Brandon Glanton?
No, he hasn't. Glanton's been fighting the same pace, the same style throughout. All he can do is just go for it in the last round. He needs a knockout. But I know Chris Billum Smith knows it's going to be his last round. He's going to have the energy and the strength, and he knows he's only got 3 minutes to win this fight. So I can see the last round being an absolute terror.
I think it should be. Turkey's in front of us, talking to the television commentators, saying good evening to them, now saying good evening to Barry McGuigan. Whatever you say about Turkey, he knows his boxing history.
He certainly does, and I know my musicians, and there he is again, Ed Sheeran holding up the number 12 there, and I'm sure it is the real McCoy. I'm sure it's the real McCoy, but Steve Collins is not having any of it. I might even ask him to give us a little song, Steve.
Mickey Ward song.
Anthony Hopkins has wanted to get in as well. Shades of Silence of the Lambs. We get now round to the final round here. I've got Billum Smith well ahead. Of course, you can get these wrong. It depends what the judges score. But for me, Billum Smith has been the classier operator throughout.
Yeah, he's just been that one move ahead through this whole contest, Billum Smith. Credit to Brandon Glanton, who's give it a go, made it very competitive. Early on, he was a difficult task for Billum Smith, but Billum has worked him out, and he started this 12th round very well. Brandon Glanton's got to roll the dice, throw everything and the kitchen sink here.
Well, he's trying to roll his way into range, coming in, throwing body shots. Stop boxing, says the referee. And I think it's somebody's gum shield has come out, and it's Chris Billum Smith's gum shield, which was down on the canvas. So he goes back to the corner. They clean that up. Meanwhile, his own corner goes
going to throw everything in this last 2 minutes. He needs a knockout. He's just going to keep coming forward and throwing bombs. And you know, Billum Smith's got to be careful here.
Yeah, he's got to stay switched on here, Billum Smith. Brandon Glanton knows he's got 2 minutes left of this 12th round to do something.
Well, can he find the knockout punches that Steve Collins was advocating that should go out there and find right now, because that clock is ticking down. Right hand to the body, looked low from Glanton. Billum Smith takes it though and lands a couple of solid, meaty looking shots off the rope of his own, but Glanton has his head right on Billum Smith's chest, trying to throw big shots to the body, and sooner or later he's going to switch that attack to the head.
Yep, Smith wasn't happy with that. Referee Mark Bates was having none of it though. He's letting them box on. Billum Smith just trying to get through the round here, Steve.
Billum Smith is showing cleverness here. He's tying him up on the inside, he's walking around. He knows he's won this fight, he just needs to get through this round.
Well, there's just over a minute to go in this final round. And here comes Glanton again, trying to walk Billum Smith down. Billum Smith up on his toes, skipping around the perimeter. Misses one attempted big right hand. Then there's a right to the body from Glanton. And again, Billum Smith does well, tying him up before the referee intervenes.
Yeah, inside the last minute of this 12th round. And Steve, I don't like it when a champion moving and trying to see the round through starts moving with his hands down by his waist. That's gambling on its own after a 12-round fight.
It is when you're in a small ring and you're up so close, but he's confident, he's relaxed, he knows what he's doing.
Right hand there, though, to the head by Glanton.
Just gets caught.
Solid shot, takes it well, but he doesn't want to be taking those at this stage with little more than 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, a little bit of the commentator's curse there. Big left hook goes in as well there. I told you, this kid has to keep his hands up because Glanton is fighting like it's not over till it's over.
Last few seconds.
Well, we're down to seconds now. It is over.
Glanton still aiming big hooks, but again, Willem Smith ties him up and he's given no space to really uncork anything. Big left hand, last scoring shot of the round.
What a great fight. Two warriors.
Good fight indeed. Good fight indeed. That's the thoughts there of Steve Collins. And Willem Smith, I think, is protesting to him about his use of the head, saying, yeah, it was a hard fight, but you didn't need to do that.
Well, maybe next time, if he does fight him again, you want to put a glove on his head.
Yeah, great contest there from both guys. Brandon Glanton was pushing the whole time, never give up the will to win, never lost heart there. Chris Willem Smith just bleeding over that right eye as well. Good round there from Brandon Glanton. I've got this one 116, 112 in favour of Chris Willem Smith. Tough contest, and Willem Smith will be glad to get that one out of the way.
They're still talking to each other up there in the ring, and I think Willem Smith is pointing out exactly what he was doing wrong and why he was fouling him. But now there's smiles. I think he's made his point.
I think they're just saying to each other, we should never fight again, because we have a very short career fighting each other the way we both fight.
It was a tough fight, and now it's with the judges, so we will see. Willem Smith is up on the ropes in the neutral corner, waving to his fans who've come up from the south coast, and he believes that he's done enough.
Yeah, he believes that. I think we're all in agreement as well. I think he's won that one. As I say, 116, 112 on my scorecard. A couple of them rounds may be subjective. They could have gone one way or the other, but there's definitely one winner here, and that is Chris Willem Smith.
Thomas Stryber will be the man giving the results once the judges have passed their deliberations forward. And Barry McGuigan turning around and asking us how we've seen it. And we've got his man trained by Barry's son, Shane. We've got him as a clear winner here, maybe by 4 points or so. We've got it in the region of 116, 112 to the former world champion, Chris Willem Smith. A bit of an anxious wait here, but I think Thomas Stryber has got the scorecards there, so in a moment or two the referee will indicate to both men to join in centering, and we'll find out how the judges have got it. I always think that for fighters this must be the most awful, agonising wait.
Well, it certainly is an awful agonising wait when it's razor tight and you just don't know what way it's going to go. But Steve, I think he'll be quite comfortable and quite happy knowing that he's got the victory there. I mean, it was wide enough to know that you've got it.
I think Willem Smith done enough to win, and plus if it's close, you know, the fact he's at home, it's, you know, it's his backyard. I think we're confident he will get the decision, but no matter where this fight took place, in my opinion there, Willem Smith won.
Yeah, well, still we wait. I think, oh, here we are, here it comes. Fighters
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge John Latham scores it 116 to 113. And both judges Lee Every and Kieran McCann are in agreement. They both scored the same, 116 to 112. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. The gentleman, Chris Willem Smith.
Chris Willem Smith getting the job done on the cards. Personally thought that was a little bit close there from some of the judges. He cruised that, did incredibly well and got the job done. Lovely bounce back off the defeat against Ramirez. Onwards and upwards in the cruiserweight division. Chris Willem Smith will pick the bones out of that and get you ready for the next fight in a moment or two. Don't be going anywhere, you listen to talkSPORT.
Trust from killers and robbers and servers up. Snakes in the grass, get a tougher cut. joker, the GOAT, and the fans' beloved athlete. Dominates the midfield, defends strong, and scores big. Not just a footballer, but a pro in golf, tennis, table tennis, boxing, volleyball, and basketball too. Sport native, champion of all games.
Welcome to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. It is Eubank Jr versus Benn on Fight Night Live across the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Catterall, pleasure to be with you. We've got an illustrious team tonight. Spencer Oliver, John Rawling, and two-weight world champion Steve Collins. Gareth A. Davies is out and about as well, speaking to other world champions in the shape of Billy Joe Saunders. Over to you, Gareth.
I am with Billy Joe Saunders. He is elucidating on a couple of fights, a couple of comeback fights, Billy Joe.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I don't really go to boxing shows, but obviously it's a big fight. Conor Benn's a good mate of mine. I want to see him knock him out cold tonight. So that's why I'm here, to watch him get flattened.
But if Eubank wins, you're talking about maybe a warm-up fight, and you've had talks behind the scenes, a warm-up fight, and then a fight with Chris Eubank, who you'd like to fight again, or he'd like to fight you.
Me and my partner Tom, who we work with in the game, we had a call off the Eubank team to meet him for a mutual friend, Izzy, GBM Sport. So we agreed to meet him, sat down, everything was really discussed, and then they offered me, you know, extremely good money to go and fight him in the September, but not a warm-up, to jump straight in December. Gareth, listen, you know, I'm not here to grab the money and jump in and you know, put a disadvantage on myself. No. If you want a fair playing field, I'll beat you, mate. It don't bother me if I ever box again. But if you want a chance of that, all right, it's good money, so you can say, oh, we offered him the fight, he didn't take it. However, I want a warm-up fight, I said to them, then I will take the fight. Not just, you know, oh, have an 8-10 week training camp, chuck 5 stone off, and we'll see you in the ring.
Tell us, it's been rumoured all week, tell us the truth or not. Are you watching Chris Eubank's hands being wrapped for your mate Conor Benn tonight?
I will be in Chris Eubank's dressing room tonight, and I'll be watching his hands getting wrapped and making sure there's no stacking going on. You know, keeping it a fair sport.
Will you be winding him up a little bit or not?
No, look, he's got a job to do. You know, honestly, there, I've been asked to oversee it, and I'm willing to oversee it. You know, so we'll see.
It's going to be a great atmosphere tonight, isn't it? As the night builds and we get towards the main event.
It's going to be an incredible atmosphere. I mean, look, to be fair, 2 great names. The dads are both 2 greats. You know, and you know the sons have come through. what, 30 year, 35 year? And now they're fighting. Look, it's a shame it's not for a world title. But however, Eubank's never at that level. Conor Benn can reach that level, I believe. Conor will be world champion. I don't think Eubank will. But however, we just have a great fight in, you know, two great men, good men, and two great dads. And the atmosphere in here will be electric later on.
Come on, give us the winner then.
I think that the weight issue at the moment is really got... Conor Benn's got me rubbing his hand together. One, because obviously he's had a few more quid, but two, thinking, do you know what? He's been tight at this weight, because he hasn't missed the weight by £3, £4, £5. He's missed it by...
A Cadbury's cream egg.
Yeah, basically, you know that. But listen, we all know in boxing that when you're losing weight, when you're struggling to get down to weight, sometimes your body will shut off and it won't give you an inch, no matter what you do.
Has he miscalculated then, just by a slither, do you think, or not? Or has his body stopped?
Gareth, I believe that what's gone on with him, he's been too long at the weight, and it's played a big, big part, and that's the reason why we see the knockout within Liam Smith when he caught him.
Great to see you as always, Billy Joe. Back to the desk.
Billy Joe's son as they're catching up with Gareth A. Davies ringside. The who's who, not just of the boxing world, but of the sporting world, are in attendance for this event tonight. We've got another fight to get stuck into.
Live worldwide. Let's first welcome to the ring the undefeated challenger, Vidal, the realist, Riley.
Making his walk here at the home of Tottenham Hotspur. And he's got an opportunity tonight to really propel his career forward, taking on former European title challenger Chev Clark. Chev Clark, of course, with an elite amateur pedigree. Vidal Riley didn't do half bad as an amateur as well, but he had an opportunity, Spencer, a few years ago, to maybe step into that world of YouTube with his connections with KSI and all those types of characters. He decided to put that to one side and do the serious game. He's earned his stripes. He's got a big opportunity tonight.
Absolutely. Listen, this kid turned pro out in America under the Mayweathers. You know, he's having a little bit there, then got the opportunity to work with KSI, train him for a little bit, dip his toe into that YouTube world. He does music as well. He's he's a rapper, so you know, multi-talented this guy. But boxed for the West Ham way back in the day, GB representative, good fighter, good boxing IQ. But this is the coming of age fight for him. This is the time now where we find out whether Vidal Riley can really fight or not, because Chev Clark, he can fight.
Absolutely. Listen, it's a big step up for him, we know that, but at the end of the day, you've got to take those big step ups, and tonight, what a place for him to be fighting in, being a big Spurs fan himself.
And now let's welcome the defending champion, C4, Chev Clark.
Watch the bedlam in the bookies, see the winners and the losers seeking solace from their sorrow in the local battle cruisers. Through the madness in the market, weathered faces turn to greet ya. Hello governor, how's your mother? You're right son, we lucky geezer. Double pie and mash and liquor, a couple of rows in the up chat, or watch retired gangsters bicker every day in office calf. The little who's in trouble for the causes make you smile. You meet your muckers for a couple, forget your troubles for a while. From the full meal to the hemi, all the faces are the same, cause the manner might be changing, but the people still remain. For London forever, whatever, no ever, these streets are our own.
Let that play out. For the football fans amongst us, you'll know exactly what Chev Clark has just done. He's an Arsenal fan. He's on away territory tonight, fighting inside Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, so he was playing the Arsenal anthem of North London forever, which I'm sure, if you're an Arsenal fan, you'll be fully aware of it as it rings out pre-Arsenal game. every time they're at home. Chef Clark drapes in white with a little bit of red and blue trim on the back. He has got the Arsenal logo, the gunner, and he's looking to put on a show tonight. Last time out in Monaco, Spence, he wasn't himself. He fell short at European level, which was quite surprising, actually. I thought he was going to go over there and do the job and maybe propel himself forward. Tonight's a big one for him. He's got to get the train back on the track.
Absolutely. You know what happens, Adam, when you get caught cold in the first round like he did out there in Monaco, you know, it's difficult to recover from that, and he fought back and he fought himself and he lost it in the split decision at his first step up to European level. He's got his British title still, defending it against Bill Riley. Both have history, these two. Sparred together a lot. I asked both of them what that sparring was like. None of them giving anything away. What stays in the gym, you know, what happens in the gym stays in the gym, and all of that sort of stuff. So we've got Chef Clark, who's just played out that Arsenal song against a lifelong Tottenham fan, a guy that lived just down the road in Bill Riley. So rivalries in the ring and also football teams as well.
Absolutely, nothing like a little bit of tribal rivalry when we're connected to the world of boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it'll be for the British Cruiserweight Championship. Brought to you by Ring Magazine and SNK Corporation, the publisher of the famous video fighting game Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. With Ben Shalom for Boxer, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing and Box Raw, along with their great sponsors. Public Investment Fund, Visit Saudi, STC, SRMG, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia, the national airline of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah Season, Malaf Cola, Visit Qatar, Core Group, Desert, NHC, Jacko, Sky, Arab National Bank, First Data, Sella, and SMC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Mick Collier, timekeeper Mark Shannon. The judges assigned will be Mark Bates of England, Victor Laughlin of Scotland, and Kieran McCann of England. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Lee Every of England. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing Tottenham white and blue and weighed in officially at 199.5 pounds. Hailing from right here, Tottenham, London, England, he is undefeated with 12 wins, 7 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current English Cruiserweight Champion, Vidal, the Realist Riley. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing Arsenal red with white and blue, and weighed in officially at 198.7 pounds. Coming to us from Gravesend, Kent, England, he proudly represented Great Britain at the 2020 Olympics, and now as a professional has a record of 10 wins, just 1 defeat, 7 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the reigning and defending British Cruiserweight Champion, C4 Chef Clark.
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck. Can I just tell you, this is a good shot. This is a good shot. Okay?
Just a little reminder, we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, where you can join us for a watch along. Myself, Gareth A, Davies, Steve Collins, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling on that for you. And around about 8 o'clock tonight we'll be crossing over to talkSPORT, bringing you live coverage of Eubank Jr versus Benn. Right now though, British title on the line.
Seconds out.
As Chev Clark and Vidal Riley are about to go at it, and calling you through it, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Well, we started with a very good fight and we could have another one here. These two both with decent power. Chev Clark, 34 years old, Vidal Riley, 27. The taller man, the younger man. Riley standing 6'1" as opposed to 5'11 and a half Chev Clark. And Chev Clark smiling, almost baiting the entire crowd when he was introduced as the man wearing Arsenal red here in the Tottenham Stadium.
Yeah, friends turned enemies, these two, known each other for a long time, go back to the amateur days, never boxed each other, but now they get that opportunity. 50-50 contest, this one.
Yeah, hard to split them. If somebody said to me, who do you fancy to win this? Well, it's a tough call, and who's going to be the first to establish themselves in the early stages? You heard about Chev Clark losing a split decision for the European title in Monte Carlo. How much effect might that have had? Vidal Riley, well, he suffered a broken rib against Mikhail Lowell last year, an English title fight. He's been rebuilding, if you like, from that. Came back in December to stop Dangaba in the second round, managed by one Anthony Joshua.
Yep, he's a good fighter, Vidal Riley, as is Chev Clark. As I say, I've been struggling to split these two. Clark boxed at a higher level than Vidal Riley, but Vidal Riley, you know, there's a lot of talk about this kid going on to bigger and better things, but you have to overcome these sort of fights.
He's the Spurs fan, Vidal Riley, and he said he hoped that some of the big names here at ringside see me throw some smoke. Well, is he going to be able to do just that? And it's Clark who's on the front foot, trying to walk his man down. He's got this reach disadvantage, but he's a slightly more compact style than Riley, and he may have the edge in power. He's trying to get himself into range to throw big shots, and so far there's not really been any big leather thrown in the first 2¼ minutes. There's Clark inside, trying to throw a couple of body shots right over the top from Riley, partially blocked by Clark. Not a lot in it.
No, mutual respect coming from both of these guys. As I said, they both know each other well, and there's very much a feeling out process going on here in this opening round with 20 seconds left on the clock. No one really established their authority early in this one. Very level round.
Chev Clark, who lives in Gravesend, born in Montego Bay, which explains why he has the Jamaican flag in the band of his red shorts, two of them landing solid right hands in the closing seconds of the opening round. And a fairly tight one, I thought. How did you score it, boys?
They obviously know each other very well. It's a very, to me, I can't pick a win in this first round. It's a very close first round. I think maybe when the fight slows down and they get a bit more tired and go a bit more flat-footed, we may see the difference. Who's the stronger and the more determined. But right now, it's an even round and an even match.
Yeah, I think, Steve, when both guys know each other and they know each other well and they both know they're going into a tough contest, you know what the wars are like in the gym, because gym's very different. You stand there, you have toe-to-toes, so they both know what each other brings, so it's going to take those couple of rounds before the fight ignites.
Clark is not sitting down in his corner. Is this something he's done in all his fights, or is he just more? I don't understand that. Why not take a rest, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. Maybe he's trying some psychology, but is that going to work really? He's going to need those legs in the later round.
If your legs get tired, all the psychology in the world won't give you energy.
Round 2. We're going to the second round of Clark against Riley, British Cruiserweight title fight. And don't forget to subscribe to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel so you don't miss out on any of our free and exclusive content, including the talkSPORT Boxing Show with Simon Jordan alongside Spencer Oliver. Simon seems to like you, Spencer.
He does. I think I'm one of the only people in the world that he actually does like.
Never short of an opinion or 10, is he? We move now into this second round. How did you score that first one? Very difficult to split them, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, like Steve Collins, I couldn't separate the two of them. You know, no one really established anything in that round. They were sort of punch for punch, and you know, we're going to have to see this ignite at some point. Someone will land a good shot and then it will turn on its head. But until that point,
Chevron is playing away from home. It's a home. You know, we are in Spurs ground. We have an Arsenal fighter against a Spurs fighter, so maybe they'll give it to the home fighter.
Well, that's a very valid point.
I hope not.
3 judges scoring on this one. Judges, not human if they're sometimes not swayed by the cheers of the crowd alongside them. And maybe the Tottenham man, Riley, is going to get the greater support from the crowd. But Clark starting this round well.
Yeah, Clark started the round well, landed some good body shots, but Riley's just come back with a couple of good jabs of his own. And is that the key weapon for him here, to unlock the safe in many ways, by getting through that jab, finding the range with that jab, and letting those combinations go.
All the time here on talkSPORT 2, we're building up to our main event, Eubank Jr against Benn, which is coming up later at around about 10 o'clock on the main talkSPORT channel. Be sure not to miss it. We've been looking forward to it all week, and there's a palpable sense of tension and real atmosphere here in this crowd, which is building all the time in this magnificent Tottenham Stadium.
Yep, the crowd's certainly coming in now and looking around. It's about half full now, I would suppose. People coming in all the time. They know what they've got to look forward to. The main event, Eubank Jr versus Conor Benn, promises to be a cracker, and this one should be as well for the British Cruiserweight title. Chev Clark versus Bedell Riley.
Not really caught fire as yet, this one. 30 seconds to go in the second round. Walking flat-footedly forward is Chev Clark, pro from 2022, and won the British title, knocking out Ellis Zorro in 8 rounds. And here, Riley trying to relieve him of that famous Lonsdale belt. Again, Clark ducks low, tries to throw a right hand to the body, then spears his man with a left-hand lead. Riley gives ground, tries to throw a left-hand, right-hand, taken on the gloves by Clark as we move down to the bell to end the second round.
Yep, another very close round there as both guys walk back to their corners. Again, Bedell Riley sitting down, Chev Clark choosing to stand up, but for me, Bedell Riley maybe just doing enough to nick that one. Steve Collins, I'll bring you in on this. Maybe the jab was the deciding factor on winning and losing the round.
Yeah, I mean, he might have it, but it's very close. But what, you know, what I did notice is Clark, from the first round to start, has been working the body. Riley hasn't thrown any body shots yet, so, you know, if Clark continues to land body shots, he might slow Riley down. And to me, whoever slows down and tires the first is the one that I think can lose this fight.
Nobody has really seized a decisive advantage at any stage of the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I've got it. Bedell Riley maybe just a round up going into that one. Could quite possibly be the other way. Let's see if it kicks off here at the start of this 3rd round.
You know, you have picked the winner of a round, but you struggle to pick a winner, so it can go either way in the judges' minds. It's so close.
Can indeed, and we move now into the 3rd round of this 12-rounder for the British title here at the Tottenham Stadium. Jab thrown towards the body from Riley, parried by Clark, who comes forward and tries to throw right hook, left hook. Again, he's off mark. And Riley throws a right hand, taken on the gloves by Clark, and they're so well matched. It strikes me that they know each other's style, they've worked on it right the way through the build-up to this, and nothing that's happening so far from either man is proving to be anything of a surprise.
No, but we will expect that to change as this contest wears on. Steve Collins has already highlighted that as the fatigue sets in. You see openings, gaps appear, and that's all you need is one of those, and it can turn the fight in another man's favour. At the moment, Chev Clark, the shorter of the two, trying to push forward, trying to work the body of Bedell Riley. Does he know something that we don't? Bedell Riley up on his toes, looking to create the space. Lands a good right hand there, Riley.
Well, long, thin guys like Riley, you know, you sort of suspect that they'd have a weakness to the body, and Clark certainly is fighting as though he believes that. Stands 5'11.5" against Riley, who's somewhere over 6'1", and it looks more than that in the ring because Riley fights tall and Clark makes the most of his slightly squat-looking physique. Bearded figure, comes in low and tries to throw big, powerful shots towards the body.
Yep, heavy-handed is Chev Clark. Good 1-2 there from Bedell Riley, who looks to throw the shots and just keep that distance between the two. Clark again trying to work that body, trying to create an opening, find an opening, but just can't find it at the moment.
Clark, trained by Virgil Hunter and signed by Matchroom back in 2022, lands a good right hand. Riley takes it well though and does no more than blink. I think it caught him on his shoulder rather than on his chin, but he tried to uncork a big shot, Clark, and signs that he's finding the target.
Well, I'll tell you what, Riley was very fortunate there because he took a gamble, Russian roulette, led off there. Steve Collins, I'll bring you in with this one, led off with that right uppercut, which is a dangerous shot to throw early.
He did. He has dropped his left hand a bit. He looks a bit open for the right hand. It looks like that Clark has probably stopped going for the body. He's gone for a bit more head hunting this time. And Riley is dropping that left hand low once or twice in close, which makes me a bit concerned.
There's now 20 seconds to go here in the third round. 2 tight rounds, and it's been another close one here. But Clark has landed some solid shots. Here comes Riley with a right hand and a left hand of his own aimed at the head. He's got the better footwork. Oh, he takes a solid right hand from Clark and then 2 to the body. Good work from Chef Clark, the champion, and maybe has he done enough to win that round? We'll go into the red corner and hear what Chef Clark's corner are making of it. Here's Virgil Hunter.
Don't worry about trying to hit him, just line him up where he's going and you step in, okay? So when he's moving and you go to the body, he's sliding off over to his left, okay? Yeah. So keep this in line right here and hit the right hand to the body, okay? Come on here, keep that pointed where he's going, okay? All right, that was good right hand. Now start closing the distance, okay? Stay alert, shorten them up a little bit more, okay? Don't get anxious, okay? Make contact on any punch you throw. When you start hooking, hook him on the shoulder to bring the right hand, okay? You're feeling good, you're looking good. Okay.
Yeah, he was looking good in that last round, I think, Spencer, and Chef Clark maybe took that one.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, a training you would know very well there, Steve. Virgil Hunter been in there and around with a lot of the good fighters over the years. Good advice, that.
Yeah, Clark did land a good body shot towards the end of that round. Virgil has told him to work the body more because these guys are so well matched. He's going to have to slow. He's going to have to slow down Vidal to you know, to take control.
We're here now in the 4th round, in the opening minute. This our second cruiserweight fight in the build-up to the main event here. Benn against Eubank on the main talkSPORT channel later on this evening. This is British cruiserweight title fight. Chef Clark, the champion, born in Montego Bay, now fighting out of Gravesend in Kent against the local man, Tottenham's Vidal Riley, and it's a close fight.
Yeah, very close fight. First round I couldn't separate them. Second round I went Riley. Third round Clark, but that was the most decisive round of the 3 so far. Has he worked it out, Chef Clark? The body shot was key and the right hand over the top. Will he build on that?
Chef Clark, economical in his style. He tries to make everything count, and you heard Virgil Hunter underlining that. Make sure you make contact, try and make contact and make it score with every punch you throw. In other words, you might be the older man, you might be the man with less stamina, but you might be the man with more know-how.
Yep, educated pressure, that's what we need now from Clark. He needs to be a little creative, find those openings, create those openings, because Vidal Riley's got a good boxing IQ himself. Chef Clark there just throwing the 1, 2, 3, just falling short with those, but just trying things different in this 4th round.
Right hand from Clark, back came Riley with a left hand of his own, in close, little uppercut from Clark, rocks back the head of Riley, and eventually referee Kieran McCann has to separate them, has a word with Riley about use of his elbow and his forearm in there in that particular clinch. Action underway again, minute to go in the 4th round. Clark walking his man down. Misses with a jab, Riley, short of the target, and another one. And Clark just allowing him to punch his way through thin air and biding his time. Couple of left jabs, tries to double up Clark, then misses with the right cross follow-up from that. Good body shot from Riley.
Yeah, one comeback there from Clark as well, but Riley not having a bad round here. I think that Chef Clark really hasn't capitalised on winning that last round, the most clear round of the contest so far, but Riley seems to have turned it around just a little bit, boxing on the perimeter, up on his toes now, Riley, just trying to create that space, keep that space, doubles up on the jab, misses with that, falls short with a right hand as well.
We did think this was going to be a tight fight, and it's showing all the way that that's likely to be the way it's panning out. We're into the last 10 seconds of this, the 4th round, and it looks as though it's been a pretty good round for Vidal Riley. Let's have a little bit from Adam. I beg your pardon, not from Adam, from Gareth.
Thank you, Mr. Rawling. Listen,
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm very impressed with Vidal Riley tonight. His timing's on. I like his straight punches. And I'll take you back to a conversation, Steve, that I had with Spencer Oliver, with Chev Clark on the Fight Night Daily podcast yesterday. He didn't like it when I said he's the puncher in the contest and Vidal Riley's the boxer. He needs to make it a dogfight. That's how Chev Clark wins this fight. He doesn't win it by trying to outbox Vidal Riley.
You know, Vidal Riley's going to find it very hard to box in such a small ring. He has more boxing skill and ability, but the ring is very, you know, it's a small ring, so it's going to be a lot more toe-to-toe than he probably would like.
Cal Brook among those watching on here. One of several great champions. We've already heard from Billy Joe Saunders a little bit earlier on, Fabio Wardley, Richie Woodall sitting by my side working for another radio station. What else is there other than this one?
Oh, some radio station out on the boat in the ocean, Pirate, I believe. You can't hear me, I'm very brave. I wouldn't say if you could hear me.
In the 5th round, how have we got it here? A couple of rounds apiece?
Yeah, we've got it. Maybe Vidal Riley just with his nose in front. Just with his nose in front, I think that.
Vidal Riley shook his hands there, made a gesture to the referee. I don't know whether he hurt. For a second there, something looked like it was wrong, but I don't know.
Well,
anybody catch that? No.
Referee didn't intervene, so we carry on. And it's on the front foot, Chev Clark in the red shorts, matching the colours of his beloved Arsenal. Vidal Riley in the white and blue shorts. He, of course, is the Spurs man, left to the body from Riley as Clark misses a right over the top. Clark, for the most part, is the one on the front foot, misses with a left-hand lead as Riley slips inside it and tries to land counter-punches to the body. Nothing really meaningful getting through.
Well, I tell you what, Riley did land a good left hook there and just stopped Chev Clark in his tracks for a little bit, but Chev Clark, the shorter of the two, on that front foot. Riley up on his toes, flicking out the jab. Nice fluidity about his work, Riley. Clark comes back with a right hand, just falls short. Riley lands the uppercut. Good shot.
Good work indeed. Well-matched fighters, these two. Midway stage of the 5th round. Clark on the front foot. Oh, now, what's happened here?
I told you, it's about that canvas. I think it's where the guys are sweating under those lights up in the ring. That canvas is getting wet because we saw it in the previous contest and we're seeing it in this one as well. Both fighters have complained about slipping on that canvas. Maybe that fatal fury that's written across the centre of the canvas is the slippery area.
Fatal Fury, rather strange title for a fight to be going under. I know it's sponsorship and all that sort of thing, but you do raise an eyebrow slightly. 30 seconds to go in this 5th round of Chev Clark against Vidal Riley.
Yep, Riley up on his toes again now, just trying to create that space, and there's more of a sense of urgency around Chev Clark now as he feels he's just getting outboxed in those rounds. Is it Riley that's just doing the cleaner work? Lands a good 1-2 there. Clark comes back with a right hand, just falls short.
Riley was beautifully in and out there, though, with a straight left hand. And now in the clinch here, he's getting the better of the work inside. Lands another solid left hand into the body. And Vidal Riley, having been matched for skill in the opening rounds, he's just starting to showboat a bit there in the last few seconds. And that's a good round for Riley.
Yeah, definitely. Vidal Riley got a bit more space in that round and he made more room. He was landing more shots and slipping more shots. Both fighters have landed good body shots in that round too, you know, which is interesting how that affects them as the fight goes on, but definitely Riley had more room there to land more shots and looked more comfortable in that round.
Yeah, same as that. I think that Vidal Riley's nicked those last couple of rounds, actually, and just seems to have slipped into a rhythm, and it's all around Chev Clark now, and can he adapt? Can he change it? The good fighters can, and at the moment, Chev Clark, it's not working what he's trying. He's going to have to do something else. Plan B, they call it.
Still to come, there's Liam Smith against Aaron McKenna. The Irishman against the Liverpool favourite. Really good middleweight contest, that one. Anthony Yard, another local favourite, against Lyndon Arthur. They're meeting for the third time. And Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn is our main event, coming up at around about 10 o'clock. All the best action for you here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, and a fantastic little contest we've got in front of us right now for the British Cruiserweight title. The champion Chev Clark defending against arch rival Vidal Riley. They know each other, they've sparred each other a lot, and now they get it on in the ring.
Well, it just felt to me as though Riley was starting to get into a bit of a groove in that last round, and in the closing seconds of the last round, he was starting to showboat slightly, and he slips underneath the big, clumsy-looking wild hook of Clark and goes to work to the body and lands a couple of telling shots. Good footwork as well. He's a good mover, is Vidal Riley.
He certainly is. Boxing technique is very, very good. Clark again being made to miss. Vidal Riley up on his toes, slipping from side to side, oozing confidence. Clark lands a good right hand there, though. Just falls short of the chin. But Vidal Riley, for me, just turning the screw here.
Well, Riley can't afford to get complacent. He might be getting the better of things, but Clark can dig, he can bang, and if Riley leaves gaps, he's quite capable of taking advantage. Riley now is up on his toes, using the perimeter of this small ring in the centre of this vast stadium. Left hand, right hand from Riley, and Clark shrugging his shoulders and again looking at the referee and suggesting, I think, that there's damp in the centre of this ring, and they're going to have to do something about this, because if we've got problems with that when we get to the main events, then there's going to be trouble.
The problem is, John, when you got printed on the ring, it does get slippery because it's a different surface. With the canvas, the blood, the sweat, it all sinks into the canvas. It's not slippery, but when you have the print on there, Steve, that can be a problem.
It's like a gloss finish, you know, that the sweat and the water from the fighters is going to sit on top of that gloss finish, and people are going to slip on it. Someone might, in between fights, might have to get in there and scrape the paint off the canvas, basically, otherwise someone will slip, because as it gets later on tonight, it's going to get colder and less chance of the water evaporating.
Steve Collins and Spencer Oliver. And now here's the referee saying to Chev Clark, listen, I'll deal with it about the slipping centre ring. And he's saying the same now to Vidal Riley. He's aware of it, the referee, and he's going to try and deal with it as best he can. How he's going to be able to do that, I really don't know. Short of getting somebody up there in the ring with a mop.
Yeah, he's going to have to deal with it, or both boxers are going to have to contend with it, because that's what it is. You know, these things do happen. You just got to stay focused, stay switched on, and Vidal Riley is switched on at the moment as Chev Clark just falls short with that right hand again. Riley up on his toes, but Riley the one that just seems to be pulling away a little here.
Clark again, and that last clinch looked as though he slipped on the big advertising design in the centre of the ring. Something to do with Fatal Fury, the main sponsors of this fight.
Yep, the video game Fatal Fury that Turki Al-Sheikh owns, and he's trying to promote along with the Ring magazine as well, who's the big sponsor of this boxing event here this evening.
Well, it's the end of the round. How did we score that one? So many stoppages. It's difficult to.
It was a better round for Riley. He seems to have made more room and more space for himself, and he's getting his combinations off. But you know, Clark needs to close him down now, because Riley's got too much room to let go of his combinations.
Yeah, I think with Clark, Steve, I think it's all about now, can he go through the gears? Has he got that injection of pace? Because he's got that style, you know, where he's short, he's squat, he comes forward, he's quite heavy-handed. But the difference is you need to put the shots together.
Well, it's a small ring, but he needs to cut the ring off. You know, he's giving Riley too much room, and he should be able to cut him off, because it's not a big ring. But he's not cutting him off.
10 seconds.
Virgil Hunter looking worried in that Clark corner. I think he was very satisfied with the style his man had adopted in the early stages. Just a feeling, we reckoned that the last round or two have slid away to Vidal Riley, and it might be as we go into the second half of this British title fight that Chev Clarke is behind.
Yeah, he certainly is behind on my scorecards anyway. I've got him a few points behind. He needs to do something slightly different here. Like, what he's doing is not working. The idea is right. He's coming forward as he should be, but he needs to be a little bit more creative. Everything is predictable, and unpredictability wins, not predictability.
Every time he backpedals across the ring, and every time he slightly slips, he looks at the referee as much as to say, look, there we go again. What am I supposed to do? But what's the referee supposed to do? Not a lot he can do.
No, he's not the only guy in the ring that slippy canvas. They're both in there. But what Clarke's not doing is he's not cutting the ring off. When Riley's moving around, Clarke is following him. His corner should tell him to cut the ring off and make the ring smaller, because he wants a closer in fight.
Well, he's trying to get in there now. He's got Riley in his own corner, but he gives him space just to jog away and dance away out of trouble and back to centre ring. He had him where he wanted him then, but once he got him into the corner, he didn't throw any punches.
John Rawling, you're exactly right there. He pinned him in the blue corner. He cut the ring off, as Steve was saying he needed to do, and he didn't do anything. He gave him the space and let him out.
Well, the way it's going right now, Chev Clarke, proud champion, is allowing this fight to slide away out of his control. Steve Collins putting his rather natty suit jacket back on, and it is getting a bit cooler here, Spenny.
He certainly is, mate, and I told you was laughing at me when I rocked up with a roll neck on and a jacket on. You said to me, what am I doing? But listen, experience, and that is starting to get cold now.
I've got my coat as well. It's going to be going on at some point, but not yet. For the moment, it's the rather ridiculous waistcoat which is continuing just about to stop the chill setting in.
Well, listen, that's quite a nice waistcoat. What is that? Is that little pigs on there?
Yeah, they're pink pigs on a black background. Very natty, I think.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well, listen, this fight's still not really caught light yet, has it? As Chev Clarke tries to get inside, and Steve, what has he got to do here?
He has in the last half minute or so. Clarke has closed the gap down and a bit more success than he did later on in the last round. So Clarke is closing in a bit on Riley, and this is what he needs to do. He can't give Riley room because he moves well, and you can't follow him around the ring. You need to cut him off.
He's closing in, but he's not really doing enough when he gets there. A couple of clubbing shots from Riley punish him, and Riley uses the ropes well again to get away out of harm's way. Clarke tries to throw a big right hand, and his head comes in behind it. I think that might be another round to Vidal Riley, and we'll go into his corner now, in the blue corner for Vidal Riley, and hear what sort of advice the challenger is going to be getting.
Listen, you're doing all the hard work, you're making him miss, and you're not making him pay. You know what I mean? And then you just throw in like unbalanced, so you'll hit him with a left hook downstairs, you hit him with a left hook at top, and then you won't throw the right hand over the top when you create the openings. You see what I mean?
Okay.
But it don't have to be hard. Everything you're trying to load them. You just need to touch, boom, touch. You listen? You understand what I'm saying?
I'm present.
Yeah.
Defensive traffic.
Yeah. Got to keep him busy.
Okay.
Well, good advice there in the corner, John. He's saying you make him miss, you've got to make him pay, and that is the difference. I think that Riley is nicking these rounds, but he needs to make it more decisive. If you make the opponent miss, you've got to come back with something.
Derek Riley in the corner, and at one point he actually said to him, listen, are you listening? Are you listening? Just the impression that the words were going nowhere.
Well, that's exactly what you need, Steve, isn't it? You need a strong telling off in that corner to up your game, to change the pattern. If a fight is close and your corner man thinks that, don't let it go to the judges.
No, definitely not. But I have to say, you know, Riley is looking, the busier and the sharper of the two now.
Here we are in the 8th round. I've got Riley ahead by maybe 4 rounds to 2.
Yeah, that's a fair shout. I think the first round was even, and then, you know, it was one way or the other for the first 3 or 4 rounds, and Riley definitely pulling away. He's probably 3 or 4 rounds up, but not decisive rounds. He lands a 1-2, and Clark just looking at the floor. Little kid, a bit of kidology going on in there maybe, but not really effective with that. But yeah, Riley's winning these rounds, just starting to pull away, but needs to do something maybe just a little bit more to make it clearer.
Well, I think his corner would like to see a little bit more devilment in his work. He's up on his toes again. That's better. Dipped his legs and landed a solid right hand. Clark takes it well. A couple of body shots again from Riley. Clark tries to come in close and work to the body. Riley ties him up and then lands a solid left hand. Good work that from Riley.
Yeah, lovely lead left uppercut there. Just put Clark back on the heels there as he just sort of went through, split through the guard, and it was good work. Riley with the right hand again. He's just beating Clark to the punch right now. Clark seems to have run out of ideas. It's a little one-dimensional in there at the moment, and this is Vidal's Riley's round.
Well, boxing skills are telling, and Chev, who's the champion, remember, Chev Clark from Gravesend in Kent, he needs to find something special. He's bravely coming forward, trying to throw big punches, but he's not landing anything clean of note at any stage.
You know, Clark almost slipped in that exchange, you know what I mean? And he's really, I think the canvas is bothering Clark. He doesn't look happy in there, and he did almost slip in that last exchange. He's just uncomfortable.
Is he starting to look a little bit tired maybe in there, Steve? Because it just seems that the coordination of the legs seems to have gone a little bit, the balance seems to have gone. Well, was that a right hand there? Just seems to have
just off balance, no. But I think Clark is almost looking disinterested at the moment. He's just not, he's just not happy in there.
It's his footwork again, and this ring canvas, the fighting surface, if you like, is causing real problems in there. And I find it a little bit surprising that it's maybe not been fully tested out as much as it should have been before the fights get underway, because this, okay, it might not be making Chev Clark lose, but it's certainly having an impact on the fight, Adam.
Well, he lost balance there. I mean, if he lost balance coming in and gets caught with an uppercut, it's not his fault, it's down to the canvas.
Listen, boys, I agree with everything that you're saying. I think for some reason he's allowing that bit to mentally distract him from the actual fight. The referee's already told him that they will deal with it if there is a slip in there, and he slipped on multiple occasions. We saw it on the first fight, there were slips on there as well. So it is concerning for the night going forward, but from a Chev Clark point of view, he's doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. When you are giving Vidal Riley the amount of room that he's giving him, he's having a field day. He looks beautiful with his movement, his work's far cleaner, and I've got him at a canter here, boys. I've got him at 6-2 up.
And remember, both fighters have got the same problem in there, so it's about keeping your head and dealing with the situation. That's what you got to do. Keep focus.
Into the 9th round, and I think it's an understatement here to say that the champion, Chev Clark, the man from Gravesend, the 34-year-old Jamaican-born champion, has an awful lot to do. He's got to have 3 or 4 massive rounds here, and he may well need knockdowns in the process to get himself right back into this.
Yeah, that's a fair shout there, John Rawling. I believe that. I think that Vidal Riley is, has been competitive again this contest, but Vidal Riley's just been one move ahead, a little bit sharper, distance is good, combinations have been better, and a little one-dimensional from the champion Chev Clark, who hasn't been firing on all cylinders here. I've seen him better than this before, and coming off that defeat out in Monaco where he lost for that European title, maybe he needed an easier fight than this to come back from, because we're not seeing him boxing at his best here.
No, he's certainly not finding shots, and again, now there's a slip here, and this time it was Riley who felt it, and the referee is going across now and is speaking to, I think, the board stewards here, saying that something has to be done, and he himself has taken a cloth, and the referee is on his knees out there rubbing the surface of the ring, and I think that it's going to need more than one little towel to sort this out.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem moving forward, because that canvas is not going to change.
Yeah, I've spoken to Mike Goodall while the fight ensues here. This canvas is printed, not painted. So as a result, there is less friction on it, and the only way that boxers can get around this, and if anyone's listening in the dressing room, is to sandpaper the bottom of your boots, because normally painted canvases are the case. but in this instance it was printed, so there's less friction. There are 2 canvases. In the event that there's too much blood or too much water or it rains, there is a canvas underneath, but it will not make any difference whatsoever.
They need to change
that
it.
too is printed.
They need to change it, and they need to rip that off, and they need to get rid of all the sponsorship, because this is going to affect the fight.
Yeah, and I tell you the big problem, boys, that I don't think any of them fighters in them dressing rooms are going to have any sandpaper. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't think it's sort of something that you'd necessarily be taking along to a fight, is it? You're concentrating on trying to get the title from Chef Clark, and you've worked out that all you've got to do is move and keep it at range and keep it long, as Vidal Riley has for round after round, and you don't expect, I don't think, to be confronting this sort of problem.
Once we have a discussion about this canvas, Clark has actually changed his style a little bit. He's closed down the fight a bit, he's had some good success, and he's getting in closer to Riley.
Yeah, he's having a better round, but the right hand just seems to land there. Was it another slip or was it a shot? It did seem to land. Uppercut from Riley as well there, just seemed to slow Chef Clark down. But you're right, Steve, I think the momentum started to turn a little in his favour.
Well, I wonder what they're going to decide to do about this. It's a boxing board of control issue, this, really. And maybe the secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control, Rob Smith, is somebody who might have a view on this at some point, because there's still a fair way to go in the evening's entertainment, and you're in danger of jeopardising the appeal of the entertainment for the crowd in the fights ahead.
Well, Steve Collins, I think that Chef Clark won that round 9. I think he'd done some better work in that one, and he needed that, didn't he? He needed to turn things around.
He definitely did, yeah. He closed the gap down a bit and landed some good shots to let Riley know that he's back in the competition, because it was slipping from him a couple of rounds prior to it.
You're listening to Chef Clark against Vidal Riley, British cruiserweight title, and Riley, the challenger, is ahead on our cards at the moment. 10th round coming up of the 12, and we are building up, of course, to our main event on the main talkSPORT channel, which is coming up later, perhaps around about 10 o'clock. Long way to go yet. We've also got Liam Smith in action very soon against Aaron McKenna, and Anthony Yard against Lyndon Arthur. So plenty of quality boxing entertainment before our much talked about main event, which has attracted a huge crowd here to the Tottenham Stadium.
Yep, and here we are going into the 10th round of this British cruiserweight title fight. Chef Clark, the champion, against Vidal Riley. Is this title turning around? Is it slipping away? Well, on our scorecards anyway, Chef Clark needs a couple of big rounds here.
I'm sure there'll be headline writers somewhere saying slipping away is exactly what this is about, because they continue to slip on the canvas, which Kieran McCann, the referee, has tried to mop dry in rudimentary fashion with a white towel. Both men are being told, watch your heads, as fatigue starts to set in, and the two of them are starting to fall in a little bit behind their punches. The better mover is Vidal Riley, who lands a couple to the body, and then a right cross over the top of the left-hand leader, Clark, who's just not throwing enough leather.
Yep, Riley looks the fresher of the two, doesn't he, as he moves around. Combination there from Riley as well, carrying that left hand down by his waist and starting to put the shots together nicely here.
Riley is indeed putting his shots together well, and it might be that if he picks up this round, he just may be too far ahead. Is Clark going to be able to find it in his armoury to get back here, Steve?
Definitely, Riley just landed a lovely overhand right there to Clark, and he's taking the momentum away from Clark. Riley has. He's busy at this round, and he's pushing Clark back, which is when Clark had more success going forward, but he has Clark in the back foot.
Yeah, every time Clark seems to get around in the bank, John, Vidal Riley turns it back in his favour again, and he's done it here.
He slipped on the canvas there.
Two of them fall to the canvas.
You know, if he's hurt, if he's injured, what happens?
Well, they've got a problem here. And I really do think it'd be a good idea to speak to the people who are officiating in control of this, board officials, Gareth, to see if something's going to be done.
Well, we have a stadium here. I guarantee you there's a maintenance room here somewhere where there's tools and sandpaper and scrapers. Get out there and scrape that shiny print off the canvas.
Well, you know, we've got big fights and we've got huge money at stake still to come, and people who've got their careers at stake.
Absolutely, and these guys have clearly had a problem, as did the two guys in the last contest. Chris Benn.
Did you see there again what just happened to Clark? He went to throw a right hand and his right foot slipped back, totally ruined his punch.
Well, Clark really has got nowhere to go in this fight because he's got to find huge punches. He's complaining now to the referee that Riley was coming in behind his head, and he might have a point there. But we'll go into that red corner, the Chev Clark corner, and hear what his American trainer Virgil Hunter is going to make of this, because his guy is just not in a position, I don't think, to win this fight. He's allowed it to get into his head. He's not finding any way to compensate, and that looks as though it's another round which has slipped away, and I think Clark has lost his title here.
You know what?
Let's go into
he just looks peed off, Clark does. He's just not happy, yeah. The fight's not going his way, the canvas is winding him up, and he looks like he's just unhappy in there, uncomfortable.
If you're going to be great, this is the time to do it, okay? This is a comeback fight. Take control of this fight, okay? Take complete control of this fight. 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. Win them, close it out strong, okay? Close it out strong.
Close right. Close the side.
You got a second win. You got a second win. Chev, just hit on him, okay? Throwing combinations, just hit on him, okay? Work behind the jab and just let him make contact with the punches, okay?
Well, they recognise the desperation of the situation, and you might have heard the huge jeers of the crowd behind what was being said there, and that's because we've got massive screens above the ring on all sides, and they saw, arriving in the stadium, Conor Benn, and if you wondered who was going to be the favourite before, you know who's going to be the favourite now. Chris Eubank Jr, so often jeered and derided through his professional career, is going to have the bulk of this crowd with him tonight.
They've both adopted new crowds, new situations, it's going to be different for both of these guys. Chris Eubank Jr, normally the pantomime villain, is going to be coming into the cheers, and he said, Steve, that's going to be unusual for him. And Conor Benn, normally the fan favourite, he's going to be getting booed tonight. How does he deal with that?
I won't say Conor will get booed, but what I will say is, Eubank Jr, he's kind of winning people over. He's been consistent for a long time, and I think people are starting to respect his principle. What he believes in, he sticks to. He makes his point with the promoters, he makes his point with the press, and he sticks to his guns, and people kind of respect him for that, and he's starting to win people over.
We are in the second minute here of the second fight of the night, Chev Clark against Vidal Riley, and no more slipping and sliding so far in this round. And Clark comes charging in and clasps Vidal Riley close, and no decent punches thrown in that exchange, and the referee speaks to Riley about holding, and he's backpedaling now up onto his toes, and Clark is trying to let his punches go, but he's not finding any sort of real danger shots to turn this one around.
Well, he threw a good uppercut on the inside there and just landed a short right hand as well, but you're right, John.
He's going to have to knock him out, and Riley is not showing any signs of shipping the sort of punches that are likely to leave him on the seat of his pants.
No, Riley, with a minute to go left in this 11th round, Riley's the one that seems to be still in control. He's pushing forward, Chev Clark, but he just seems to have run out of ideas. He can't change his style. I think at this level, you've got to have a plan B. Adaptability is key. You have to be able to adapt, and I'm not sure Chev Clark can.
Well, Pan A wasn't doing too badly for the first 2 or 3 rounds, but when Riley got up onto his toes, started using the whole ring size, and throws in a good right uppercut there, which Clark takes well, but Clark forced back now by Riley, who stands centre ring as we move into the last 20 seconds of the 11th round. He's not really been able to find the way to cut off the ring, get into range, and when he does throw real punches of hurtful intent. We're going to be going into that blue corner in a moment, where Vidal Riley would seem to be close to claiming the British title. Good short snapping straight right hand.
He walked
from
straight
Riley.
he walked straight into that right hand at the end of that round. If that had happened at the beginning of the round, I think he could have been stopped. He was lucky that shot was landed late in the round.
Really good work.
Last round now. Be clever.
Indeed, Riley.
Last round, touch gloves, please.
Yeah. Go and be Vidal now.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Show the people. Kidding, fainting. Go and be Vidal. Rinse it, spit in there. There you go. You have another one to pick there.
Show the welcome Vidal the back. Can't be you, yeah? Yeah.
Blow. Listen. Go and show him now.
You need a big round or no?
Yeah?
You need a big round?
Push it.
When you're going east, a double jab and triple jab. When you're Vidal though.
I think Clark, it's obvious Clark needs a knockout, to win this fight. He started off good, but as he got tired, Riley just got too much combination, too much speed for him.
He wasn't a million miles away from putting him down with that right hand.
That was earlier on in the round. He definitely would have finished him with the combination.
We go now into the final round of this 12-rounder, and we think the British cruiserweight title is going to change hands. Chef Clark coming gambling, almost running forward, trying to get into range, but Riley's cute to it. He's up on his toes, and he's not going to stand there and allow himself to get tagged.
No, Riley up on his toes, switching from left to right, putting the combinations together, and there seems to be a new lease of life there. He can see the finishing line, and he's doing really well in this 12th round.
2 minutes to go in this 12th round. Good jab, good left-hand lead from Riley. Backpedaling again, and then forward comes Clark. Riley able to stifle him, now clinches him close, and the referee shouts, stop boxing, and let's get it going again. He wants to see clean boxing skills. It's not in Riley's interest to allow Clark to be in a position where he can tag him with big shots.
Riley again just landing the right hand, and I'll tell you what, Chef Clark, I'm not sure he's recovered fully from that right hand at the end of that last round, because the legs seem to be still a little bit shaky.
Well, he's certainly not moving with any confidence, as Steve said so clearly.
I'm not making excuses for Clark, but Clark just doesn't look as fit as Riley. I don't know, has he prepared? Is he cutting weight or what? He's been looking tired. You know what I mean? His energy level seems to have dropped a bit.
Good left-hand lead from Riley, and again, arms around the back of each man, and the referee splits them again. It's really untidy stuff up there now. By no means a sort of boxing extravaganza. The sweet skills have been in rather short supply.
I tell you what though, they're big guys, 14 stone, 5 pounds, and they've been working hard. 12 rounds is very, very difficult.
They haven't moved for the cruiserweights. If they fought like two welterweights, I mean, the fitness level is unbelievable. And Riley's fitness, I think, is the difference here tonight. He just seems to have so much more fitness and sharpness about him. But yeah, for cruiserweights, they have gone non-stop.
That's Steve Clark. That's Steve Clark. I nearly got it right. Steve Collins. Steve Clark, somebody I'd play golf with. I don't think he'd be very interested in what's going on here.
Listen, well, I'm very interested. Oh, big right hand there from Clark.
Riley now wants to hold on, and Clark tagged him. Riley just buying a few seconds. There's only 15 seconds remaining. Clark trying to push him away, trying to give himself space, and now Riley fights back. It's a good finish.
What a great finish! What a great finish to a great match.
Good right hand from Riley, last scoring punch of the round, and the referee makes sure that they stay apart.
We've just had two amazing cruiserweight fights in a row. I mean, the winners of both these fights, I'd love to see these two guys, the winners of both fights, get together and fight and eliminate for a world title. I mean, we've seen some just two great fights in that cruiserweight.
Chad Clark leaning over the ropes in his corner, looking a little bit sad, and I think he knows that he might not have done enough.
Yeah, I think he knows. His corner was telling him that all the way. Virgil Hunter, an experienced trainer in the corner. Ben Shalom in the opposite corner. The promoter of Vidal Riley, he's very happy. Vidal Riley's very happy. The corner looked very happy as well. I've got it 117, 113 in favour of Vidal Riley. It could quite easily be wider than that, but Yeah, it's one of those fights that Riley's definitely the winner in that one. Clark, he give it a go, but Stevie looks a little one-dimensional and he just couldn't change things up. And that's the difference between competing for titles and winning titles.
Clark started off well. I had Clark leading at the beginning, and then he kind of went to sleep in the middle of the fight and tried to come back at the end, but I think it was too late. And he wasn't happy in there. The canvas was upsetting him, and the fact that he wasn't getting his own way. And that was because he wasn't cutting the ring off. He gave Riley too much space, and if you give a guy like Riley room, he'll pick you off and they'll box you all night long.
Some of the figures of years gone by. Seen Julius Francis here, and looking big, but he will always be remembered for those short confrontation with Mike Tyson.
Julius looks great, and unfortunately for him, he was around when Mike Tyson was around. Guys like Julius Francis, it's all about timing. There was a time in the heavyweight division when he could have been a world champion.
Yeah, he was a good fighter back in the day, British Commonwealth champion. I think he challenged for the European as well. That memorable night up in Manchester, he got knocked out in 2 rounds by Iron Mike Tyson.
Didn't they sponsor the soles of his shoe, the soles of his footwear? Anyway, here now is the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Victor Laughlin scores it 116 to 112. Judge Kieran McCann scores it 117 to 111. And Judge Mark Bates scores it 115 to 113. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And new British Cruiserweight Champion, the realist Riley.
Never in doubt, he was on his toes, and from the 5th round onwards, he completely took over that fight. Great.
The investment fund driving economic transformation for Saudi Arabia and the world. One of the leading forces in global sports investment is hosting a huge giveaway today. For your chance to win a pair of signed gloves, keep an eye on the upcoming campaign video and answer the question to be in with a chance to win a pair of signed boxing gloves. Keep an eye on the upcoming campaign video and answer the question. Good luck.
We're at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London for a bit of Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. Right across the talkSPORT network, we're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, where you can watch along with us this evening. And we've also got commentary provided for you on talkSPORT 2, and then at 8 o'clock we'll be crossing over to talkSPORT as we get you closer to the main event tonight, as Chris Eubank Jr takes on Conor Benn. We've got more controversy just sprinkled into the night. Yes, we know that the ring is short, 18 foot by 18 foot at the request of Conor Benn. That's been granted, and he looks incredibly small right in front of me here in the centre circle. but we've also got a bit of an issue with the ring canvas, where the men's sponsorship logo in the centre of the main canvas has been printed on rather than painted onto the canvas. Whilst we're trying to sort that out, let's get round ringside, shall we? Gareth A. Davies has got his microphone in his hand and he's speaking to the who's who. Go for it, G-Man.
I am with Fabio. For a moment then, I forgot he was fighting the big baby in Ipswich in June, isn't it?
Yeah, in June. I don't know who's taking more punches to the head. Is it you or me forgetting stuff? But yes, Wardley versus Miller, 7th of June, homecoming, Portman Roads, big one at the stadium.
Are those little ears of yours in camp already or not?
Yeah, I'm in full swing of camp, have been for weeks. We're in great shape, everything's moving nicely, we're cruising through, hitting all the paces really nicely, so I'm in full camp mode, swinging ahead.
I really like Jarrell Miller as an opponent for you. It's a massive opportunity to cement yourself in the top 10 in the world, in my view.
Yeah, look, I got elevated to the WBA #1, and it raised a few eyebrows and a few question marks, so I thought, okay, fair enough. If everyone thinks I've got a point to prove, let me prove something. So I had to look around. Let me pick around the biggest, baddest, meanest guy I can find. Who's around? Who can I take out to prove my point? He was the guy. He's going to be the victim. He's going to be the one I get rid of. And then once I do, I can really announce and say, yes, I'm in them top flight of them fighters, them top boys.
You're a big man, but I love it that he made you look medium in size. We can't wait for it because he is a big sofa-sized, he's a sofa-sized human being. We look forward to that. Tell us about tonight. Conor Benn, Chris Eubank, what are your thoughts on that, Fab?
Yeah, look, what is there to say that hasn't already been said? This has been covered for not only weeks and the months, but years in the making. There's been all sorts of controversy as well, 101 talking points, but all of that goes out of the window when them two men step in the ring. I do think the weight is going to play a big factor.
In what sense? For
me, I think the best reference point I can kind of think to and go to would be Canelo and a Bivol kind of situation where Canelo with someone of that class, that magnitude, even that power as well, just wasn't hitting the same on someone who's a bigger man like Bivol, who's used to getting hit like that. And I think it will play a similar factor in this fight. I think Eubank will kind of weather the storm that is Conor Benn, and don't get me wrong, he's form as well, but I think in the latter rounds, him just soaking into his normal weight will just bring it through for Eubank on the back of the stretch.
Great to see you as always, Fab.
You too. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
G-Man, stay out ringside, my man. Let's see if there's anybody else knocking about. Whilst you're doing that, just a quick update for people that are tuning in to us across the talkSPORT network. Whilst Gareth was talking to Fabio Wardley, Robert Smith, the Secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control, I can see him actually having a conversation at ringside right now with some other members of the British Boxing Board of Control. He did enter the ring, he inspected the centre of the ring and the ring cameras. And as we highlighted a little earlier on, we've had 2 fights so far. There's been plenty of slips from multiple fighters throughout the course of those 2 contests. And the problem is the main sponsorship logo for the game that is the main title of this particular event, Fatal Fury, their logo has been printed onto the canvas rather than painted onto the canvas, of which, listen, if you get that wet in any way, shape or form, that is just going to become an ice rink. And there was a couple of occasions in that last fight, Spencer, where we saw Chef Clark in particular take a couple of jabs even, and he was skating backwards without any grip on his shoe.
Well, yeah, what was it back in the day? You see the old black and white moves and guys walk to the corner and there's a tray in the ground and they wipe their feet in the tray. What was that? Was that sand or...
We should throw a little bit of sand down here.
We should get a tray that in each corner in between rounds so they can wipe their feet.
Dry
bit of grip, yeah.
But it is a big problem. You know, I've had that in the past with printing on the canvas. Even when I was boxing, the printing on the canvas that is there through advertising and sponsorship is a problem when it gets wet. When the fight goes long and it gets wet, it's a big problem. Now, it's going to be a problem for these boys. We've got, like, in this next fight, Liam Smith, Aaron McKenna. You go 2 guys that love to come forward, love to have a tear-up. That is printed right across the centre of the ring. That could be a big problem stylistically.
Well, we've seen ourselves, haven't we, in the first 2 fights, when anybody's ever tried to plant their feet in the centre of the ring, there has been a little bit of give in the way that they're trying to throw the shot.
There was one stage where Clark's feet both slipped out from underneath him. You know, if his opponent had thrown an uppercut at the same time, he could have knocked him out. So what would have happened in that situation?
Absolutely. And we even saw them fall over at one point, didn't we? And with you know, big boys landing on top of each other. Who knows how injuries are going to be playing out. Gareth is still ringside. He's got his microphone in his hand. I've no doubt that he's going to have somebody to speak to whilst Adam McKenna's making his ring walk here, and you can hear the foggy Jew, which is obviously synonymous with the one and only Mr. Conor McGregor. Over to you, Gareth. Who have you got?
I have got Mr. Hamza Shiraz. How are you, sir?
I'm all good. Yourself?
Good. I like just looking at your pearlies there, smile on you. Well, you've got a big fight coming. We're not going to talk about that. We're just going to talk about tonight. Tottenham Hotspur filling up. Aaron McKenna making his walk. Who you got in this fight? McKenna and Liam Smith, middleweights.
Yep, I got Liam Smith. I got Liam Smith by late stoppage. I feel like his experience, I feel like his ring generalship is going to play a massive part in this.
He was chasing you for a fight, you know.
Yeah, I know he was. Him and his brother's always been very, very respectful, so there's nothing but respect and support there from me.
Middleweights tonight, Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. How do you see it, Hamza?
I've got Conor Benn to win inside 6 rounds, and the reason I say that, I think the weight cut was too much for Eubank. And listen, I've been there before, and you've got to remember he's 10 years older than me. It's a lot more harsh on his body than it'll ever have been before.
Does that really... Did it take it out of you for the Carlos Adames fight, do you think? Is that why you've moved up to 12 stone?
Yeah, I think there's no excuses, but yeah, it did play its part. It played its part. I didn't feel too great. But yeah, I should have been at 168 3 fights ago, but the position I was in at 160, I had to stay at the weight, and it was my own decision and the decision I stand on.
We look forward to seeing you fight in the summer. Love you rocking the white as well, by the way.
Thank you very much. I do try, mate.
You don't even need to try. Back to you guys.
Hamza Shiraz scheduled to be fighting Edgar Berlanga up at 168 pounds. Spencer, as the summer gets a little bit closer to us. It'd be interesting to see how he does. Listen, it amazed me how he used to make 154. He's a big old boy, isn't he? I think he's going to fill in nicely to 168.
It's going to suit him down to the ground. I think against Adames, we could clearly see that he'd outgrown the weight. Yeah, he picked up the hand injury early in the fight, in the 5th round, I think it was. But he didn't look particularly good before that. And weight does have a massive part on your performance when you're struggling to make that weight. If you don't hit it right, you know, it comes out and you see what it's like. And we saw that against the last time against the Adames for Hamza Shiraz. Didn't look good, and that's the big question mark going into the big one.
Right, before Liam Smith hits this ring, let's get a quick word from Ben Shalom, shall we? Gareth A. Davies is with him.
I am indeed with Ben Shalom. Ben, what an atmosphere building, what drama, the gloves, the weigh-ins, the fines. Come on, talk to us about it. How excited are you tonight?
I'm very excited, and look, one thing, Chris Eubank Jr. knows exactly what he's doing. Don't for 1 second think that he doesn't. All the stories, all the noise, the fact that it's become one of the most anticipated fights in my lifetime is because of Chris Eubank Jr. He's ready to put on a performance. He's never felt better. He's never done the weight better. He's about to make a huge statement, and I can't wait because it's been a painful build-up at times.
Have you been around him today?
I have.
And tell us about him today. What's he done?
Look, he woke up for his weigh-in about 10:30, went back to bed at midday, had a few hours sleep, absolutely relaxed. The thing is with Chris Eubank Jr., if you could create a brain for boxing, an emotional state for boxing, he's got it in bundles. He doesn't feel pressure. This is what he lives for, this is what he wants, this is what he's always wanted, and he gets his moment tonight, and believe me, he's ready. I don't think Conor can deal with the pressure like Chris Eubank can, and that's what will be the difference.
What will he weigh tonight in the ring, do you think?
Not that much heavier. Not that much heavier.
175, 174?
Yeah, I think just over 170. Not that much heavier. You know, he's going to be fit and healthy and ready to put on a statement.
Thank you, Ben, as always. Enjoy the next fight, McKenna and Mr. Smith. Cheers.
Gareth A. Davies there talking to Ben Shalom ahead of obviously tonight's main event, which is Chris Eubank Jr. Taking on Conor Benn. We've just had the ring walks there of Adam McKenna and Liam Smith. Spencer, you've been across these guys throughout the course of the week. You've been interviewing him, you've been chatting to him. Liam Smith there, big smile on his face, really pumping the crowd up. really feeling it. It's going to be interesting to see what his bounce back's like tonight.
Mate, that's what he's been like in the whole week, you know, whole build-up. You know, there's been a spring in his step, a bounce in his step, and you know they're saying a happy fighter's a dangerous fighter, and Liam Smith, he said the preparations have gone first class. He's left no stone unturned, and you're going to see a different Liam Smith to the one you saw the second time against Chris Eubank Jr.
Steve Collins, if I can bring you in on Aaron McKenna, I mean, what an opportunity for him. He's a young man that has been bubbling along nicely. He's been doing really, really well on a certain level. This is obviously a step up for him, but what an opportunity.
It's a great opportunity for him. You know, to me, it's a real risk fight for Liam Smith, because if he loses this, he's got nowhere to go. Whereas McKenna, if he loses this, he can always say, you know, it was a big step up. I'm still learning. I'm still an apprentice in the professional game, and I'll keep on going forward. Smith doesn't need this fight. He can have an easy fight and keep ticking over and get the Eubank rubber match one day. Well, I respect him, and it's a big risk for Liam Smith, and he obviously has the confidence to take on this young gun, Aaron McKenna, who's been looking very good to date and is still improving.
Stylistically, Spence, what are we expecting from these two tonight?
I'll tell you what we're expecting tonight. We're expecting a knockout. Stylistically, both guys will meet centre of the ring from the opening bell. If we get into the second half of the contest, I'll be surprised.
Look at that, big shouts. Still to come tonight, across the talkSPORT network, we've got Anthony Yard taking on Lyndon Arthur for the third time. Of course, the first one went the distance. Lyndon Arthur came through behind that ramrod of a jab, but in the second fight, Anthony Yard dismantled him relatively quickly. How will it go the third time around? It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out right here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And then, of course, the main event tonight, Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. They'll be making their ring walks just in and around that 10 p.m. mark tonight, and you'll be able to catch that on talkSPORT. We're going to be crossing over to talkSPORT around about 8 p.m, so you'll also get the Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur 3 fight on there as well. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, where we've got a watch along for you. So if you want to watch myself, Steve Collins, Spencer Oliver, Gareth A, Davies and John Rawling, you're more than welcome to come and join us for that. The comment section is open if you want to get stuck in and give us your thoughts on what you are maybe witnessing. Maybe you're watching it and listening to us at the same time, because let's be straight, our commentary is much better than anything the television's offering this evening. So mute the telly and get it on the boys whilst they're calling you through these fights. The fight that's just been announced in the background there from Thomas Stryver is Liam Smith against Aaron McKenna. A fantastic contest in the super welterweight division. Going to be interesting to see how Liam Smith bounces back and whether Aaron McKenna can step up to the level and really propel his career forward. All the fallout, by the way, for tonight, you'll be able to catch it on talkSPORT throughout the whole course of the week. We're going to do a special podcast for you a little bit later on, but we'll also have plenty of fallout on The Breakfast Show and with White and Jordan come Monday morning. There you go. I've spoken enough. You want to get stuck into the action, so let's bring you our third fight of the evening. Liam Smith taking on Aaron McKenna here at Tottenham Hotspur on the talkSPORT network. Calling you through this, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
I like the look of this fight. Liam Smith, he'll be wanting to show that his brother Callum is not the only man who can find a great performance in the latter stages of their career. Callum, who had that wonderful win against Joshua Boazzi in Riyadh, which you heard on talkSPORT a few weeks ago, and Liam Smith here, back after a break out of the ring. He's not fought since September 2023, here against a talented youngster, Aaron McKenna, tall, slim fighter from Ireland. He's coached by his dad, Fergal, who came from the Smithborough Amateur Boxing Club, where he fought alongside Barry McGuigan many years ago. McKenna, 25 years old, never been beaten. He'll try and keep it long, try and work behind that big reach advantage that he's got, whereas Liam Smith, he's only lost to fighters from the very highest level, and he'll want to show that he's a class better.
Yeah, he certainly will. This is a great opportunity for McKenna, who stands 6'3". Can you believe that? A middleweight of 6'3", but he can whack this kid. Unbeaten so far against a proven Liam Smith. What has Smith got left? That's the million-dollar question. We're just about to find it out as Smith stalks forward, takes the centre of the ring. McKenna moving around the perimeter, shoots out a sharp left hook. Smith blocks it well.
Smith was well beaten by Chris Eubank Jr. in his last fight that those who follow the boxing won't forget the fact that he beat Eubank very, very emphatically in the fight before that, and he still says he's the puncher in here and he's going to cope with McKenna and he'll take the movement out of his legs. In the early stages, though, not too much from Smith here. McKenna trying to spear him at range with that impressive left jab. He's a very, very lean figure. A minute to go in this opening round, and Smith hasn't done a great deal yet.
Yep, stalking forward, Smith just looking to get on the inside, let that textbook left hook that he's got go to the body of the very tall Aaron McKenna. Smith with 20 knockouts out of his 33 wins. He can whack, especially to the body.
Lovely work there from McKenna as he threw a left-hand, right-hand into the body of Smith, who came back with a right-hand counter. But McKenna is getting bags of encouragement from his dad in the corner, from Fergal, his brothers there as well, Gary, Steve, also professional fighters. And McKenna is getting the better of this opening round. 25 seconds to go in the first 3-minute period. And Smith coming forward, ducking low, grey-haired, looking very much older than his 36 years. Nothing wrong with having grey hair, though. He comes forward and looks to land a big punch in the closing stages of the round, but isn't able to do so. It's all McKenna as we come up to the bell.
Yeah, good opening round there from Aaron McKenna, but he was being made to work very, very hard. I think notoriously Liam Smith starts off like that, hands held high, stalking forward. He likes to look at his opponent and see exactly what's in front of him, Steve. Good start from McKenna, but we're going to see more from Smith.
No, Liam Smith done everything right. He's getting in close, he's cutting the ring off, he's not letting shots go. So what he's done there is he's sacrificed the round. McKenna, you know, let shots go and landed more than Liam Smith. You have to give him the round. But Liam Smith was cutting the ring off, getting in close, but just not letting shots go. You know what I mean? You've only got so many rounds in a fight, so you can't waste the round. If he'd have been busier, he could have shared the round and he'd won the round, but he just wasn't busy enough. I'd like to see Liam Smith throw more shots and get busy.
Yep, exactly the same as that. And Smith, like I say, you know, over the years has been that guy that likes to feel his opponent out, but as the rounds go on, the volume of punches come out. Here we go, round two.
Liam Smith needs to do a great deal more than he did in the first 3 minutes. McKenna winning that first round and winning it by a distance. Here comes Smith on the front foot, looking to cut the ring off, looking to spear McKenna with a jab. His first attempt was taken on the forearms of the tall young Irishman who's 11 years, Liam Smith Jr. Smith with bags of support as well, notably, of course, from his brothers. Paul, Callan, Steve, both here. Paul Sr., his dad, also was involved in the walk into the ring, and great support as ever. But he's not done anything yet in this fight, and we're already 4 minutes into it, into the second round here.
Yep, Smith stalking forward, hands held high, just looking for an opening, just hasn't found one yet. McKenna doing the right thing, using that height, using that reach to his advantage, moving around the perimeter, flicking out the jab. Razor sharp shot, that is.
Another jab from McKenna, tries to follow it up with the hook to the side of the head. That missed, but still nothing of note coming from Smith, who's not finding a way to get to his man. He's keeping his gloves held high, trying to cope with that ramrod left-hand lead. Now he does get in with a straight left and a left to the head, but McKenna not damaged in any sense by that. Jab from Smith, again taken on the gloves by McKenna, who's making this his fight at the moment with his movement and his range. A couple of good body shots, left hands, both to the Smith body.
Yeah, lovely shots there, switched in an uppercut as well, McKenna. This is good work from the young fighter, Aaron McKenna, who's working so well behind that jab, moving around, and Smith just can't find the opening at the moment. As again, he stalks in, hands held high, but not letting his shots go.
I'm told he's a decent darts player as well, Aaron McKenna, so I'll look forward to commentating him in the darts world as well.
He's probably one of the only players that has to throw the darts down to the board.
He's certainly a tall lad, 6'3", against Liam Smith's 5'9½", and still he's picking Smith off from range, left hand, right hand, and making Smith look a little bit clumsy as he moves along the ropes. Smith short of the target with an attempted right hand. Oh, lovely uppercut there from McKenna. Quality shots, not only accuracy but hand speed as well with that right hand that he brought up the middle. 25 seconds to go in the second.
Yeah, the beautiful shot there from McKenna. Still got a long way to go in this contest. The experience of Smith will push him on as those rounds go on, as he tries to get through with a right hand there, but it's all McKenna at the moment. Another round in the bag.
Smith did at last find the target with that right hand to the body, but McKenna looks in great shape, and he took it without even blinking. Finishes on the attack, and another really good round, Gareth, to the Irishman.
It was indeed. I like McKenna's switching at the moment, by the way, as Liam, as ever, hunts forward in predatory fashion. But he's going to have to make some big, telling punches sway his way as the rounds go on. An update, by the way, on the canvas. One observation from Mike Goodall, who puts the ring and the canvas together, is Liam Beefy Smith has got an undersole on his boots. And you'll have noticed, even though McKenna is circling wide in the ring, there's no slippage from Liam Smith. It could come down to who's wearing the right boots tonight, Steve Collins.
I'm not wearing boots, I'm on my bare feet here.
Talking about you legend.
Second out, round 3.
Third round of 12 here. Liam Smith's a couple of rounds behind against the largely untested young Irishman, 25 years old, but a member of the Irish international squad as an amateur, had a great amateur record. I'm told that when he started as a kid, he won 18 of his first 20 fights by stoppage, so they knew he was a puncher from word go.
Yeah, Mick Hennessy's always talked very, very highly of him. Mick Hennessy is his manager and promoter, and Mick spent a lot of time with him. Him and his brother based themselves out in America. That's where they train, and they've been training at the top-ranked gym and getting some top-class sparring. Didn't want to mention any names who they've been sparring with, but they said, listen, world-class operators in preparation for this one. So, what preparation?
Did he not give you a hint? You've set me wondering now. Not been sparring Mayweather or something.
I don't think a lot of people are aware. He's also works with Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach is part of his coaching team as well. His dad has a relationship with Freddie, and Freddie does get involved in his coaching.
Well, there's some very good fighters who fight there in the Freddie Roach gym in Los Angeles, and he's also been getting good sparring in Las Vegas as well, I'm told.
Yeah, he's definitely a well-schooled fighter, but to see that here for someone with, well, he has almost 20 fights, but not that experienced. He's in against a very seasoned, experienced fighter here, and he seems to be getting a little bit his own way more than we were anticipated.
Yeah, he's been sharing the ring with the likes of Terence Crawford and more. He's done a lot of rounds with him. He's picking up that knowledge, and that's where you do it, the apprenticeship, when you're developing as a fighter, going around the gym. Steve, you've done it yourself. You took yourself over to America and worked in those different gyms, and you get a lot from that, don't you? And I think we're seeing that in McKenna's work here.
Yeah, McKenna's been in with great sparring partners that hasn't gone his way. Guys have punished him in the boxing, and he's improved and learned. If you go sparring guys, you get your own way. You don't learn. You need to be in with someone better to raise your game, and that's what improves you and gives you the knowledge.
Less than a minute to go in this third round, and young Aaron McKenna, he certainly won the first 2 rounds against Liam Smith, who's trying to close the gap, is doing on occasion, but so far he's not really landed anything of note. And McKenna almost toying with Smith here, pitter-pattering with that long left lead, and then coming in with a solid right to the body, fast hook to the head as well. This is quality work from McKenna, and Smith has got big problems here, and he's got to find a way of getting into this fight and getting into it soon, or the lead might become insurmountable.
Yeah, a lovely double left hook there from McKenna as well, just went over the top of the guard like Gennady Golovkin style, come down, chopping down on the shot. Very good work on the inside there from the taller McKenna.
Last few seconds of the round, we're going to be going into the Smith corner at the end. Stevie Smith, the youngest of the brothers, will have something to say. Smith complains to the referee about some illegal work inside from McKenna. Let's listen into the Smith corner.
You're getting closer, but look, you're doing everything simple and right. Just a little bit more activity for me, kid. I know it's only 3 down, you're making them throw, but look, hey, when you're inside, you've got to touch that body, kid, start putting them together. Too many singles, champ, okay?
Way too many singles, bro.
Everything's right, you're getting here, you're catching, but you've got to break his rhythm up, okay? He's getting into the nice little rhythm, so we've got to take him out of it, all right? You're getting closer, but when you're there, pop, let your hands go. Mix them up, don't I haven't took nothing, though. Yeah, I know, yeah. But look, it just looks like because you're not doing nothing. Trying to pick the rounds up, round by round. Chipping away. You don't have to, okay? It's very nice to keep the speed, son.
Yeah, well, it's not wrong. It's all very well putting pressure on, but if you're not landing punches and making the judges see it,
absolutely,
it doesn't count.
His corner called it exactly as it is. He's getting in there, he's doing everything right. He just needs to let the shots go more. But you know, McKenna's not making it easy for him either. McKenna's got great lateral movement. He moves left, he moves right, he leads with his right, leads with his left. You know, if McKenna stood still, Liam would get more shots off, but McKenna's not standing still, so it's not easy for Smith to get shots off, but he does need to land some blows.
And McKenna switch hits as well, which adds to the conundrum which is in front of him.
And guys, you've got to remember that Father Time waits for nobody. Liam Smith's been around a long time, was world champion back in 2015. He's now 35. Father Time does catch up with fighters. He's getting in there, Steve, but he's not doing what he would have maybe done 5 years ago.
Well, you know what? That could be true. It could be age, could catch up. You know, we're all human. We can only go so far. And he is, well, 36 years old, but for a 36-year-old, he's in amazing shape. But he's in here fighting a young man who's got natural youth and energy on his side.
And he's using his speed and his mobility, McKenna here, as well as his punch variations. He's been well schooled and they'll have studied Liam Smith. Anything Liam Smith does will not be a surprise to McKenna. They'll have watched him long and hard, his dad Fergal, but Smith is bravely coming forward, trying to find a way inside, but he's just not able to do so. And there's another straight left, followed by a right cross from McKenna. No great power in it, there's another one, but they're all scoring punches.
Yep, McKenna's the one letting his arms go. Steve's right in what he says. Liam Smith's getting up close, he's getting into range, he's in the firing line, and he doesn't let the shots go. And I think that when that happens to a fighter, that's when you see that maybe they're at the tail end of their career, they're on the decline, because they've just not got the ability to see it and let the shots go anymore.
Well, you know what? I saw this happen when Hagler fought Leonard. I saw, you know, Hagler had Leonard on the ropes and he wasn't letting the shots go. He was arm punching, and I looked and I went, this is not the Marvin Hagler of 2 or 3 years previous. You know, time caught up with him, and if this happened to Liam Smith, we don't know, but so far it looks like it is.
Well, he's so far not really been able to establish any sort of dominance at any stage of the rounds we've had so far. Here in the fourth, he managed to get in one right hand, a single shot, but away goes McKenna out of the clinch and lands 1, 2, 3 left hand jab come hook to the head of Liam Smith, who can do no more than absorb them.
Yeah, more good work there from Aaron McKenna, doubling up on that left hook again. Blistering hand speed there from McKenna with that left hand, and he's breaking through the guard here and slowly, systematically breaking Liam Smith down.
You know, McKenna looks like the old pro here. He's moved Smith around the inside and upsetting him, and he's almost, I won't say he's fighting dirty, but he's doing stuff and getting away with it like an old pro.
Like there, he pulled Smith down, dragged him almost through the ropes as the bell went, made him look a little bit silly, and Smith looks uncomfortable and he looks a little bit disconsolate in the corner. Joe McNally, he's the trainer who's trying to get some style into him. There's a little bit of a graze come mouse under the right eye of Liam Smith, and McKenna's in control, boys.
Totally dominant here. He's won the first 4 rounds there, Aaron McKenna, and they'll be oozing confidence in that corner. And for Liam Smith, you know, that corner, they're really going to have to pick him up. Steve, you know what that's like when the fight's not going your way. The corner, it plays a big role in trying to get you up, get you out there and try to push you going again.
And you look at Liam Smith and listen to his corner, he's aware of what's going on. He knows what he wants to do. You know, is he trying to do it? What's going on? Is an old man time catching up? We don't know.
Round 5.
Well, 5 rounds gone. and stating the glaringly obvious, Liam Smith needs a big round. He's got to get his way into this fight, which is nearing the halfway stage, and Aaron McKenna in the 5th round, to me, he's unquestionably won the first 4, and Smith has done nothing to even make it close so far.
No, it's been a dominant performance, John, from Aaron McKenna. He's been manoeuvring from left to right, and he's just
switched the southpaw here, McKenna, and he looks confident southpaw too, which is frustrating for Smith.
Yeah, Smith trying to work inside, and now Aaron McKenna's getting a word from the referee and being told that he's using the forearm and bringing the elbow into play, and that he can't do that.
Well, yeah, you need a strong referee in situations like that. And listen, if a fighter can get away with it, he'll do it. You know, this is the fight game. If he can get away with a little elbow, a little head, that's what he'll do. The referee done the right thing there by penalising him, telling him to behave himself, and he's back to his boxing behind that jab, moving from left to right as Smith stalks forward, hands held high, but just a little, he's just off the mark. We're getting off with the shots. Left hook to the body as well there from McKenna.
Now he does get in with a left to the body. Smith gets into range, but McKenna responds with solid shots of his own and forces Smith to cover up. He's not allowing himself to be outgunned and shown that, allowing Smith the opportunity to show that he's the stronger man and the harder hitter. This is great work from McKenna. Again, putting a nice combination together. Smith does get through with a left-hand lead, but there's no great power in it, and he's not able to follow it up with anything worthwhile.
Yeah, Steve, just seems to be the snap gone in Smith's work at the moment, and you know, we've talked about this father time. You know, I know what that's like when you get into the ring and it just doesn't happen, and it seems to be happening. We seem to be witnessing this tonight with Liam Smith.
Clash of heads then, Smith is complaining about it, the clash of heads. You know, a lot of people saying that Smith's going to win by knockout. Maybe that was his intention. Maybe he thought this kid would slow down. And
there's a cut, Steve.
There was a clash of heads there.
There's a cut to the right eye of Smith, and he's furious about it.
Yeah,
he tried to respond by headbutting.
He stepped back and said to the referee, clash of heads, but the referee hasn't called it a clash of heads. So if this gets stopped in a cut, it won't go to the points.
Well, it most definitely was a clash of heads.
But the referee hasn't called it. He hasn't called it, so it's not official.
Welcome, listeners, to talkSPORT from the Tottenham Stadium, where there'll be more than 60,000 later on for our main event here. Eubank against Benn. And that has been the talk of sport all week, and there's a big crowd assembling, and we're in our 3rd fight of the evening here, which is Liam Smith against Aaron McKenna, the young undefeated Irishman, and the Liverpudlian Smith is cut around the right eye. It looked like a clash of heads to me that caused it, but the referee has not indicated that that is the case, and so Smith here, who has lost, I think, on anybody's watching of it, the first 4 rounds, has an absolute mountain to climb here. McKenna over 6 foot, some 6'3", towering over Smith, outboxing him as well, and he's taken round after round.
And another round in the bag there for Aaron McKenna. Another dominant round from McKenna. Finished it very well there with a big right hand over the top, left hook to the body as well. Liam Smith walked back to the corner, slumped in his chair, cut over that right eye. They've got to go to work on that now as well. But another big round, dominant round from
the referee has got the corners and the officials and said the clash of heads has caused the cut, so he has officiated now.
Yeah, Steve, what has he got to do here, Smith? You know, how's he going to turn this around?
You know what?
Is it a time of passing in the back, and it happens in boxing?
Don't doubt Liam Smith's heart, his determination. He's got punch power, he's got everything, all the tools, but it's just like it's not getting out. It's like his time is not there. He's just not getting it going tonight. We're not seeing the Liam Smith we saw in the past.
Well, the referee is going to bring them together now, and he's going to warn them, I think. But he allows the action straight away to continue. And Smith, on my card, there's a very good argument to suggest that he's 5 points down. 12-rounder this, and he's got to do something and do it very soon.
Yeah, John, I think there's no doubt about that. He's 5 points down, and there's no argument that Smith's been in even one of these rounds. He's been stalking forward, hands held high, trying to close close the gap, and when he does close the gap, he's not letting his hands go. Where's that trademark left hook to the body that we've known and seen through his career? We're not seeing any of that tonight. It's the tired, laboured-looking Liam Smith in there, and a young, fresh Aaron McKenna dominating this.
The speed and accuracy of McKenna, which has told he's got great footwork, he switch hits and he fires well from range. He actually misses with very, very little. Every inch the athlete, but now he's being told off by the referee for the second time about use of the forearm, and he's having a point taken away.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. But, you know, let's get back to... We're saying Liam Smith's not performing like he usually did in the past. You know what? A lot of that's down to Aaron McKenna. Aaron McKenna is putting on a performance here way above what everybody expected. He's probably fighting his best fight of his career.
Yeah, that's totally true as well. Aaron McKenna is, you know, really excelled there. You get these coming-of-age fights where you go, just how good is this kid? There's all the talk, all the work he's been doing over in the States, top-ranked sparring, you know, with the likes of Terence Crawford. That's all paying dividends now because we're seeing the benefits from that as he whips in another left hook to the body, and Smith under heavy pressure here.
If he's been sparring Terence Crawford and holding his own, there's a very good argument to suggest that Terence Crawford just might be the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world right now. He's going to be going in against Canelo at some point, and then we'll see if he can go up through the weights. But Terence Crawford's still a brilliant operator, and if McKenna's been sparring with him, he really can't get better work to propel himself towards the top. Here in the 6th round against Liam Smith, we've got 3/4 of a minute to go in this round. Smith is getting into range here, but he's not landing enough. There he gets in with a right hand, but it's only a glancing blow.
You know what? I'm not enjoying this fight now. I've seen Smith has been hit by 3 or 4 uppercuts in the last half of this round. This is not the Liam Smith we know. You know, McKenna is fighting better than we anticipated. He's a better fighter than we thought. And Liam Smith, you know, is not the fighter he was.
No, I'm afraid to say that whatever happens from here on...
saying that, I'm not taking that away from McKenna. This kid is very good.
Liam
Smith's a great fighter, but he's been around a long time and he's fought the best and had a lot of hard fights.
Liam Smith is looking as though he's aging in front of our eyes in there right now, and he finishes it brilliantly. McKenna putting a combination together, leaving Smith to do no more than just hold on. Big right hand on the bell, and a great round for McKenna.
Yeah, another massive round there for Aaron McKenna. He finished that really strong last 15, 30 seconds of that round. McKenna was piling on the presser, blistering combinations to the head, to the body, a couple of uppercuts slamming in as well. And this is becoming, I agree with Steve Collins, this is starting to become painful to watch now. We're seeing a former great champion clearly at the end of the road. We see it historically, this is what happens in boxing. The young gun comes through, you know, a coming-of-age fight for Aaron McKenna, and the former champion is time to pass over the baton. It's starting to become punishing here. Smith not even nearly won a round here.
I thought he was going to perhaps make a statement here tonight, McKenna. He's been a little bit of a hidden treasure, hasn't he? And he really has announced himself.
No, we haven't known about him because he's been fighting it stateside. Now he's come over here, and if he continues to perform the way he is now, he's going to be probably the most talked about in the division.
He looks very, very good indeed. Stands 6'3". He fights and punches with both hands. He's mobile, great footwork, and he's here giving a little bit of a lesson to an old champion, Liam Smith, who has not found any way to get after him. 2 big body shots from McKenna, right hand under left hand. Smith cuts off the ring, gets into range now. Can he let something go? He's almost tempted to do so, because every time he winds up a shot and drops his gloves, he tends to get punished.
Yeah, he just can't do anything, Smith, can he? Whatever he does, McKenna's one move ahead. Lovely uppercut on the inside there from McKenna as well. Travelled 6 inches, left uppercut, slams the shots around the body. Smith pinned on the ropes now. McKenna trying to push him on the back foot. Is this the time when he's looking for the stoppage here? Does he sense something, McKenna?
Well, he got caught by a right hand as he came in trying to pile on the pressure there, and for the first time also almost, that Smith clan in the far corner, in the red corner, started getting very excited, and he gets an uppercut in there as well, and they're suggesting that Liam Smith is starting to get his way into this fight at last as he clubs in a solid right hand to the body. But McKenna doing well to keep him away.
Yep, Smith trying everything now. One last roll of the dice, maybe. He's letting the shots go. He's having more success in this round. McKenna still looking very sharp, though, working off the jab. Happy to stand on the inside with Smith as well, but Smith's best round of the fight so far. 1 minute 20 seconds left in the 7th.
He has to win everything from here on in, because we gave it a shutout in McKenna's advantage in the first half of the fight, although there was the point deduction for a foul, so maybe that could yet prove to be a factor. And Smith is starting to get into range, and at last is finding the target with a few of his shots, giving his many fans here a little bit of cause for encouragement.
Well, he had to do it, Steve, didn't he? He had to do a little something. He had to turn it around.
He's absolutely one thing not in question is Smith's his determination and his heart, and he's got power. You know, and he's going to dig down deep, and he's going to go for. Smith won't quit, and he is dangerous, but he's in against a very fast, fresh, hot prospect
who's showing himself every inch of that sort of title. He's a fighter with great potential, and he's really boxed well here tonight. Smith keeping on trying. My God, he's trying, but he takes another uppercut there. Right uppercut and a left hook, and a right hook to the body, and another left hand, all from McKenna. And Smith, for all his determination, is on the receiving end once more.
Yes, McKenna has turned this round around again here. Last 30 seconds has been punishing for Smith, who's desperately trying to throw back, but what a finish there from Aaron McKenna.
We'll go into the red corner now and hear what on earth they can tell Liam Smith. Can he find a way back?
Around his body, just wipe his body, don't just wipe him down. Wipe him down, open it up and wipe him down.
No, spit this. Yeah, how you feel, champ? Come on, energize. Now listen, Liam, got right down his arm, punch him, but listen, what I don't want you to do, kid, is losing your shape. I want you to keep the crispness on your shots, okay? Re-energize, keep them short and crisp, not 1-1. He's punching to keep you off now, son, okay? Keep your balance and keep your shape. Don't start winging them, all right? Let's start touching that body more for me, okay? Touching the body and then sitting on the head. Come on, son. Come on, listen to me. He's doing exactly what we do. Just put them together. Right, speed the shot.
Round 8. Smith getting a little bit exasperated in that corner, and he said something pretty dismissive to his coach as he came out of the corner, but there is no doubt about it. He has got to make an absolute seismic change to the course of this bout, and he has to do it right now.
But let me tell you, if this fight continues and the rounds continue like this, the corner will have to look at pulling him out, because he's not getting any success. Yeah, he had a little more success in that last round, but then McKenna quickly turned it around as McKenna again slams in the shot to the body. But you just ask yourself, how much more can he take? How can he turn it around? Can you see anything? Because on the evidence of tonight, we've not seen anything that would suggest that Smith can turn this around.
On the evidence of tonight, we've got a chance that we're looking at another great Irish champion, because he has boxed with maturity. 25 years old, only in his 20th pro fight, but he has absolutely given, well, not a boxing lesson, because Liam Smith knows what he has to do, but he has just given him a sustained beating. And as I speak there's been 3 or 4 straight right hands from McKenna, and another one fighting out of a southpaw stance now, which he does effortlessly. Switches style beautifully.
Yeah, he certainly does, and you know, he keeps cool under pressure. Smith trying to close the gap down, and McKenna just looking for the openings, tapping away, trying to create their whips the right uppercut on the inside as well. This is really seasoned stuff here from the young Irishman.
You know, McKenna is putting everything together, doing everything right. Smith's getting frustrated in the corner, because I think what they're telling him, he knows what they're telling him. They're telling him what he already knows. He knows what he has to do. He knows what he wants to do, but he's just having the problem doing it.
Yeah.
And part of that we can't say always because he's been around a long time. He's getting older. A lot of that has to do with McKenna. McKenna's not letting him. McKenna is dictating to the old season fighter. He's dictating to him with youth and strength and determination.
Well, he's right the way through this fight here in the 8th. What's really impressed me about McKenna is the variety of his work. He throws so many different punches. He's good inside, he's good to the body, throws quality uppercuts, he can jab brilliantly, left hand or right hand. He looks a terrific fighter.
Yeah, he's one of those tall fighters that works so well at range, but like Tommy Hearns, works so well on the inside as well. And you know, you look at that and you just go, another fighter, current fighter, Hamza Saraz, who's very tall, works so well on the inside. This kid has everything, long range, short range, mid-range, and again, Steve, whipping in those shots.
It's just McKenna's landing a lot of big shots. He's working the body well. He's having a lot of success. He's having too much success, in my opinion, for Smith's side. You know what I mean? It's not, I won't say he's going one-sided, but he's starting to tee off now.
Right hand to the body from Smith. Throws one, but he takes 4, 5, 6 back to the head. And such speed and accuracy in those punches from McKenna. And another great round for the young Irishman.
Yeah, you just got to ask now, you know, what they're going to say in that corner. Are they going to give him any more advice? Try and pick him up, try and change it around. As I say that, Chris Eubank Sr. has turned up here. He has turned up.
Junior. And Senior.
Senior.
Listen to the crowd.
Wow. Chris Eubank Sr. is with Chris Eubank Jr. They've arrived and they are making their way to the dressing room, and Tottenham Hotspur Stadium has just erupted. Steve Collins, just a go on.
Do they plan this? What a stroke! What a stroke they pulled tonight.
Of course they did. It's like WWE, mate. We're at the wrestling.
You know what? The fine they gave him for not making the weight, he should give him a bonus for what he just done here tonight. By the way, we have a fight still on here tonight. A really good fight.
Here we go. Into the next round of Liam Smith against Aaron McKenna, who's fought brilliantly. And, well, we watched that. There was a great outpouring of emotion all the way around the Tottenham Stadium. And I do believe that just for a moment, there was almost a lump in Steve Collins' throat as he saw the two lads come in, father and son.
No, I just followed the skittle when at the same time I saw him arrive.
Yeah, what a moment that was. Chris Eubank Jr. and Chris Senior turning up in the same car. Who expected it? No one expected it. The crowd went absolutely wild.
Liam Smith is having a good round here, by the way. He's come back into this round and having some success.
He needs a massive one.
He's going to need a knockout this stage. And you know what? He's capable of winning by knockout. He's got power, but this kid is so sharp. This kid is not going to let him in.
Well, we're seeing somebody for the new generation here with Aaron McKenna. Liam Smith, in the time remaining, is trying to roll back the years, trying to find something on instinct and on talent that he's shown for so many years. He's been a pro since way back when, former world champion, and now he needs to find something absolutely from the top drawer.
Absolutely. Listen, he's got to roll back the years here because he's losing pretty much every round. We're into the 9th now with 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. He's doing everything now, rolling the dice. Good left hook goes in to the body and head in his out for the first time. McKenna holding on.
McKenna not so fleet-footed now. There's a good right hand from Smith, and McKenna wants to hold on again. There's a chopping right hand from Smith, and his corner are getting more animated now. They are starting to think that Liam is somehow finding a way back in and finding a way to overturn this avalanche of points advantage. And there's a little bit of a cut and a swelling around the head of Aaron McKenna, and the referee is speaking to him seriously once again about using his forearm.
I don't think it's intense. I don't think he's using his forearm. He's a tall guy, 6'3". He's bringing his arm up to protect himself. He's not pushing his elbow forward. I think the referee's a little bit over-concerned here, but, you know, he's doing his job and he's making sure that nothing untoward happens.
Well, he's lost 1 point. If he gets the referee seriously aggravated, he doesn't want to run the risk of losing this fight on disqualification.
Well, I tell you what, Liam Smith, if he goes out here, he's going out on his shield because he's giving it everything, showing the heart of a champion in there right now, because it's not gone his way up till now, coming up to the last 10 seconds of this 9th round, and he's giving it absolutely everything. And maybe the first round of the contest he's won here, Liam Smith.
The two of them standing toe-to-toe now. Smith trying to show he's the harder puncher. Lands a really good body shot just as the bell goes, and Smith's won that round.
He has won that round. I mean, what a big heart he has. He dug down deep and came back and won that round.
I told you, that's the only mistake you're making is you're entertaining him. Don't entertain that guy because he's trying to rob you. You're doing nothing wrong. You've got to get more enthusiastic for the job. Clean boxing and side guard. Really clean. Clean boxing and side guard. You're 9-0 up. You've got to understand that you're 9-0 up. The only way you can give it away is if you throw it away yourself. He's getting desperate. When he comes in and makes desperate and close him down, box and move, box and move. Walk him on the way you done Leicester and Keane. Try to walk him on to relax him on.
That's the voice of Fergal McKenna, you heard in that corner, trying to get his son to find 3 more rounds to get the best win of his career. While he was talking, we could see pictures of Conor Benn in his changing room, and also the smile of Eddie Hearn. Have they pulled off a promotional masterstroke?
Well, listen, look what happens, the twists and turns that we've had all week, the dramas that we've had all week, the Junior missing the weight, getting the fights, Senior turning up tonight. What a moment that has been. What happens next? Well, one thing I can guarantee, fireworks in the ring. That's coming up shortly, but right now, Liam Smith,
That looked like a low blow from
good right
hand. But Smith didn't affect Smith. Smith's good. You know, if Smith started this fight like he's finishing it, this could have been a different fight. He's coming on strong and he's digging down deep and he's back in the fight. But is it too late?
He's back in the fight, but he's got a mountain of points that he's got to get back. I still think that he's got to find a way to stop McKenna, who lands a right cross and a hard right hook and an uppercut inside. Good work from the Irishman.
Yeah, less work and less movement now from McKenna as they both stand centre of the ring. Smith still forcing forward, still trying to find something as he lands a 1-2. Body shot from Smith as well, responded by McKenna throwing a good left hook of his own. Smith chops down with a right hand. Good action here in the 10th round.
McKenna's right eye starting to look a little bit damaged and a little bit swollen as a result of the punches that at last Liam Smith has been able to find on target, and Smith has got his way back into this fight, but only 2 rounds to go after this. We're in the build-up to the main event of the night. Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn. This is Liam Smith against the young Irishman, Aaron McKenna, and McKenna is still well in front, surely, on the judges' cards.
Yeah, definitely McKenna's still well in front. Liam Smith winning that 9th round, but that's the first round I've actually given to him. He might be doing enough to win this 10th as well, but for me, Liam Smith needs a knockout to win this contest. Oh, as McKenna slams in the right hook to the body, or sorry, a left hook to the body out of the southpaw stance.
He's trying to find his way to land the big left hook, is Liam Smith. It's kind of obvious. It's not some great reading of the fight, but he's trying to find an opening to land one huge punch, which he has to hope can still turn this one around, Steve.
You know, he's coming on. I have so much admiration for Liam Smith. He's just shown so much heart. McKenna, if he gets through this round, for the last couple of rounds, what he needs to do is get this fight to move, because, you know, Smith's going to go for the knockout, and that's why he needs to win. McKenna has to be careful because Smith has power.
I tell you what, though, McKenna's piling on again. Smith's taking some heavy punishment towards the end.
He finished strong. McKenna finished strong at the end of that round and had a lot of success with the hooks.
Terrific round. Here's Gareth.
Well, while you guys have been absorbed by this kind of performance with young McKenna signalling himself to the world in front of 60,000 fans, because there are now 60,000 fans in here. Eddie Hearn got his booing, which he always gets, but it was very surprising, given we thought it was a 50-50 crowd, that Conor Benn and his father Nigel were well booed when they were shown in the dressing room. A psychological masterstroke by Eubank father and son, turning up in a vehicle together. They have just lit the place up. It's been the biggest cheer of the night. When Senior walks in here later on, it's going to go ballistic.
Turned up in a black Rolls Royce, which looked remarkably like Frank Warren's. I'm not sure it was, but I just wonder whether Frank might have been just using something maybe to get at Hearn and at the Benns. You never know. Yeah. We'll find out in due course, no doubt. It was polished.
It certainly was, and here we go at the start of the 11th round, and it's been a dominant fight so far from Aaron McKenna. Liam Smith has had more success in the last couple of rounds, and guys, can he do it? Can he roll the dice? Can he pull off a miracle here and win this contest? He needs something special, Steve.
It'd be staggering if he could do so, and I can't see it right now, Steve.
No, he started this round like, he's looking for the knockout. He started this round, he's going for the knockout, but McKenna's standing with him and staying there, and he's going to start firing back, and he is firing back, and he's landing.
Good work, though, from the young Irishman again, gritting his teeth and matching Smith at least punch for punch as Smith comes ploughing forward, getting his shoulder in there, getting his elbow in there, trying to find the opening, trying to somehow give a glimmer of light whereby he could throw a fast hook. He tries to do just that, but McKenna slips inside and ties Smith up, then lands a right uppercut. He's produced really a very seasoned performance.
He really has, Aaron McKenna, and as Steve Collins said, training away in America, boxing away in America, learning his trade over there. Now we're blessed to see him, over on these shores and see what a talent he is. But let's take our hats off here to Liam Smith, who's hung in there, showed the heart of a lion, champion's mindset, champion's heart, staying in there the way he has.
You use the term there, showing the heart of a lion. It's just the young lion taking over the pack and, removing the older lion.
The young lion is showing greater movement here, just tying up Smith, who gets in with a left to the body, and then McKenna, lovely work, turned Smith from off the ropes, great footwork, slipped the punch, and suddenly, from a position where he looked as though he was under attack, he turned him round and had reassumed control of centre ring, which is right where he is now. Good work from McKenna.
Yep, as he whips in the left hook to the body again there, McKenna. Smith still trying, big uppercut, short right uppercut on the inside there from McKenna. Smith felt that one. He's just had to regroup a little bit. Lovely little shot. As Smith now, his turn to throw the right hand.
Less than 30 seconds to go in the 11th round of this 12-rounder here in the build-up to the main event on talkSPORT this evening. Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn. That's coming up as our main event. Still to come as well, Anthony Yard against Lyndon Arthur. But here in the closing seconds of the 11th round, Liam Smith ploughs forward, bravely looking for something spectacular. He can't find it, and we'll go into Smith's corner now, the red corner, and find out if they can find some inspirational words.
Chuck it in. Come on, that was a good round for you, that. Listen, you need to get this one down of here, Liam. Hey, you need to stay on him, alright? Hey, you need to stop it. You pinched a few rounds here and there, son, but look, you need to just go with him, kid. You need to gamble real good, okay? Thanks, John. You need to fucking gamble with him, son. Load up, start bending their knees and put some mustard in the shots, okay? We need it. We need it. Come on. Hey, deep breath, suck it in.
If you throw the left hook after the right hand, keep doubling up. Come on, baby, come on.
Listen, drum roll, come back. You'll stick it right on this.
Well, you might might have heard a little bit of industrial language in that corner there. You can hardly say that you're surprised, though, because Liam Smith, after so very long in the professional game, looks as though he's suffering a wide defeat here against the young, undefeated Irishman, Aaron McKenna, and he maybe is seeing a final close down of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, this could be the last roll of the dice and the last round of Liam Smith's.
He's got that one to the body. It was a left hook from McKenna. Smith's down. The count's at 7-8. He gets up, but he's in real pain.
We've over 2 minutes left in this round, and he don't shake a body shot off too easy.
That was a great shot from McKenna. Looking to repeat it.
He's not even protecting his head, he's protecting his body, because that body shot hurt him.
There goes another one, thuds home, and Smith almost went down again, and now there are headshots coming in as well. Smith comes back with a great right hand of his own. What a brave effort.
Yeah, brilliant shot, brilliant response there from Liam Smith, who was covering up, protecting the body, slipping, sliding, and then come back with a beautiful right hand, followed by the
McKenna looks like he's hurt McKenna here. Look, he stopped him, he slowed him right down.
He did, he's putting him on
the back. He needs to jump on him. He wants to win this fight, he needs to jump on McKenna. This is his last chance.
Minute and a half to go in the final round. Smith's been down to a body shot, lands a big right hand of his own, and McKenna wants to hold on here, and Smith's got him going a bit. McKenna's covering up, and Smith just needs big shots. 2 right hand, left hand to the head from McKenna. Good work, and another good right hand as he works his way along the ropes.
Yeah, what a 12th round we've got here. Action, seesaw, swinging one way then the other. Smith down, but coming back, McKenna hurt. Now he's piling under pressure.
He landed another great left hook and another one into the body of Smith. The gloves come down and he puts in a couple of rights to the head of Smith. Less than a minute to go now in this final round. Left hook to the head and to the body from McKenna, and then an uppercut inside from Smith, who will not surrender.
No, great action here from Smith, coming back, protecting the body very well, and them short uppercuts are having effect as well, but McKenna showing a lot of character in there for a young man, having his first real test, and he's come through with flying colours.
We have listeners on the other side of the Irish Sea, of course, and they'll have heard this terrific performance from Aaron McKenna. We're into the last 15 seconds of this round now, and I tell you what, I've seen a lot of fights over the years, but this guy has got a little bit of stardust about him. He's an absolute quality performance, and he's won against a tough man who refused to lie down in Liam Smith. Tonight, Aaron McKenna was just outstanding.
Aaron McKenna, we are seeing something special here. It's a new beginning. But Liam Smith, the heart he showed in that last round, he took that body shot and he came back and he landed a cracking shot on McKenna. And McKenna took that shot and he came back. In the last 2 minutes, we saw more action than we have in 10-round fights in the past.
Yeah, we saw the heart of a lion, that's for sure, there in that last round. Steve, you know how tough that is. When you're in that 12th round, it's all a psychological battle. The physicalities are gone, you're tired, it's a mental warfare you're having there. And to get hit with a body shot, the shots to the head you recover from, them body shots, man, they're hard to get over.
You can't shake a body shot off. You can move around, clear your head. The body shot stays with you for the whole round, and every shot afterwards hurts more. But there we go, he proved that, like, he had all his career. Liam Smith came back and landed a great shot, and then McKenna, who was hurt, showed his depth of courage and determination. He came back from the shot he was caught with. In the last 2 minutes, we saw action, you know, that we haven't seen in big title fights in the past.
Well, what a performance then from Aaron McKenna. And we're waiting now for the judges' scorecards, but it's only going to be confirmation of what we already know. He was outstanding tonight.
Listen, a star is born. You know, we knew about Aaron McKenna. Mick Hennessy has been talking about him, his brother Stephen. Stephen's just coming off that loss to
laws, and he was very unfortunate in that fight. A bit of a gun fest, but what we saw there from Aaron McKenna, Stevie had a little bit of everything. He could fight on the front foot, back foot, go sideways. That's what champions are made of.
Do you know what? He just beat a really good, experienced professional tonight, and with the variety of shots he has, his movement, everything about him. You know, tonight he ticked all the boxes. Aaron McKenna is definitely the one for the future.
World champion in the making, I reckon. He's certainly going to be up at the very elite level.
He's 25 years old. You know, the way he's growing, you know, he's not finished maturing yet. He could end up, you know, moving up weights. At his height, he could do it. He could be middle, super middle, and want to lay heavyweight. He could be triple world champion if he continues the way he is.
Well, Liam Smith gave it everything. He's looking across to where we are, and he knows that he was beaten by a very, very good fighter. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Gray scores it 119 to 108. Judge Giuseppe Portarone scores it 117 to 109. And Judge Leszek Jankowiak scores it 118 to 108. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBA International Middleweight Champion, known as the Silencer, Aaron McKenna.
Superb from start to finish. Beat Liam Smith in every single department tonight. A coming of age night for Aaron McKenna. Wonderful, wonderful performance. Oh my God, I had it 117, 109, and some judges had it a little bit wider. Fantastic performance from him. Just a little one for you if you've been listening and tuning into us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. The poll is currently running right now, and people obviously tuning into our YouTube channel. We've got it a 64-36 split in favour of Chris Eubank Jr. over Conor Benn. That's where people tuning into talkSPORT believe who will be victor this evening. Maybe they've been influenced by seeing the WrestleMania moment a little earlier on, where Senior jumped out of a car and arrived here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We've got one fight to go before we get to that main event here on talkSPORT. Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur are going to go at it for a third time, and that's coming at you next. Years ago, a football stadium played host to the unified super middleweight world championship. The protagonists, two polarizing individuals with a serious dislike for each other. It was as real and as relevant as you could get that night, and their names have lived on for 3 decades, to the point where tonight we dig up that old rivalry in an attempt to manufacture something similar. Can the offspring stand on the shoulders of those giants? This is Fight Night Live. Eubank Jr. versus Benn on talkSPORT.
We are proud to present the main attraction of the evening, a middleweight contest at 11 stone 6 pounds over 12 rounds, each of 3 minutes duration, for the WBO Middleweight Championship of the World.
It was a fight in an era, a generation where it was heavily spoken about. It was one of the biggest fights of all time.
This is going to be like the first fight between my father and Nigel Benn. It's going to be special.
The eyes watch red. Let's look at the finish of the milk. It's all over in the 9th round.
If anyone else, if anyone else touches me.
What if I was to slap you right now? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, go on, go ahead.
Yeah, talk about my dad.
I do detest Chris Eubank, you know, more than anybody else.
I come up the hard way. I didn't prove myself, boy.
You had your time. Let's have some parliamentary procedure here, all right?
What they've done is they've sat there at night and thought, I'm going to hit him round the face with an egg.
Never seen such a tight fight. If I'm going to go for anything, I'm going to go for the draw.
He was good. He hurt me bad, man.
You're just upset.
Me and you are fighting.
I can't stand you, and
I'm
my
not
dad
upset.
has my back. You are. That's all.
I'm not
upset.
upset.
The names of the fathers, it goes back 4 decades.
I'm taking care of the family business.
The procedure will be parliamentary.
Fight Night Live comes comes to you from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London tonight for Eubank Jr versus Benn. As I said, 32 years in the making. We find ourselves in yet another football stadium with these two famous names going at it. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company here on talkSPORT. Thank you very much for coming to join us. We're live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well for a watch along here inside the stadium, where you can get involved in the comment section. Alongside me as always, Gareth A, Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. And we have just added a little bit of extra sugar to our cake tonight. We brought out the big guns because the former middleweight and super middleweight world champion Steve Collins very kindly has given up a bit of time to come and join us as part of our illustrious team this evening. Steve, we've obviously gone through 3 on the undercard, 1 still to go, but there's something special in the air tonight, isn't there?
Yeah, I think Chris Eubank Sr. and Jr. have pulled off an amazing stroke here tonight. I think they fooled the world. We all thought there was a big divide between them. The father, you know, was angry. There was all sorts of shenanigans going on. And then what happens tonight? This big Rolls Royce arrives up. And who steps out? Eubank Jr. and steps aside, and the door opens, and who steps out? Only Eubank Sr. And the crowd went absolutely wild. You know, he still has it. He's still a big draw, and the promoters here are just pinching themselves. They can't believe what's happening. You know, it's just one big. It's just a big show, and it just gets bigger.
It is a big show. It is a big soap opera, and it's kind of been developing over 2.5 years, Gareth A, Davies, where we were supposed to be doing this in October of 2022. We all know why that didn't play out. There's been a lot of storylines play out over that 2.5-year period, and they just keep adding throughout the whole course of the week. And as Mr. Collins just said there a moment or two ago, to see Senior get out of that car, very similar to something what we might experience on a WrestleMania from the WWE, it just heightens the energy levels inside the stadium.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's an amazing moment. The stadium erupted when they stepped out and they were shown on the big screen. I don't think they've been fooling us, by the way. I think Eubank Sr., let's find out, Steve, later on, whether Eubank Sr. came back into the fold very late and decided he was going to come and support his son. That's what I believe has happened tonight. It's an amazing atmosphere in here. 65,000 people. We've got a very special night. You had some against both fathers. It's going to be off the charts when they walk to the ring.
Gareth, if I can, I'm going to send you out into the crowd because the who's who of the entertainment world are starting to take their seats. Right in front of me, the main man from Top Boy and the recent fantastic TV show Adolescence, Ashley Walters, has just taken his seat. Gordon Ramsay, he's sat just down to my right-hand side. We're expecting quite a few from the football world as well, off the back of the FA Cup semi-final finishing a few moments ago. Some of the names on the seats behind me, absolutely eye-watering. Gareth A. Davies will be out and about with his microphone very shortly, speaking to a couple of people. In fact, I can see, go on, get that microphone in Gordon Ramsay's face. Let's get the conversation going, Gareth. Go for it, mate.
Here he is, looking long, lean and magnificent, or maybe mean, moody and magnificent.
No, I've got an Ironman coming up next month, so I'm back in training now, so yeah.
Yeah, you had that look about it when you walked in, stud.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay.
So, Conor Benn and Chris Eubank tonight, this must be a big show because you're here. How do you see it, my friend?
One of the most anticipated fights in the next decade, let me tell you. 2 incredible athletes, very hard jumping a weight, let alone 2 weights. I think Chris will do it.
How weird is it to see Senior turn up with Eubank earlier on? A masterstroke, in my view.
Genius. If there's ever a time for Chris Jr. to step out of the shadow of his dad, tonight's the night.
Is there ever any hope or chance of you, sir, stepping into the ring?
Oh, for goodness sake, come on, chance. Those days have long gone. I have a son who's a Royal Marine Commander. That's enough for me, trust me. No chance.
So you're picking who tonight? Come on.
Yeah, I think that Ben's got the speed over Chris, but if it goes past 5, then it's going to be Chris's in round 6. Thank you. Good.
Cheers.
Right, thank you. Pleasure. Always.
Cheers. Thank you.
Gareth, as as you're walking along here, we've obviously got Gordon Ramsay, you've just been speaking to. Declan Rice is just taking his seat right in front of you. Try and grab a word with this boy, because he's in the Champions League semi-final this week, taking on Paris Saint-Germain. Declan Rice is actually just giving it the high fives with Ashley Walters right in front of me. I'll tell you what, the celebs are out in full force here. Gareth A. Davies just loitering in the background there, see if he can get a quick word with either one of these boys. We'll try our best in a minute, Gareth, don't you worry. I can see that you're waiting to see if you can get a bit of a conversation. But Spence, there's something special in the air tonight, you can tell, with the amount of people, the familiar faces that are coming out in force to come and speak to us.
Absolutely. Listen, we know that you know when you got a big fight, when you got a packed stadium.
I'll tell you what, let me interrupt you, Spencer, because Gareth is speaking to Declan Rice. Let's go to him.
Declan Rice, great to see. Obviously, you're a Spurs, but you're an Arsenal man. So am I, by the way. How do you see it tonight?
I want Conor Benn to win. I like Eubank, but I know Tony Sims, I know Conor, so I'm here supporting them tonight.
Would you ever step into the ring or not?
No chance. It takes a serious man to be able to be on their own, get in that ring, fighting under 60,000. So I don't think I'll be able to do that, so I'm sticking to football.
And what do you make of the atmosphere here?
Incredible. The last time I cut it was AJ Usyk, it was unreal. And tonight, obviously, for British boxing, this fight, the dads, everything about it, it's a real honour to be here. It's really good.
Keep sticking those goals in, sir. Thank you very much.
Declan's got a massive semi-final coming up this week in the Champions League. Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal have got a bigger. Gareth still rocking and rolling. Let's speak to Ashley Walters. Let's get in there. Let's have a chat with Ashley. What a man this fella is. I'll tell you what, he knows his stuff.
Let's now welcome to...
Are you speaking to Ashley? Come on, let's get Ashley on the show.
Ashley Walters, yeah, I am. Ashley looking very mean, moody and magnificent.
Yeah, I'm trying it, man. I'm trying it.
It's working.
I'm over the moon to be here, mate. You wouldn't be able to tell. I'm dressed in black, like I'm going to assassinate someone, but come for the good vibes tonight, man.
Nothing wrong with shades indoors.
Yeah, all good, man. All good.
So, talk us through the fight. I know you're a fight fan. Talk us through the fight and how it works out.
I'm 50-50, you know. I'm proper on the fence with this one because I think it's more personal than anything. Do you know what I mean? So technique and that might go out the window, to be honest. Like, it's just about who's more hungry or, more importantly, who's more angry. Do you know?
So it might be more about the will than the skill,
Exactly,
yeah?
Exactly. But I'm big fans of both of the guys, man. So I'm glad they got their big day. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Bit of a masterstroke by Chris Eubank getting his dad to come in the end, though, no?
Yeah, I mean, was it planned? It's great marketing.
I don't think so.
Great marketing if it was. But listen, a father and son relationship should never be broken, man. I've got boys myself, so I'm glad that he's here to support his son tonight.
Well said, Ashley. Great, thank you very much.
Take care, man.
The top boy himself, Ashley Walters, there speaking to Gareth A. Davies, as Dizzy Rascals just rocked up behind me. You've got the gang from Rudimental as well, just over in the corner. Hey, listen, it's packed. It's packed. The who's who of the entertainment world, the sporting world, they are all in attendance tonight. We've got one more fight to get through in a moment or two. Look at that, Ashley Walters just paying a little bit of respect to the main man. Steve Collins there. Lyndon Arthur's making his ring walk, by the way. Are you going to try and get on to Dizzy Rascal while we're chatting? Go on, Gareth, I'll hand back to you whilst we're in the middle of all this.
How slick are you looking in that yellow leather tonight?
Wow, the century, innit? Look at this. Mental. Mental. Beautiful.
Only boxing does this?
I don't know about that. I reckon football does. It's just football stadium, innit? So, yeah.
We're all on the pitch today. Talk us through what you feel about the Ben Eubank fight. Talk us through what you feel about it.
I don't know, man. I love them both, man. I don't even want to see anyone lose, man. Watching what Junior's had to go through, like, with the hydration and all that, it's going to be interesting, man. I just hope he's well. And there's a rematch clause anyway, I heard, anyway. So, yeah, we'll back to
a controversial split points decision, okay. And then they'll do it again.
All right. That's all right. It sounds like it's already written then, innit? I don't know. Yeah, man. It's good to be here, though, man. Good.
It's always great to have you at the boxing. Thank you, Dizzy Rascal.
Yes, sir. Yes.
What a legend. There you go, Dizzy Rascal catching up with Gareth A. Davies. There's a phrase that you were expecting this evening. It's on tonight. It really is on. The who's who are in the building, taking their seats, getting ready for the co-main event, who are making their walk right now. We've got Lyndon Arthur already in the ring. I can tell you something, Michael Ward's just rocked up as well, who plays Jamie in Top Boy. He's alongside Ashley Walters. I'd say the whole crew is in the house as Anthony Yard is just about to make his way to the ring tonight. Listen, we've got to get some parliamentary procedure ourselves, haven't we? We've got to get some parliamentary procedure knocking about here because we've got a big fight on our hands here. This is big. Part 3 between Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur Spencer. First time around, Anthony Yard didn't necessarily turn up and Lyndon Arthur took full advantage of that. Second time around, he was absolutely fantastic. There's been a bit of a falling out between Anthony Yard and Queensbury, which has now been rectified. This seems to be a moment where he has to perform tonight in order to get himself back in that light heavyweight mix.
Absolutely, this is a must-win fight for both of these guys at their stage of their career. Like you say, you go back to lockdown, Anthony Yard, you know, he was very unfortunate losing family members to COVID, and it was happened behind closed doors. He weren't in the right headspace. He was beaten by a split decision. He come back and won emphatically in the rematch, knocking Lyndon Arthur out in that 4th round, and now we get the rubber match. Speaking to Lyndon Arthur, he says, listen, that happens, you get caught, fights don't go your way, you're going to see a different Lyndon Arthur now. But for Anthony Yard, who's performed well, you know, at the highest level, after Better Behave, they had Fight of the Year a couple of years ago, a brilliant performance there before getting stopped. He wants to be back in the mix, he wants to be back with the big boys, he has to come through, and it's not just about winning right now, it's about looking good. If he looks good, you know, there's big fights on the horizon. Jai Opetaia, the monster of that division. We've got Ramirez there, Gilberto Ramirez as well. He wants those big fights. He's had Kovalev, he's had Better Behave. Let's see if he can make it a trilogy and have one of the other top fighters in the division.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our co-main event. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the vacant WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Ring Magazine and SNK Corporation, the publisher of the famous video fighting game, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. With Ben Shalom for Boxer, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing and Box Raw. In association with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Gold Star Promotions, Wasserman Boxing, and AY Promotions. Along with their great sponsors. Public Investment Fund, Visit Saudi, STC, SRMG, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia, the National Airline of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah Season, Malaf Cola, Visit Qatar, Core Group, Desert, NHC, Jacko, Arab National Bank, First Data, Sella, and SMC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Mick Collier, along with the World Boxing Association. President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Mariana Borisova, Timekeeper Mark Shannon. The 3 judges assigned will be Leszek Jankowiak of Poland, John Latham of England, and Giuseppe Portarone of Italy. Our referee in charge will be Steve Gray of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with pink and weighed in officially at 174.6 pounds. Coming to us from Manchester, England, he brings a professional record of 24 wins, 2 defeats, 16 of his 24 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former IBO light heavyweight champion of the world, Lyndon King Arthur! And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with silver and weighed in officially at 174.2 pounds. Hailing hailing from East London, England, he has a professional record of 26 wins, 3 defeats, 24 of his 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 5 by Ring Magazine, he is the former 2-time world title challenger, Anthony the Beast from the East Yard.
Okay, boys, if a cold break, I expect you to take a step back. Don't deliberately throw punches around the back of the head. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck, fellas.
These two have been here before on 2 separate occasions. First time around, it was Lyndon Arthur who came through victorious, using that big, long, stabbing jab to get the job done. Second time around, it was a bit more destructive from Anthony Yard. What is part 3 going to look like between these two light heavies? Big ramifications on the line for the division. Can they get themselves back in the mix with the top boys? You are listening to talkSPORT. It's Fight Night Live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Coming up later on, we've got Eubank Jr and Ben, but calling you through Lyndon Arthur and Anthony Yard, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Thank you, Adam. Well, who's going to take first initiative here? Jab from Arthur, who's the taller man, stands around about 6'2", 2 inches taller than Yard, who's the power puncher. Both of them in tremendous shape, ready for this one. Both of them, well, they've got plenty of fights and plenty of miles on the clock. Anthony Yard, 33, Lyndon Arthur, same age. They fought before. First time it was points, Arthur. Second time, Yard went in and smashed him and knocked him out in 4. Are we going to see the boxing of Yard or the power of Yard, or is it going to be the boxing of Arthur which prevails? We will see.
Well, it's the right hand of Anthony Yard that is the danger shot, and the fight that won Lyndon Arthur that first contest was that jab, that blistering jab that he uses so well. He controlled the space with that, and he's going to need to do that in this contest. Anthony Yard is very good at closing the gap, letting those big right hands go, and trust me, he's got power. 24 of his 26 victories inside the distance.
He's a great finisher as well, isn't he? Gets a man going, and Yard doesn't need second bidding to come in and try and finish him. It's worked against him in his first world title shot against Sergei Kovalev. Went to the 8th round and gassed after that, thought he'd got him, he hadn't, and then in his second attempt against the Turbiev, he was stopped in 8 rounds. Maybe if he can come through this and look brilliant in the process, maybe, who knows, another world title shot may yet happen. But of course, Lyndon Arthur will have very, very different ideas.
Yep, Lyndon Arthur coming off a good ring against Cameron, Liam Cameron, that is, and he performed well, come through that one in the split decision, and he'll be looking to build on that now, put himself back into title contention. So, like I say, must win for both. Anthony Yard holding centre of the ring, he's looking for that right hand, just stabs the jab downstairs, looking for that shot over the top. Very cagey start from both guys here.
Lyndon Arthur, the Manchester man, trained by Pat Barrett, who is such a good fighter himself in years gone by. Anthony Yard, Tunde Ajayi, the controversial, some would say, trainer, alongside him. Venerable figure of James Cook, a former European super middleweight champion. Yard getting into range, landing a couple of clubbing hooks to the body. We've got Steve Collins sitting here at ringside as well tonight, so we'll get his thoughts and those of Spencer once this round ends. Good jab from Arthur, beat Yard to the punch, and there's the bell to end an interesting opening round, fellas.
You can see Arthur's got respect and almost a fear of Yard's power. He's staying away, waiting for him to make a mistake and pick him off. He's not going to win the fight that way. He's going to have to, the puncher, if you give the puncher his way, he'll win. You got to get him on his back foot, get him out of his comfort zone and hit back. back, not wait for him to make a mistake and pop him.
Yeah, and I think that's what he done in that first fight, Steve. He nicked it on the jab. He literally dominated, controlled that space, but that was a lacklustre Anthony Yarde, and a lot of personal problems outside of the ring going into that one as well. But he righted the wrongs of that contest in the second one. And I tell you what, he started that first round very well. Timing was good. He's slamming the right hooks to the body, right hooks to the head. And on that evidence, you think it's only a matter of time before Anthony Yarde lands something significant.
He's a formidable power puncher. He really throws his shots with venom. Derek Chisora spotted in the crowd, and the crowd saw his picture on the big screens, and they loved seeing one of the great figures of British boxing here watching tonight. And I can tell you as well that Frank Bruno's here, great friend of Nigel Benn's, of course.
Yeah, listen, when you get these sort of fights, this sort of magnitude, the who's who turn up, and it doesn't matter if you're a footballer, boxer, you know, actor, anything you want, they all turn up for these big nights, and they're all here tonight, that's for sure.
Marcus Rashford has just arrived in front of us, wearing his usual formidable collection of bling for the occasion. I don't know if he looks more like Don King or Bobby George.
Let's go with Don King, shall we?
It really has brought many, many famous figures from showbiz and from sports here tonight. It is a massive occasion. Let's hope the main event matches up to the hype and the build-up that we've had this week, and that it turns out to be a terrific fight. Yarde looking for a big chopping right hand, and Arthur just slipped beneath it. Arthur not really establishing the left jab, as I'm sure his corner would have liked.
Yeah, well, just struggling to see that, because Mark Rashford is just standing up. Marcus Rashford is just standing up, and I'm trying to watch the fight there, so I'm going to go down onto my monitor, onto my screen. But Yarde is the one that seems to be dominant in there at the moment in this second round. He's holding his feet well, looking for those big shots.
Well, totally ignored me as well, Spenny. I just suggested to Mr. Rashford that he might like to sit down. I think he finally has done now, so we've got half a chance of seeing the ring.
He clearly respects you more than me, mate.
It's the grey hair. Good jab from Arthur. No real damage done to Yarde, though. Keeps a high-held guard and aims to throw a jab towards the body and a right hook that was short of the mark. Steve Gray, tall figure, great referee. He's the man officiating in this one.
Nice jab there. No, from Lyndon Arthur, he needed that, and that's what he needs more of. He has to build on that. Taller of the two is Lyndon Arthur, and he needs to flick that jab out, control that space with that shot, let the right hands go after that.
Lands two good jabs, needs to double up on that punch, and now ties Yarde up inside. Yarde feints to throw one round the back of the head, thinks better of it as Steve Gray has to split them. Good work from Arthur, right hand and the left hand. There's the bell to end the second period. Let's see how Steve Collins sees it.
Yeah, I know I said the first round Arthur needs to get in and make him work, but I realise now after the second round Arthur's got a plan. I think Yarde's so tight and loads up, put so much power into his shots that I think Arthur is probably anticipating and tiring as the fight goes on. Maybe he'll step up towards the end of the fight, and Arthur has got power. You know, is he planning a late knockout?
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this one unfolds. Anthony Yarde definitely has the power of the two. He's going to be looking to get inside, land those big shots like he did in that second contest, where he caught Lyndon Arthur high on the head. Arthur's legs went and Yarde never let him off the hook, and he's going to try and repeat that. But Lyndon Arthur has different ideas. I think the key to success for Arthur here is that jab.
There's a little bit of argy-bargy behind the scenes with Billy Joe Saunders when he was going round to supposedly inspect the wrapping of Chris Eubank Jr.'s gloves, of his fists. He was Well, I think he was a little bit slow to remove himself from the dressing room, and a few of the heavies had to go in to persuade him. Billy Joe has now taken his seat, I'm told, at ringside.
Yep, the kidology, Billy Joe loves a little bit of that, the clowning around, hanging around, trying to get inside the mind of Chris Eubank Jr. It's not a secret that they dislike each other. That fight is talked about, were happening, but Billy Joe seems to have now retired from the sport. I don't think he's coming back, but the mind games continue.
I'll tell you what, if he's going to come back, he's going to have to lose a bit of timber. There's no way he's a middleweight at the moment.
I don't think he'd make cruiserweight right now, that is for sure. But back to this one. Light heavyweights here, Anthony Yarde, Lyndon Arthur, the trilogy. Yarde started well here, good left hook there from Anthony Yarde, switched the attack to the body as well.
Yarde gloves held high, feints to throw the left hand, short of the mark. Reach and height advantage, if it is indeed an advantage for Lyndon Arthur, who would be the first to say he's a bit of a Manchester folk hero, and that boxing turned his life around. His brother died when he was just 10 years old in a shooting, and he could easily have, he says, got to the bad side of the world. Arthur picking him off, and then back came Yarde with a good left hand of his own. Yarde in black shorts, shorter man, 2 inches the shorter. He's got through with a couple of power shots, but he's not really hurt Yarde here to hurt Arthur so far. There's a better shot, chopping right hand from Yarde.
Yep, Yarde just not quite found that distance yet, just fell short with that right hand, but that's what he needs to do, settle in, find an opening, create an opening. Steve's right in what he says, Steve Collins is right in what he says. He's loading up with those shots, and that may pay its toll down the back stretch as the fight wears on. When you're loading up with those shots, Steve, it takes it out of you, right?
He is tight. You can see by his build, he is tight. He's a powerhouse. You know, these guys, they're dangerous, but if you make them work, because he's so muscled up, sometimes they can tire out.
We will see. There was a good body shot in there from Arthur as you were speaking, Steve. There's a good left hook, and there's a right hand again from Arthur. Looked as though he was going to jab, switched the shot with the right hand to the body, and Arthur just wants to tie him up. Takes another one inside from Lyndon Arthur, who's having a reasonable round here. Tunde Ajay in the Yarde corner is the man who's issuing advice between rounds, and we're going to go into that Yarde corner when the bell goes and hear how he's seeing this, that Lyndon Arthur has given it a decent account of himself there. Here we go into the red corner with Anthony Yarde, and the voice you'll hear will be his coach, Tunde Ajay.
Now you're warming in. This is our round now, yeah? Great work. His feet is getting tired already. I can feel it.
Well, there we are. This is the round. What do you make of that one, Spencer?
Well, this is the round that it ended in the last contest that they both had together. Anthony Yarde stepped it up in that contest, put the shots together and ended it. Lyndon Arthur, what can he do now? What can he do different? I thought he had a good round that last round.
Yeah, I gave him that one. I thought Arthur was good. And now we see how Yarde can respond. Arthur the first to try to throw his left-hand lead, using that reach advantage. He's got his right hand up by the side of his head, and he's very aware of the power shots that Yarde can throw. And Yarde tried to leap in behind the hook there, but it was parried by Arthur, who lands a very nice left-hand, right-hand combination. Good work from Lyndon Arthur.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do now. Arthur, build on that, get that left jab working. He's the taller ranger, more stylistic boxer of the two, and he just needs to get some fluidity around his work right now. It's too sporadic. We need to see him putting the shots together more.
Yarde, well, he He's unquestionably the power puncher here. 24 of his 26 victories have come inside the distance. He really can bang for a light heavyweight. But is he going to be able to find that tonight? Or is he maybe going to find that he's just a wee bit over-muscled, as Steve Collins suggested, and as the fight unfolds, is stamina going to be an issue? Well, so far in this round, he's not found the power shots that Tunde Ajay suggested that he might when they said, this is the round.
Yeah, Arthur did loosen up a bit towards the end of the last round, and he's throwing more shots, and he's looking a bit more comfortable in there. He's getting a little bit more confident, and he's getting in closer to Yard, and he's letting shots go.
Yep, he's looking more assured now. There was a certain amount of trepidation in his movements earlier on. He looked a worried man, very wary of the power that Yard can unleash, but he's not done so yet.
You know what, I have to ask the question, why is he carrying his left hand so low when he's up against a dangerous puncher? It's a bad habit, and it concerns me. Well, I'd like to see Arthur bring his left hand up more.
Arthur centering, feints to throw a left jab. That glove is held low. Maybe he's trying to suck a Yard in, but Yard is not responding at the moment and not looking for that big right hand right now, as now they're tied up, and the referee Steve Gray steps between them and says, come on boys, break.
Yep, that's the problem in the last contest these two had together. Lyndon Arthur was carrying that left hand low, and he was caught by that big right hand, the signature right hand that Anthony Yard throws. So why he would adopt those tactics again is beyond me.
You know, it's a habit he has, and he's obviously getting away with it. Whereas the fight goes on, and he tires, he'll slow down a bit, and he might not see the right hand coming. It's a concern. If you're in against a guy with a big right hand, you don't move to your left with your left hand low.
Yard trying to walk him down. He's got the right hand cocked, tries to throw it, but it was only a glancing blow. And then the two of them land simultaneously. Maybe the better punch came from Lyndon Arthur.
That was a good shot, Lyndon Arthur. Yeah, a long left hook landed.
Yeah, short right hand, left hook landed there, and that was the two best shots of the contest so far from Anthony Yard, who just seems to be getting into a rhythm here. And is Anthony Yard in danger here of over-trying, Steve, over-committing himself?
I don't know. He's looking for the big shot. It hasn't landed yet, but, you know, we've gone past the fourth round, so, you know, Lyndon Arthur has got past that round. He was worried about that. He got knocked out in, so from here on inwards, I think Arthur's going to loosen up more, but loosen up more and throw more shots. He's bringing himself into the danger zone. And although Yard is the shorter of the two, he looks to me like he has the longest reach.
Well, I don't know how that works out, whether or not that's the case, but I do know that there was a little smile from Lyndon Arthur when he came back to this corner at the end of that round saying, yeah, he fancied taking me out there, but he didn't do it.
Absolutely.
So now we move into round 5. Have you got it, Spencer? I've got it 2 apiece.
Yep, I've got it 2 apiece as well. I think that Lyndon Arthur may have just nicked those last couple of rounds with the more fluid work of the two. He's working well behind the jab. I think Anthony Yard, he's guilty of over-trying a little bit here, and so there's no flowing of his work, no fluent movement of his work. He needs to relax and let those shots go. Stop looking for the knockout.
He's working well behind the jab right now. Lyndon Arthur threw another couple of real quality shots, doubled up on it, and now it's Yard who wants to hold on as he gets inside and tries to club away at the taller man's body. But Arthur is working well behind the advantages that he has. His long reach. There comes Yard with the right hand, thuds into the rib cage of Lyndon Arthur, who felt the weight of that punch, but he doesn't give ground, and now he ties Yard up.
Yep, Lyndon Arthur just looking to keep that distance. Yard, the guy holding centre of the ring, hands held high, looking for an opening, trying to create an opening, flicking the left hand high, then bringing it down low. But we know the shot he's looking for, that big right hand over the top. Will Lyndon Arthur take the bait? I'm not sure he will.
Well, he'll certainly be a fool to do so, but he does naturally throw that left-hand lead from low, somewhere down by his hip, brings it up very fast, very accurate, but is it a high-risk strategy, and will Yard catch him the further the fight goes? Midway stage now of the 5th round, and Yard tried to throw the jab, taken on the gloves in front of his chest by Lyndon Arthur, whose face is a study in concentration, watching every little flick of a movement that Yard produces. And Yard so far in this round hasn't found really a big shot.
Yeah, well, Lyndon Arthur's starting to hold his feet just a little bit more now, and Yard is not dominating the space like he was in those opening rounds. That tells you that Lyndon Arthur, Steve, may be growing in confidence here.
No, Yard is not cutting the ring off. He's following Arthur around. You know, when Arthur's moving back, he's following him. He's not cutting the ring off. Yard wants to get in close and let shots go, but he's not cutting the ring off to get in close. He's just following Arthur around, and Arthur's picking him off for the job.
And Yard often off the back foot, and he's not a back foot fighter. I've seen so many fights of Anthony Yard's in his professional career, which began back in 2015, and his big strength is on the front foot and with that chopping right hand, and he's not really been able to land it with any great authority so far in this fight. Good right hand there from Lyndon Arthur, brought it over the top, and a solid left hand lead. Good jab again from Arthur, and Yard's up on his toes, trying to show that he's not just a knockout artist, that he's got mobility as well, but he's not actually scoring anything as he does so, at least not to my way of looking. Jab from Arthur and a right hand response from Yard off target. I'll leave it with you, Adam.
Listen, I think Lyndon Arthur's got into a nice rhythm now. That jab looks absolutely beautiful. Steve, what do you think about him maybe following it up with some multiples now rather than just the singles?
Maybe he will. Lyndon Arthur seems to be creeping up in the performance. He's slowly edging, he's slowly improving. The first couple of rounds he's done nothing. He finished up in that round looking, you know, landing shots. Maybe he's going to start throwing more shots. Maybe he's going to start trying to land combinations. But is he, you know, he's got the confidence to do it, because throwing combinations mean he's going to be in there a bit longer in punching range of Yard. But I'd like to see him throw more shots, because he's slowly creeping in front, in my opinion.
Yeah, he looks technically beautiful tonight. And that booing, by the way, wasn't for me and Steve, just in case you want to chirp in. The noise on the big screen was Chris Eubank Jr. just doing a little bit of warming up in his dressing room. I tell you what, the energy levels are just going up a couple of notches, aren't they, Spence?
Insane. There's not a seat empty in this place. Tottenham Stadium packed to the rafters. 65,000 people in here. We've got this cruiserweight contest going on now. WBA International Light Heavyweight Contest.
You're listening to Yard against Arthur on talkSPORT from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It is absolutely packed here. Genuinely, every seat has been sold. It is absolutely full to bursting, and we're building up to our main event. Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn. The famous from the sporting world, from the showbiz world. The rich and poor have come here tonight to be here to see what could be a great event. We hope it's going to be a great fight. Yard is tied up inside by Arthur, who pushes the big punching Yard back. And Arthur, on my card, Spencer, has taken the last 3 rounds.
Yep, I think Steve Collins agrees with us as well. He's just doing enough here, and he's growing in confidence. And we've seen a change in the tide here, where Yard, who normally boxes on the front foot, is being made to work off the back foot now. Yes, he's just turned Lyndon Arthur into the corner, but the pattern has slightly changed here. Not a vintage performance so far from Anthony Yard, and I tell you what, Arthur is growing in confidence.
And both of them landed solid shots to the body, and I think Arthur felt the weight of that one. He just looked a little bit less steady as he came away off the ropes. Good right inside though by Arthur, but does Yard think that he's starting to get to him now? He's thudding big shots towards the body and towards the solar plexus of Lyndon Arthur. He's not trying to box him now. He's trying to show that he's the power man, and he's the man with hurts in those fists.
Well, Johnny's had to do that. He's had to turn the screw and turn it around, because it was starting to slip away from him. Landed a good right hand on the inside there as both guys again tie up centre of the ring. Steve Gray's got his work cut out now. He's going to have to jump in the referee and break these two up.
Good fight, this one. Clash of styles, if you like. Long, rangy boxing of Lyndon Arthur and the power punching of Anthony Yard. And we've got it very close at this stage. Right hand from Yard into the side of Arthur's head. He takes it okay, and Yard tries to bully him back onto the ropes, and he's very hacked off by the fact that Steve Gray, the referee, stops him doing so and makes him stand back to centre ring, where Yard goes to work again, but he has to take a couple of meaty-looking body shots from Lyndon Arthur, who's right in there in this fight. Right hand to the body from Yard, who's into the chest of Lyndon Arthur and looking to throw some big hooks in the closing seconds. Can he find one? He turns his man, lands a right to the body, but back comes Arthur with two of his own, and then a right from Yard, right on the bell. There's a bit of an old-fashioned look between the two of them, and we'll go into the blue corner now, Lyndon Arthur's corner, where the voice we'll hear is that of Pat Barrett.
Well, you know what you got to do, right? Listen, you know what you got to do. When you get in flow, listen, look at me. Hey. Pay attention. When you say, keep over, you're keeping your head there, and you're allowing them to spin you. When you spin, you're spinning back. Fuck all that, okay? Be aggressive. When you're in there, be like what you're doing in the gym when we're sparring. Dig them fucking shots in. You're good at doing it. Fucking show these people, man. You can fight, you're doing it. I'm proud of you, man. You're doing fucking good. Let's go,
Some of the street invective there coming from Pat Barrett.
Corners!
Hard
10
man in his day, and apologies for the language you were using.
Yeah, listen, it's a tough contest, this one.
Second
3
half.
rounds apiece. Going into the second half of the contest for me. This fight now is a 6-round fight, all to be won and lost, Steve.
Yeah, it was a better round for Yard last time. He came forward and got more aggressive, started throwing more shots. He was a bit lulled, and I think as Conor said to him, he need to start going to work, and he is going to work. But Arthur's firing back. It's not all one way.
No, and Arthur has got power as well. I can tell you that the zone on Carl Frampton's scorecard, I've got Arthur ahead. I've got it dead level after 6, and I think Spencer and Steve agree.
Yep, totally agree with that. Nothing in this contest as Lyndon Arthur fires out a 1-2, blocked by Anthony Yard there, and both guys again getting tied up. Referee Steve Gray separates them. No one's really stepped their authority in this contest. It's been very tough, this.
Remember, they fought twice before, and it's one apiece. This is the decider. This is the 3rd time they've met. Anthony Yard was a big favourite. A lot of people thought he'd just get in there and blast Lyndon Arthur away, but he's not been able to do so far. Arthur tried to bring up an uppercut. Yard's on the front foot, leaning on, trying to find space for his power hooks. Arthur drags him in close and doesn't give him the width and the angle to do so.
Yep, Yard just looking to get in there, land those big right hands, and Lyndon Arthur doing a good job on that inside, working well within the taller man, getting the right uppercuts on the inside as well. Quite impressive stuff.
This is becoming a physical fight. Arthur's actually getting in close and making Yard work, and there's a lot of pushing and shoving and wrestling, and that's very tiring. And the question, there's a question mark over Yard's stamina. People say, can he maintain a high level for 10 rounds? We'll find out tonight.
Referee telling him to tidy up the work while Steve Collins was giving a bit of an analysis of what's going on. Second half of the fight here, Yard tried to uncork a big left hook taken on the gloves by Arthur, perhaps just as well, who tried to respond with a right uppercut of his own, and now Yard spins in quickly, but it's off the ropes that Arthur lands a solid left hook to the body, chopping right hand as well from Yard, and the referee says, come on, break.
Yeah, getting very physical in there now. These fights are very, very tough. Good double jab there from Lyndon Arthur. Yard tried a little bit of kidology, pretending it wasn't hurt, but he felt those, trust me.
Lyndon Arthur's fighting a very good fight here. He's planned this fight. He's fighting very clever. We know Yard's got the power, but his shots are only good if he land, and he's not landing because Arthur is smothering him inside and keeping him off with the long jab.
A couple of body shots as you were speaking there from Lyndon Arthur, and a bit of use of the shoulder as well, which is fine if he can get away with it. Referee splits them. Last few seconds of the round, a couple of jabs from Arthur. He beats Yard to the punch. bench. Yard with his gloves held high. He'd love to find a big shot here just before the bell goes, but he can't find the clean shot at the moment, as Yard is tied up by Lyndon Arthur, and he does a really good job there. We've not heard from Gareth A. Davies for a minute or two. What do you reckon, Gareth?
Well, I'm watching the fight just to the left of our watch-along, because all the famous people have moved me out of the rich seats. But that's fine. Lyndon Arthur has been let into this fight by Anthony Yard, who should have swarmed him from the beginning. But around us, we've got a Rashford, a Rice, a Ramsey, a Rascal. They're all in the big seats. It is glamour, drama, the place is full.
No, every name you mentioned there begins with R.
Yeah.
It's not why the R's are in the row.
They're all the R's, baby. We're roaring away.
Gareth A. Davies getting a bit excited and crossing swords with Steve Collins.
You can see why we moved him.
I've seen you in action.
Right, you see why we moved him away, can't you?
Away we go now for the 8th round. Who did he score that last round to? Did Arthur take it?
Yeah, Arthur won that round for me. He's doing the cleaner work of the two. He's working well on the inside as well, and I think now Yard needs to let the shots go. Punches in bunches. He's loading up with the right hand too much. Big right hand left hook there though from Lyndon Arthur. Great start to the round.
Yeah, Yard walked straight into it, and there's an uppercut inside there as well from Arthur. Good punch. Sorry, Steve.
No, absolutely. He's landing good shots and he's getting right in close to Yard and spoiling him from getting his big shots off. Yard needs room to let them shots go, but he's not getting the room.
Yard being kept on the back foot by Lyndon Arthur, who pushes him back now. Yard, the powerhouse fighter from the East End of London, but he's being held on here by Lyndon Arthur, and the Manchester man is having giving a really good account of himself.
Yeah, he's having a great round here, Lyndon Arthur, landing a solid right hand, followed by a left hook. Good double left hook there from Anthony Yard. He's trying to turn it back around, but you just feel the momentum's going away from here.
Does Yard have the power, though, as the fight comes down towards the championship rounds? Here in this 8th round, Lyndon Arthur's right in his face, trying to push him back onto the ropes right in front of us. Yard just pours with the left jab, no power, and it misses with a right cross. And then in comes Lyndon Arthur again, yet again, tying him up inside and making the referee step between them. Good right hand from Yard, but a great left hand from Lyndon Arthur.
Yeah, massive left hook there, landed from Lyndon Arthur. Anthony Yard is soaking too many of these shots up now. He just looks like he's fighting on a little bit of desperation here, Yard. He's going for it, pushing forward, but no real thought process around his work.
Lyndon Arthur is looking better as this fight goes on. He's just warming to it and improving all the time. Yeah, Arthur's looking for the big shots, but they're not landing. In the meantime, Arthur's landing the big shots.
Yard gets in with the right hand there.
Yard's looking for the big shots, but he's not landing them. Arthur's landing the shots and he's landing combinations, and he's just looking better as it goes on.
His manager and promoter on the far side of the ring, bellowing his advice, Frank Warren, and here comes Yard looking for headshots, but Yard has to take a couple off the ropes as Arthur responds, but Yard's got him in his corner now. This is where Yard would want him. Can he find the big headshot? Tries to find a right hand to the body, but Yard finding it difficult to get past the Arthur defence, but he's on the front foot looking for that one huge telling shot.
Yes, he's on the front foot and he's looking for the shot, but Lyndon Arthur is working well off the ropes. He's pushing his back against the ropes, which is creating the space for the short uppercuts and the hooks. The better work, believe it or not, is coming from Lyndon Arthur off the ropes. Yard is trying hard here, trying everything, but Lyndon Arthur is the guy that's getting the success.
What a good round that was, but he was on the front foot.
You know what,
Yard, let's just go into the corner and hear what they're telling him now.
Head. That's it. Remember, the recovery, yeah? When you back up, you've got him now. These are your rounds, yeah? He's expecting you to get tired. Never. Just push him, yeah? It's a fight. Just remember to move your head on the inside of the head. Once you get there, see yourself, yeah?
That's what they're saying in the corner. There's a variety of opinion here at ringside and a variety of opinion in the team, because I've got it level now, and I know Spencer's got Lyndon Arthur in front.
Yeah, I've got Lyndon Arthur 2 in front right now. I think he's doing the better work, even off the back foot there. I thought the short work inside off the ropes was more effective. There was an air of desperation around Anthony Yard's work where he was trying to force it, trying to push it, trying to turn it around, but for me, still not getting the success. Steve, I don't know what you think, but I just think he's been, you know, when a fighter's just trying to force it and there's no flow around his work, that's what I feel about Yard tonight.
Actually, Yard looked very tired to me sitting on the stool after that last round. He's been loading up and he's taking a lot out of himself. It's a lot of energy loading up, throwing big shots, and you don't have the success with the big shots. It takes more out of you.
There have been question marks about his stamina in the past, so he's trying to come on strong now. He has Arthur on the ropes on the far side of the ring, trying to batter him away to the body, switching attack from body to head. But there's good work coming off those ropes as well from Lyndon Arthur. A couple of really good hooks as well. Quality work there from Arthur. It's a question of what catches your eye. Is it the front foot aggression now of Anthony Yard, or the quality counters off the ropes coming from Lyndon Arthur?
Yeah, it's the bullish work of Anthony Yard that's coming forward. But if you watch the inside work, it's class work there from Lyndon Arthur off those ropes. The short work from the taller man is very, very effective. This is becoming a battle of will now. This is becoming a psychological battle. These two are digging deep right now.
It's going to be fitness and desire and stamina as they come down the stretch here in this 9th round. They're absolutely, literally, toe-to-toe, trying to wind up with big shots. Anthony Yard says something to Lyndon Arthur inside close. Perhaps it's a little case of one of those Ali style. Is that all you've got? Well, whatever. They're still in there, still pitching, and both of them hammering purple body shots, both landing really good quality hooks. They might be in the latter stage of their careers, these two, but they're still showing that they've got genuine power and venom in their punches.
Trust me, this is becoming very, very tough, and Anthony Yard is actually not having a bad round here. He's worked well on the inside, the little uppercuts are effective as well, and he's just pulling his way through this contest. Lyndon Arthur being pinned in that neutral corner for the majority of this round. 25 seconds now left on the clock in round number 9.
Difficult to score this one, but there's a couple of quality uppercuts from Yard and a right cross and another one. Arthur misses with his attempt at counters. This is better from Anthony Yard, who's finishing the round fast, finishing it hard, right in the face of Lyndon Arthur. Is he going to find something huge? Looking for an uppercut, can't quite find it. But he's had a better round. I think that's an Arthur round, Adam. Sorry, I think that's a Yard round.
I think you're right. Listen, I had him behind by 2. I think he's just clawed it back by 1. I've got it 5-4 here in rounds. That was much better from Anthony Yard, but he's got to really put his foot down now over the final stages of this fight, because for large percentages of it, he's been outfought, he's been outthought by Lyndon Arthur. It's going to be interesting to see what the tank's like on Arthur, because it's starting to look like he's slowing just a touch.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the tank's like on Arthur, but also what it's like on Yard. Is that Steve, I'm sure he'll back me up on this one. We go into the penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12. This is all a mind game now. This is like, you do as much training as you can do. You all run the same, you all spar the same. This becomes a mental battle, a psychological battle now. Who wants to push on? Who can kick on? It's a mental thing, and we'll see who does that in this one. Who wants it most?
Watched by more than 60,000 people, Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur in this light heavyweight battle go into the 10th round. Just to come after this, the main event, Chris Eubank Jr against Conor Benn. This is another close one. Great atmosphere, and they're really slugging it out, and it's going to be a question of who's the fitter and who's the stronger at this stage. And straight away, Yard's onto the front foot, trying to land huge punches to the body of Lyndon Arthur, trying to get those gloves down. He only missed with a solid right hand by a fraction, and now forward he comes again. More big punches from Yard.
I tell you what, Yard is really slamming those shots into the body and the head. He's getting success there as well. This is becoming difficult for Arthur in there as well, as he misses wildly with a left hook. And Yard pinned him in the corner, pinned Arthur in the corner here. What action in this 10th round.
Yard is really going the full distance. That's good from Arthur, though. Uppercut and a left hook into the head. Arthur comes back there, but has to take a left hook from Yard in close. Yard's right in front of him, leaning on the ropes in the corner, just a yard or two away from where we're commentating, and the spray is coming off both fighters. They're giving everything in there.
Yeah, they really are, and at Anthony Yard, you just feel he's getting the better of his work. Steve, I'll bring you in on this one.
Yard started this round like he finished the last round. He's on top, and he's got Arthur pinned in the ropes, and he's walking him. He's walking him over. Arthur's got to come back and start firing some shots, because I think Yard's taking over again.
He's having a bit of a torrid time in there now. Lyndon Arthur looking for an uppercut inside. Yard lands to the body, misses with a windmill right hand, that then a clubbing right hand from Yard does get through. A couple of good shots off the ropes from Lyndon Arthur. It's that sort of fight. One fighter dominates and then the other comes back, throws some quality of his own, and Arthur is far from spent here. He's still landing a few good shots there off the ropes. Yard trying to just suffocate him with his work rate.
Yeah, 45 seconds left in round 10, and they've stayed in the same spot of the ring there when Lyndon Arthur pinned on the ropes. Anthony Yard working well in front of him. Arthur spending too much time there. He's tactically getting this wrong here. He needs to get off those ropes and get back to what he does best. Anthony Yard getting the better of this.
They don't have too many phone boxes around nowadays, but this could have been staged, this round, in a phone box. Big right uppercut from Yard, then huge left hook misses from Arthur. Back comes Yard, shorter, more controlled punches, finding the target, has to absorb 2 or 3 solid body shots from Arthur. Goodness me, that was a real torrid round, Steve.
Arthur is letting Yard back into this fight. You know, he won that round. It's the biggest latest round so far of the fight, and I believe Yard, won the last round as well. And Arthur's letting him back in. Has he got a plan to come on strong in the last 2 rounds? I hope so, because I think he's losing now.
Steve, I'm with you, mate. I think this is a 2-round fight. I think that's where we're at now. And I think that Anthony Yard has turned the screw. He's come back down to it. He's bit down on his gum shield. What we're talking about when you're playing that mind games, that mind warfare that you have for yourself in there, where you go, you know you got to do something, you know you got to fight down, you know you got to turn it around, you know you want it more than him, and that's what he's done there, Yard. He's proved that he wants it here. 2-round fight for me.
He's got 2 rounds left. If somebody comes out and wins these 2 rounds big, they might pull off a win.
Well, a reminder that you can watch along with us ringside here in North London. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. Coming up, it's going to be Eubank Jr against Conor Benn live on talkSPORT. But now in the 11th of 12 rounds, Anthony Yard against Lyndon Arthur. South versus North, London against, of course, Manchester for Lyndon Arthur, and we've got it pretty much on a knife edge now.
Yeah, all to be won and lost in these last 2 rounds for me. Very, very tough physical contest in there, and this round has started exactly the same. Yard whipping the left hooks in, 1, 2, 3 short hooks. Arthur comes back with a big hook of his own.
Some of these rounds have been very close, though, and a 1-round difference in scoring can have a big impact on how the fight is seen. I've got Yard 6-4 up, but I know others have got it pretty much level, and it might still be down to the last couple of rounds. Yard trying to give a bit of space for his hooks, hammering away at the body, and Arthur looks a little bit in pain on those ropes on the far side. Tries to come off the ropes with headshots of his own. Yard pummeling away on the body.
Yeah, he's been relentless to the body as Anthony Yard has near. Lyndon Arthur has taken the shots well. His short game has been brilliant as well as he tries to whip in an uppercut there, Arthur. But this has really become physical. Lyndon Arthur pinned on the ropes here by Anthony Yard, who's just trying to work relentlessly in there at the moment.
Yard Yard has certainly been on top for the last 2 or 3 rounds. Arthur has not been able to find the power or indeed the mobility to either keep him off or to stay away. Good work from Arthur, from Yard rather. Uppercut, underhook, and another one. Referee trying to tell Anthony Yard, keep your punches up, keep your punches up. There is a right hand straight low, and there's not too much coming back from Lyndon Arthur on that far side.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lyndon Arthur's feeling these body shots right now. You can see him bending over. He's trying to protect that body. Relentless pressure here in this 11th round as we reach the 45-second mark. Good work again there from Anthony Yard. Lyndon Arthur trying to respond.
Arthur came off the ropes with a couple of quality shots, but the better work, the more intense work is coming from Anthony Yard. Right hand and the left hand, and he tries to block him, Lyndon Arthur, tries to get his gloves up. Big body shots, and Arthur felt the power of that. I thought for a moment he was going to go, and another one as well. Real power shots, and Arthur's almost gone here. 10 seconds remaining in the round. Yard pounding on the pressure. Another big body shot. Is Arthur going to see his way through to the bell to end the penultimate round? He comes back and throws a great uppercut. Where did that come from? What a round for Anthony Yard. And Arthur sees it through. And I tell you what, that was 3 just phenomenal minutes.
What a great round. Yard just showed me tonight that he wants it. He wants it more. He's dug down deep. I thought he was the tired after 2 fighters. He's dug down deep, and he deserves it now.
Let's just hear in the corner, the Yard corner, where Tunde Ajay is giving his final advice.
That's right. Just close the show. Close the show. Total domination this one. Total domination on this one. Total domination.
Close the show. They know that it's close.
I tell you what, he was 10 seconds away from closing the show right there. He was in desperate trouble, Lyndon Arthur. Pat Barrett is going to have to work a miracle here because he is full of fire. Firing on all cylinders, Anthony Yard. Here we go, 12th and final round.
His toes bouncing, he's ready to go.
And Yard is going looking for him. Good work from Arthur though. Left hand, right hand combination. We've got Yard ahead now, at least I have. I think he's come on so strong in the second half of this fight, and he's gone surging ahead, having had all sorts of trouble early. He takes a left hand, right hand from Arthur, left hook to the body, but Yard's right in his face again, trying to drive him across the ring, looking for big right hands.
Yeah, good work there from Arthur, but I tell you what, big uppercut there from Arthur, responded to by Anthony Yard, who's doubled up on the hook. Arthur, both guys trading. What work here in the 12th round.
2 of them toe-to-toe again. There was a great right hand off the ropes thrown by Lyndon Arthur, but right in his face yet again is Anthony Yard, who is in the sort of mood and the sort of form now which will not be denied. He's right on the front foot, trying to thunder big power shots into Lyndon Arthur. It was body shots which almost took him out in the last round in the 11th, and he's looking for more of the same now.
Both guys showing so much character in there, so much heart, grit, determination, fighting to the final bell. Yard slamming in the right hand to the head. Lyndon Arthur pinned on the ropes, back in the corner where he was in the last round. Steve, he's struggling to get out of there.
No, Anthony Yard's work rate in the last three rounds has been amazing. People question his work rate. Will he keep it up for the whole fight? His work rate's been amazing. And to me, he's winning. He's going to win this fight.
He's trying to finish it in style. He's still got him trapped in that corner. Couple of body shots going. One was right on the boundary. Looked as though it may have been low, but Arthur's still upright, still trying to fire power shots of his own off those ropes. But the bulk, maybe 75% of the landing punches now are coming for Anthony Yard.
Yeah, Arthur's showing so much character in there because Yard is relentless in his attacks. Left hook to the body, right hands to the head. Good response there though from Arthur as he just misses narrowly with the right uppercut.
Landed a big right hand. Yard turns him again, and now he's on the ropes and he's put back into the corner in front of us again. Yard is giving everything. How much has he got left? The fitness of the two men here, just phenomenal. Yard trying to boss things, but there's a good quality uppercut inside from Arthur, which gets a buzz of acclaim from Pat Barrett and the other cornerman. And a left hand again from Auckland. And another one. Great punches from the Manchester man. Where did he find those from? Here comes Yard. We're into the last 10 seconds. The two of them go for it, punch for punch. And Yard, it has to take another big left hook from Lyndon Arthur. And there's the final bell. The two guys embrace. The referee pats them both on the back. All around us, people are standing up in acclaim. That was one phenomenal fight.
What a great fight.
I think Anthony Yard's won. What a fight it was.
He's had a walk right here that no one expected at the end of that fight. What a great finish.
Yeah, what a fantastic fight. Both guys showing character. The action swinging one way, then the other. Real seesaw of a contest. Anthony Yard with those big, powerful body shots, right hands to the head, and the jabs of Lyndon Arthur. And we had a little bit of everything in there, but more importantly, when it come down to it, those final rounds, the character that both guys showed in there, the appreciation for the 65,000 strong crowd up on their feet, witnessing a great light heavyweight contest there. Both guys are winners in my eyes.
No, every fight tonight's been a great fight. The main event's got a lot of pressure on it, you know, because every fight has been so entertaining. And the matches have been some of the best matches I've seen forever.
Yeah, if you're just joining us and haven't been with us, Chris Billam-Smith had a win earlier on, a win as well for Vito O'Reilly, and then a painful defeat for Liam Smith against a brilliant young Irishman in Aaron McKenna. Now Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur have produced a real hard man's classic, but who has prevailed has been a phenomenal fight. Who has taken it though? We reckon it's Yard, and still to come, the main event. As Steve says, it's got something to live up to, Spenny.
It really has. We've had some tremendous contests on there. Everyone producing the goods, delivering. We've had so much. We've had a little bit of everything. We've had tough fights, boxing exhibitions. You know, we've had it all in there. Boxing IQ, the lot.
Here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge John Latham scores it 115 to 113. And both judges, Leszek Jankowiak and Giuseppe Quartarone, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 116 to 112. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Champion, Anthony the Beast from the East, Yard.
Anthony Yard gets it done on the cards, 115, 113, and two lots of 116, 112. Congratulations to him. But he doesn't fully tell the tale of the trilogy fight between these two men. It was a brutal fight at close quarters. Lyndon took the middle section probably of that, with the early and late work done by Anthony. Great fight, and both men just having a word with each other in the middle of the ring. Don't forget, we don't just own boxing here on talkSPORT, we also own football, as well as tomorrow's talkSPORT, bringing you the live FA Cup semi-final between Nottingham Forest and Manchester City from 4:30. Make sure you come and join us for that. Coming up next tonight, right here on Fight Night Live, it's the one that you've all been waiting for. It's Eubank Jr against Benn. Welcome to North London. It is Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, the location for tonight's main event on Fight Night Live here on talkSPORT. The dulcet tones of Neil Diamond just addressing the crowd. And one man that's in that crowd is Fraser Clark, and he is with our very own Gareth A. Davies.
Indeed, Adam, what an atmosphere here now. Just to clarify, bit of housekeeping, Robert Smith, General Secretary of the Boxing Board of Control, has said they didn't allow Billy Joe Saunders to look at the hand wraps of Chris Eubank Jr. They oversaw it. And also, Fraser Clark, fresh off victory. How big are these occasions?
Yeah,
Gareth, I don't come here as a fighter, I come here as a fight fan, and this is massive. Everywhere you look on ringside, we've got from actors to celebrity boxers, movie stars, singers, everything you think about is here, all the celebrities. We know how much a big occasion this is. We have to look at history, we have to. But tonight it's all about the present. It's all about Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn Jr. as such. We're looking forward to it. They've created so much interest. I've been in Tottenham all day, and all I've had is question after question, who do you think?
And so, go on.
It's a really hard one. I'm going on Chris Eubank Jr. and I have reasons for that. First reason is he's competing at a higher level. Now listen, that counts for a lot in boxing. Now Conor Benn is such a fighter that's on a he's riding with the wave of like history. It's behind him. He wants to get into a tear-up. But tonight I'm really unsure about how it's going to go. After 3 rounds we'll know a lot more.
Absolutely, it's great to speak to you. But one other thing, Boxer have confirmed to me that only a few hours ago they had no indication that Chris Eubank Sr. would be rolling up in the same limo as his son. How extraordinary is that phrase?
Listen, that's great for the cameras, it's great for you guys. Ultimately, that's not going to help him in the ring. Maybe. It might help him in the changing rooms and giving that 2% we're talking about, 1%, 2% extra. But other than that, listen, it's all about Chris Eubank Jr. tonight and Conor Benn Jr. They're the men that will fight. And listen, as fans, we hope for nothing else than just a good fight.
Thank you, Fraze. Always great to speak to you. Adam Catterall, take it away.
You keep roaming around that ringside, mate, because the amount of famous faces from the world of entertainment, from the world of sport, is absolutely ridiculous. I tell you something, we can all have our thoughts on the fight. We can all have our thoughts as to why we are here and what relevance this fight actually has when we're talking about the sport of boxing. But this, Spencer Oliver, is some event. They're putting on a serious party here in North London.
That's exactly what it is. It's an event. You know what? We go back 35 years, 1990 you go back to, and you go, when the fathers were fighting, would they have filled a stadium that first fight that they had there? You know, 65,000 strong, the bloodline runs deep. They are their father's sons, but they've carved out their own careers and own legacies, and this fight is as important to them as they move on than ever. I mean, winning and losing's not an option here, that is for sure.
Harlem Eubank just walking in front of us, obviously Chris's cousin, and members of the Eubank team just sitting down to our right-hand side. Gordon Ramsay has just moved out of his seat. I think he's just gone for a quick break before he comes back to obviously take up his ringside spot. One man that's not left his spot has been Ashley Walters. He's been all over it straight from the start. Absolute massive fight fan. People all over the place. Is Gareth still out and about? Is he still ringside? With that microphone trying to find the who's who of the game. Listen, as we get a little bit closer to this, I've just seen a little glimpse on the monitor of Conor Benn draped in all black with a little bit of a nice glitter shimmer to his costume, which we're going to see in a moment or two once he does make his ring, because I can see Michael Buffer just stepping through the ropes and getting himself centre stage to make the big calls tonight. Spence, final thoughts. We've been here for 2.5 years, mate, talking about this particular fight and whether it would and whether it wouldn't. Now the talking is over. We are about to see these boys get in the ring and do their thing. How does this play out?
Listen, I think that's made it an even bigger fight
Let me stop you.
than it was.
Because the big man's about to speak. Apologies.
We ask that all rise and remain silent for the national anthem of the United Kingdom, God Save the King. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived that we've all been waiting for, the main event of the evening. So let's get this party started! Making his way to the ring first, please welcome Conor the Destroyer
down in North London. Conor Benn makes his way from dressing room to the top of the ring walk. We've just seen a picture of him on our monitor. And there he is. There's the nostalgia. For anybody that was there in 1990. For anybody that was there in 1993. And for the man that is sat beside me who has fought both of these guys, I've no doubt that rings a little bit of memory as well. John Rawling called both of these fights back in the day as well. But the new gen, the siblings that stand on the shoulders of these giants, are about to throw down in North London tonight. Conor Benn draped in black, accompanied by his dad, clean shaven, and you're hearing the sounds of a choir accompanying him before he makes his way down to the ring here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's a big night for him. Let's remind ourselves, the majority of his career has been playing out at 147 pounds. Tonight, for the first time, he competes at middleweight. Does that power carry on? Do the performances that we've seen recently over America have any kind of play on what we're about to see this evening? And again, another little tip of the cap to the nostalgia surrounding this. For those that followed the Dog Destroyer back in the day, you'll remember this walkout tune. Homage from Conor to his dad as he makes his way, pyrotechnics accompanying down to the ring here in North London. Spencer Oliver taught me through this. We've been there, done it, and got the t-shirt on many, many occasions, my man, but this just takes me back to being a 10-year-old kid watching these guys do it for the first time.
Absolutely. Listen, this is like rewinding 35 years, isn't it? You know, when we see it, they are their father's sons. They're both carbon copies, actually, of their fathers in character. Chris Eubank Jr. is very similar to his father, and Conor Benn is identical to his father. They fight stylistically, they fight the same as well, and this atmosphere, Steve, is absolutely insane.
It's absolutely electric. I mean, you're sitting here, it's a cold night, the heat that's coming from the atmosphere has us all warm.
Just a little glimpse there on my monitor of Nigel. You can see the pride just pouring out of him as his boys just getting a little bit of a check there from the referee, Victor Loughlin. Drapes in black, covered in towels to keep him warm, because we don't know how long this ring walk's going to take. You never know, the kidology might continue for a split second. It might take the time as Conor and Nigel embrace, maybe for one last time before this fight gets underway. Nigel pacing, Conor pacing in the middle of this ring.
I get dangerous, boy. I get dangerous.
He's an intense individual, is Conor Benn. And you can see on his face that intensity as he just wants to get down to business. Very similar to how his dad used to play out. His dad just telling him, just relax. Get a bit of blood flowing through the legs. Because as we know, Chris Eubank Jr is about to make his ring walk in a moment or two. Over to Michael Buffer.
And now making his entrance to the ring, please welcome Chris Eubank Jr.
There it is. That's what you've been waiting for. On our monitors, Chris Eubank Jr and Senior. For those that have only just joined us on talkSPORT a little earlier on, Senior arrived with Junior to be with him by his side tonight on this big one. Obviously you're listening to this on the radio, but I can't express what that picture looks like as both Eubanks climb the stairs to the podium. This very much is Junior's night, but the man to his side is the reason why we're here. As they stand side by side, Junior and Senior, taking in the atmosphere, taking in the energy, preparing for what is about to happen. Gareth A. Davies, talk me through these pictures, because this is a moment in time.
It is. It's so much nostalgia. Neither man will ever be in a bigger fight than they are going to be in the next 10 minutes. When that bell goes, this is real pressure. Bloodline feud going back 35 years. The fathers are here. The quartet is complete. It's down to them now. It may not be a battle of skill. It may just be will. Bloodshed, bloodbath. Who's fooling who?
Eubank Jr and Senior still on the podium. They're drinking it in. The ultimate showman.
Very emotional moment for the father here, I think. And I think it's really bolstered Eubank Jr having his father here.
There it is. Show this evening. North London is alive with camera phones. Conor Benn's been in the ring now for the best part of 5 minutes already, and Eubank Jr is only just considering maybe moving off that podium and making his way to the ring, accompanied by his dad. It's time to get this show on the road. Here he comes. Or maybe he doesn't, he's just milking it for a little bit longer. the seniors here. What's this like for you, being in and around and all these memories flooding back from the 1990s?
Well, you know, like Conor and Chris, I wasn't aware. They're focused on the ring and who's in the opposite corner for them. We're all here enjoying the whole show. They won't enjoy the show till they sit down tomorrow night and watch it on video. And enjoy it more if you win. But, you know, for the fighter, it's work. For us, it's enjoyment.
Does this bring any memories back from the times when you've done the ring walks?
You know what? I wish I had been there. That sounds weird. I was there, but I wish I had been there to enjoy it. I wish I had been there to enjoy the show, the entrance, the whole atmosphere, the performance. But I wasn't. I was in the ring working.
Of course. Getting yourself focused on the task ahead, as you just absolutely nailed for our audience. Don't forget, we are on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now. You can watch along with us from talkSPORT. Sorry, I've paused for a second because he's about to flip the rope, and there he goes. The classic Eubank rope flip.
Embrace of the fathers, Adam, as well.
Yeah, Chris Senior walked over to Conor, embraced Conor, he embraced Nigel. Conor's obviously in business mode, he doesn't want to know right now, and that's fair enough. But it was a nice embrace between Chris Senior and Nigel, the two men that, let's be honest, without them and what they created for us in the 1990s, we would not be here tonight. We're here because of them. Those elite names, those iconic names that created two fantastic fights in 1990 and 1993 respectively. One of those inside the stadium in Manchester. That is what has brought us here. Because with all due respect to both of these guys, they are not on the same trajectory, they're not in the same weight divisions, they are not rivals competing to become the best of a particular weight division. The moniker tonight is born rivals. Whether you can be or whether you can't be, I don't know. But tonight,
ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome
history
to
is upon us.
The Fatal Fury main event of the evening here at sold-out Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, London, England. 12 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. On the line, legacy. On the line, the fight we've been waiting for. And it's all brought to you by, ladies and gentlemen, by the Bible of Boxing, Ring Magazine, and SNK Corporation, publisher of the legendary fighting game, Final Fury, City of the Wolves. Promoters, Ben Shalom for Boxer, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, and Box Raw. Sponsorship provided by the Public Investment Fund. Visit Saudi, STC, SRMG, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudia, the national airlines of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah Season, Milaf Cola, Visit Qatar, Core Group, Dessert, NHC, Jocko, Sky, the Arab National Bank, First Data, Sella, and SMC. This contest is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Steward in charge and supervisor ringside tonight, Charles Giles. Timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci. The three judges scoring will be Lee Every, Kieran McCann, and Mark Bates. And in charge of the action at the bell, your referee, the veteran Victor Laughlin. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, in attendance here at ringside tonight are some of the greatest of the great British fighters who accomplished world championships. But in the ring tonight, standing here with their sons, representing the greatest era of the middleweight and super middleweight division 35 years ago, please, a round of applause for the two Hall of Fame fighters, former middleweight and super middleweight champion of the world, Nigel Benn, former middleweight, super middleweight champion of the world, Chris Eubank Sr. And now the officials are in place and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. So for the sold out 67,484 fans here in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, London, England. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first and fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, official weight 156.4 pounds. His professional record is a perfect one. 23 fights, 23 victories, including 14 big wins by knockout. He's the European Continental welterweight champion from London, England, the undefeated Conor, the Destroyer. And across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white and red, officially weighing in at 160.05 pounds, with a record of 34 victories, 25 big wins by knockout against 3 defeats. He is a 3-time 2-division IBO world champion, ranked number 5 by the Bible of Boxing Ring magazine in the middleweight division. From East Sussex, England, he is Chris Eubank Jr.
Wow. Energy levels are through the roof here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. You are listening to talkSPORT. We're across the talkSPORT network and we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. As both fighters are just derobing for a split second, getting Vaselined up before they meet in the middle for their final instructions off referee Victor Rawling. Conor Benn stripped down in black shorts with a silver sparkle. Chris Eubank Jr. just taking his time and reveals white shorts with red trim. The energy is through the roof. Here's Victor Rawling.
Okay, gents, you know the rules. Remember, obey my commands at all time. Defend yourselves at all time. God bless. Touch gloves. Touch them now. Touch them.
No touch. Victor Rawling has pulled them both back together. He wants them to touch gloves before this goes on. Conor's waiting for him to touch gloves. Failed drug tests, zero transparency, litigation, weight discrepancy, rehydration clauses, short ring size, a family dispute reignited. It's been a soap opera for 2.5 years, but we've finally arrived at the scene. Can the offspring live up to the names they carry? All eyes on the centre of Tottenham Hotspur football pitch. Calling you through, Eubank Jr versus Benn, live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
And just listen to the crowd. All the hype, all the build-up. Now it's fighting for real. Who's going to get the first telling blow in? Benn jumping around this way and that and rushes in and grabs hold of Chris Eubank, who looks to perhaps catch him with a counter as he comes in, and a right hand over the top from Benn, short of the target. Eubank misses with a right uppercut. These are nervy, frenetic opening moments. Is it going to be a terrific fight? Will it really deliver? Eubank misses with a left hand. Benn just swaying this way and that. Eubank trying to double up on the jab, out of range. Terrific fever pitch atmosphere as Benn misses by a mile with a wild left hook.
Yeah, Conor Benn was always
going to start this one fast, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here. The size is evident, though. Chris Eubank Jr. looking much bigger than Conor Benn in the opening of this contest.
And I have to say, looking very much healthier than he did at yesterday's weigh-in. He's rehydrated, and it's given him more body bulk, and he looks altogether happier than he did then. Jab from Benn was just a glancing blow to the Eubank head. Eubank feints to throw a left to the body, thinks better of it. He's got the right hand caught. The heads come close as they rush in together, and the referee has to split them.
Yeah, both guys here with high intensity at the opening of this contest, as you'd expect. Good left hook there. Good right hand from Conor Benn as well. Forces Chris Eubank onto the ropes.
That's the first proper punch of the fight so far. Good right hand from Benn, good hand speed, and Eubank had to take it, and he took it pretty flush, but no damage done. Benn already showing the speed that people have suspected could be his trump card in the early stages. Eubank has to get through that.
Yeah, Benn expending a lot of energy in there, though, moving, slipping aside, and good jab there from Conor Benn, who takes centre of the ring. Eubank moving around the outside, left hook there from Eubank.
No great power in it, though, and it was only a glancing blow. Tries to throw a couple of jabs. Benn just ducks below them, and he has really come out very, very charged up here, Conor Benn. Well, right hand, and it didn't land. Eubank straight shakes his head and says no. 25 seconds to go in the opening round, but it's been a real high-intensity opening round from Conor Benn, and it's hard to believe that he could keep up this sort of pace and this sort of intensity for a full 12 rounds.
Yeah, you just can't see that happening. Conor Benn was always going to start explosive. That was the key to success for him, looking to catch Chris cold, but Chris has got through this first round with no dramas at all. Great opening first round as Conor Benn walks back to the corner, shouting at Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah, he had some choice words. What it was exactly, I really don't know. But Eubank got caught by a good right hand. That was the punch of the round.
This is the start we said Conor would give. This is the start he needed, and Conor won that round. You know, he's winding up, he's throwing big shots, and he's landing some big shots. Eubank hasn't landed any, so you know, first round to Conor. But can he maintain this intensity for the whole fight? We don't know. But what he is doing well is he's giving angles, and he's very awkward, and he's a moving target.
Yeah, speed and agility definitely on Conor Benn's side here. He's working the angles very, very well. Explosive with that right hand. Missed wildly with their left hooks as well. Chris Eubank Jr. just settled into it halfway through the round. Got an underrated jab, Chris Eubank Jr. as well. We didn't really see that in the opening round.
Into the second round, you're listening to Eubank Jr. versus Benn on talkSPORT from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We're into round two. Conor Benn, as expected, starting fast and taking the opening round, and he's trying to start this second round quick as well. He does have to, I have to say, look physically so much smaller in there than Chris Eubank. He is a different weight division. He's a welterweight against a fully fledged middleweight in truth, and he looks that way.
Yeah.
Right hand over the top from Benn. Eubank caught him as well with a solid shot.
So Conor Benn just landed a beautiful short left hook there, and it got Eubank's attention, so he has power. He is carrying the power at this weight.
And Victor Laughlin telling them, look, just calm down. We've got a boxing match.
There to get on. This is the style they're going to fight. They're not going to stand and box. They're going to fight.
Well, we'll see. Certainly, that's Benn's intention in these early stages. The two land simultaneously with jabs. Benn tries to come in with a right hand over the top. Eubank doubles up with the jab and lands another one, and then misses with a right cross. But does. Oh, good right hand from Benn. Catches Eubank on the way in.
Yeah, speed is definitely with Conor Benn. He landed that right hand there. Just knocked Chris Eubank off balance there, but Eubank needs to use his physicalities to his advantage here. His weight, his strength, and push forward. But he's got to be educated about what he does here, because Conor looks very, very explosive.
Eubank looking as though he wants to take his time, ride out this early storm. Came jumping in, stamped his left foot down as he threw his left hand lead. Chris Eubank Jr. Nothing from Benn at this stage. Eubank trying to work the jab. Throws onto the body this time. Short of the mark. There's a good left hand
looks exactly the same as the old man, doesn't he? Rolling, slipping, sliding, wearing those dark black shorts as well. Very, very explosive in the opening here of this contest. Chris Eubank Jr. just off the mark at the moment, not quite found the timing. Has a solid jab there from Conor Benn as well.
Good punch indeed, but nothing really of note from Eubank as he has to take another overhand right, and he's got to avoid those right hands, because if one of those lands from Conor Benn, it could be good night. He's throwing absolutely everything into those overhand rights. Eubank now back in centre ring, has his gloves up high. Benn, peekaboo behind his own high gloves. He feints to come in, thinks better of it. Eubank tries to double up on the left-hand lead, but he's not really done a lot in this round either, having had such a slow start. Then getting the better of the opening round, and maybe he's got the better of this one as well.
Yeah.
Although he's missing with a lot of punches. Last few seconds of the round, here's Adam.
Conor Benn looks absolutely fantastic, fast, explosive. His use of feint, Steve, superb. He's getting Chris to bite on a lot of things. As John just said there, he is missing wildly a lot. How's that's going to play out a little bit later on? But through the first 6 minutes, he has absolutely been on point.
This is how Conor's going to win the fight. He's got to keep giving angles, keep moving. If he stands in front of Eubank will nail him. So he's loading up, he's throwing bombs. Hey, if he misses 2 or 3, all he has to do is land 1.
Yeah, interesting round that one, and another good round there from Chris Eubank Jr. Oh, sorry, Conor Benn. He dominated that one. He is missing wildly, but he is dominating the round. Chris Eubank Jr. a little slow off the mark there.
I know we're talking about size, and that's obviously that's physically visible, but the speed of Conor Benn is there for us all to see.
It's exceptional. If he finds that timing as well, it could be a tough night for Eubank. Eubank needs to settle down.
Eubank Senior saying use the jab, use the jab. A reminder, you can watch along with us ringside here in North London. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn live on talkSPORT, and we go now into the 3rd round with Conor Benn having taken the opening 2, and Eubank is indeed trying to use his reach advantage and trying to settle into a rhythm behind the jab. Victor Loughlin finding it difficult to get between them, and he tells Eubank off for a punch around the back of the head.
Yeah, good solid jabs at the start of this round from Chris Eubank. That's what he needs to do, find that range and then come in with that right hand. But he's got to be careful, because Conor looking very dangerous as he throws a 1-2. Oh, Eubank's gone! Eubank's in trouble there, the leg's done a dance.
He took a solid left hand, and just for a moment, Eubank staggered slightly as he went back. And how
2 minutes left in the round. He definitely has hurt him. He got his attention with that left hook.
Eubank trying to get his gloves up, trying to establish his jab, but all the explosive action and the power punching coming from Benn. Eubank has something to say to him in there, and there's a smear of blood coming from Eubank's nose, I think.
Yeah, Eubank's definitely felt that right hand. His leg's done a little dance there, and that was good work there from Conor Benn. Still 1 minute 30 seconds left in this 3rd round.
And a great start to this fight from Conor Benn. Is he going to be able to sustain it through the fight? He had Eubank going just momentarily, staggered slightly with the power of that shot here in the 3rd round. Eubank trying to get his jab on target, but it's short of the target, and he gets that fast right hook over the top from Benn, and it's the speed of Benn which is at the moment dictating.
Yeah, solid work there from Conor Benn again, but the jab of Chris Eubank Jr. is effective as well, but Conor Benn looking so dangerous here in the 3rd round.
Eubank just waiting to see if Benn's going to commit himself. Benn threats to throw a left hand and then drags Eubank down. 2 of them fall to the canvas, and the referee's going to have to get a hold of this. He has talks to both of them and allows the action to continue. Left jab from Eubank, short of the target. Benn feints to throw one of his own. Eubank waiting. He's not dictating as we thought that maybe he would. 20 seconds to go in this 3rd round. Right hand, left hand from Benn, and the crowd respond to the destroyer.
Yeah, Eubank just holding centre of the ring, left hand held low, trying to draw Conor in, but he has to be careful because Conor is very, very explosive and dangerous.
But will that danger be maintained throughout the fight? Well, he's made a great start, and we'll go into the Benn corner now, where his trainer, Tony Sims, is stepping through the ropes to speak to him.
When he's flying, Con, when he's flying, right, give me the other ball, give me the other ball. When he's throwing, Con, you're jumping back too far when he steps, right? So then you can't counter him. Get what I'm saying to you? Con, Con, can you hear me? Your steps are too big coming back, so you can't counter him. Look, half a step back and counter him. You've got to get your 3 inch of range. You can hurt him, all right? You're hurting that round him, yeah? Let's get that jab off to the body. Relax. Jab off to the body. All right, come on, let's go. Don't go too big with the right hand. Jab off to the body, jab off to the head. Pop. You've got to keep your feet in range, all right?
Well, we watched the slow motion replay while you were listening to that of the punch which Conor Benn caught Chris Eubank with a left hand, and Eubank, trust me, he was stunned by that punch. And we move now into the 4th round, and Conor Benn has made a great start here, but will he blow himself out, and will Eubank begin to respond? And he's made the fastest start to this round, and he speaks to Benn out there, he's talking to him, taunting him, throws a jab. He's got a smile on his face, and Eubank is lifted up almost by Benn as he gets his head underneath his left armpit. Jab by Eubank, and then good body shots, right hand, left hand, real solid punches from Eubank. This is his best little spell of the fight so far, and that's commanding attention, and I think getting a bit of respect.
Yeah, big right uppercut went in there from Chris Eubank Jr as well. This is a good little spell. Slam the right hook, left hook followed by the uppercut as well. Good work, right hook to the body, again goes in. Conor's got to be careful, comes back with a right hand of his own.
There's a shot gone round the back of the head from Conor Benn. Didn't land, thankfully. That maybe will dissuade Eubank from the taunting invective which he was giving during the fight. He's jabbing and takes a left hook from Benn, and then lands with a left hand of his own. Solid shot. Oh, and a big uppercut from Eubank. Maybe his best punch of the fight so far. Benn tries to respond with fast, flashy hooks, but there was a really good uppercut from Eubank in that exchange.
Yeah, Eubank just starting to find his timing, his rhythm here. He's getting found the range with that jab. That uppercut is especially effective as well. This is a good round here from Chris Eubank Jr. Is he just starting to find a rhythm?
Well, I'll tell you what, he needed to settle into the fight big time, and he seems to have done so in this 4th round. Benn with his left hand a little bit contemptuously low, almost inviting Eubank to come in, and Benn only just short of the target with an overhand right, and he speaks to him inside again, Eubank, and the referee's going to have to stop him doing that. He's telling Eubank to button it and get on with the boxing. 40 seconds to go. Good right hand from Conor Benn, and that'll shut Chris Eubank up.
Yeah, Eubank just took that shot well, though. He soaked that up very, very well. Conor trying to load up. Big right hand again there from Conor Benn. Eubank takes it well, talks to him as he holds centre of the ring.
20 seconds to go in this 4th round. Eubank started it brilliantly, but Conor Benn's come back and landed 2 solid right hands in this last minute. Will the judges take it from Eubank's dominance in the early stages? Oh, good left hand from Eubank, and another, and he's got Benn on the rope, and Benn wants to hold on, and the referee has to physically pull Eubank off. There's the Benn to end it, and for me, Steve Collins, that's a Eubank round.
It is a Eubank. It's the best performance so far, but it's a close round. But Conor's still dangerous, you know what I mean? When a man gets hit with a shot and smiles at you, that's a bluff. That means that hurts.
Every time? Is that experience telling you that?
No, every time.
I'm smiling.
Every time when a man gets hit and he smiles, that generally means he's been hurt. Just look at our monitors there, the right uppercut, the lead uppercut as Conor was jumping in from Chris Eubank Jr. was especially effective. The eye-catching shots there in that 4th round come from Chris Eubank Jr. Is he starting to starting to find the rhythm as the crowd erupts in here. They're loving what they're seeing. 3 rounds to 1 for me in favour of Conor Benn. Here we go, round number 5.
Second out.
Come on, Tom Jones, that'll do for now. Let's get back to the boxing. He's not actually here, by the way. We go into the 5th round. I bet he wishes he was.
That's not unusual, you know.
Referee having a word and saying, look, just let's keep to boxing and let's keep quiet in there. And who's going to grasp the initiative in the early stages of this 5th round? And we've got Conor Benn here at ringside from our commentary position, just a yard or 2 away from the ring. Benn's down, but it was a push from Eubank, not a punch, and no knockdown given. Carry on, says the referee, as Benn acrobatically gets back to his feet.
Yeah, he does a somersault there and flips over, and he wants to get straight back to the action. Really fired up still here, Conor Benn. The emotions run high, the bloodline goes deep there. Their father's sons. Big right hand there from Chris, followed by right hand there from Conor Benn.
Who was the more effective with the shot? That's the question. Both of them landed almost simultaneously. Short of the mark with a jab to the body now, Chris Eubank. And forward comes Benn, leaning on, and the referee's going to have to split them. Surely they can't, and Conor Benn particularly, surely he cannot maintain this ferocity and this speed for the whole fight. We're into the 2nd minute now of the 5th round. Eubank won the last. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We're here on talkSPORT with Conor Benn having won the first 3 rounds definitely, and he's still going looking for Eubank with dangerous right hands over the top. There's a good right that time from Eubank, followed by a solid left jab. Tried to follow it with a right cross, and he's just, I think, ascertaining a little bit of superiority once again here in the 5th.
Yeah, just finding a rhythm, as I said in the last round here. Chris Eubank Jr, the jab is starting to land, and he's following up with the right hands as well. Conor Benn still looks very dangerous, but now starting to miss as he misses again with a wild right hand. He's putting everything into these shots, but Chris now landing.
And takes 1, 2, 3 good solid shots from Eubank. And when Benn misses with those big right hands, and he's missing with a fair few, and has done from the outset, that expends energy. He comes in with the left hand, which is blocked by Eubank, and listen to the crowd and the noise that they're generating here at the Tottenham Stadium. And Eubank again starts to talk to Benn, throws a left hand and a right cross, and now Benn responds as much as to say, is that all you've got?
Yeah, Conor Benn pushing forward, zigging and sagging either side, waving that left hand down by his waist, trying to draw Chris in, but Chris controlling the space in there in this round as well, doing a good job here, Eubank.
Eubank's boxing skill just starting to take the edge here in the 5th round. There's a lot of flashy movement from Benn and a lot of speed, but the better boxing there for me came from Chris Eubank Jr. Gareth, do you agree?
I've got Eubank 3-2 up at the moment. It's a brilliant fight. It hasn't disappointed. Ollie Watkins, the Aston Villa and England striker, is absolutely delighted behind us, absolutely animated. The whole row of superstars are loving this. Watkins may even have a fight one day, I reckon. No, he's saying no. Okay, but they're loving this behind us.
He's telling you to calm down. I think he thinks you're slightly...
Yeah, well, I can't be calm when we're doing the fight.
I think he thinks you're slightly insane, Gareth. I don't know where he gets that from.
Well, what an interesting contest we've got here. 3 rounds to 2 for me in favour of Conor Benn. Anything can happen as we start round number 6.
Is Conor Benn going to start to tire? He's given so much in the early stages of this fight, and Eubank looking more controlled in that last round. I've got Benn 3-2 up.
Yeah, I've got Benn 3-2 up as well. Solid jab there from Eubank again, followed by the uppercut and the hook. Good hook there from Conor Benn as he meets fire with fire.
Tried to follow in with a big overhand right, and the referee's going to have to split them here, is he? No, he doesn't. He allows it to continue. Both of them landing solid punches in a real barroom brawl type clinch, and Benn is showing that he will still be
the aggressor, he will still try to destroy.
Listen, reminiscent of their fathers in 1990, that was a brutal fight, and this, Steve Collins, is a brutal fight as well.
That fight in 1990.
You know, Conor, at the beginning of the fight, was going down really low his head and giving Eubank a smaller target, but Conor has slowed down a bit and he's standing in front of Chris more now, which suits Chris Eubank. So I'd like to see Conor's head movement back like it was in the beginning of the fight.
Good left hand there from Eubank, and Benn was stopped in his stride. Benn tries to turn around and hold on and land a left hook, but there's a clinch and the referee comes between them again. But there's just a little bit of a more ragged look maybe about Conor Benn's work right now. He's still looking for huge shots, still looking for big digging hooks. Oh, big uppercut from Eubank. Great punch. Benn takes it well.
Yeah, Eubank getting into a rhythm here. Conor Benn being a little too reckless, a little too wild, trying to look out for that knockout shot. Eubank has slipped into a rhythm, landing well to the body and to the head. Conor now just starting to slow, maybe just a little.
And apart from that punch in the second round, was it, when Benn got through with a big left hook and Eubank was absolutely taken out of his stride. Apart from that, Eubank hasn't really looked troubled by the power of Benn. Eubank now commanding centre ring. Benn misses with a wild-looking left hand, and the referee splits them again. 45 seconds to go now in this sixth round. We're nearing the halfway stage. A lot of people thought it wouldn't last this long.
Yeah, God, lovely work again from Chris Eubank. Solid jab, and then rolls under the work of Conor Benn, who's been a little reckless in this round. Starting to mark up just a little as well. Benn holding centre of the ring, misses with a 1-2 and the hook as well. Eubank looking to work everything off that jab. Good work here in this sixth round from Eubank.
Benn getting a little bit wild. Eubank trying to attack the head, trying to jab. And there's one which does get through. Last few seconds of the round, and this is going to be another Eubank round. Eubank tells him that he's hit, or rather the referee says he's hit round the back of the head. Eubank says no, he was in my chest holding on. What else can I do? Well, I reckon that's a Eubank round, and that would make it now level on the cards. We'll go into the blue corner now and hear from Chris Eubank's trainer, Jonathan Banks.
She go run right into it. Beautiful fucking work, man. Beautiful work. Everything he did, keep the girl small, jab, lock. That's what it's all working. Keep the shit out of it. Keep beating him like you do.
Clearly being live, look at TV, man, alright? Clearly, not your shot. You've got to fucking turn it up now.
We're not hearing too much clearly in there, apart from a bit of bad language. What do you reckon, Steve? What do you reckon to the fight so far?
I'd probably give that round the draw. If not, maybe go to Eubank. I think we're looking for Eubank to give him rounds now to make it even. But it's very close in this stage. But Conor's head movement has slowed down and it's become more of a target for Eubank. At the beginning, he was putting his head down really low and swaying side to side. He needs to get that head movement back.
And he's going in looking for Eubank now, trying to really rough him up, turn it into a brawl. Eubank comes back, he won't have any of it, and the referee's going to have to speak to both of them. And Eubank kept on punching, and the referee says, that's it, no more warnings, next time I'll be taking points. Eubank tries to double up on the jab and then parry. Oh, great shot, right uppercut from Eubank, terrific shot. Benn takes it well and shows my word he can take a shot.
That was a massive right uppercut landing flush there on Conor Benn, and I think Chris is now starting to try and bully Conor, use his size, his weight advantage as we get into the second half of this contest. He's clearly the bigger guy and he's having success. Big uppercut there and a hook from Eubank as well.
Benn takes it, but it was a solid left hand, and just for a moment it was Benn this time who looked a little bit disorganised, and he takes another one and leaps back a little bit off balance, and Eubank, he's closer than anybody, and if Benn is starting to tire him there, if his head movement is going, and if he's finding him easier to tag, nobody will know that better than Chris Eubank.
Yeah, Ben now just starting to slow down and giving Eubank that space. The intensity's gone, and Eubank working well with that right hand, especially that right uppercut. As he lands a 1-2, left hook goes in as well.
Eubank has ridden out the early storm seemingly, and now maybe is starting to get on top here. Left hand, right hand, into the jaw of Ben. It takes another one then. Right cross, solid work from Eubank, who's looking like the superior man now. And again, he talks to Eubank in close, as so much as to say, well, now you know I'm the better one.
Yeah, Eubank now dominating this round. It's a big, big round this for Chris Eubank. Conor Benn starting to get caught as he comes in. Eubank seems to have figured it all out. Right hand goes in, both tie up.
Benn's gambling, trying to still get in close and throw big hooks. And he strikes in there now. Goes a chopping right hand. Eubank takes it and holds on. And Eubank has the forearm of Ben into his neck. And now the action underway again as an untidy clinch, and the referee splits them. Last 25 seconds of the 7th.
Yeah, big round this for Chris Eubank Jr. Conor Benn trying to come back well. Had a little bit of success in the last 10 seconds or so, but it's been predominantly a Chris Eubank round as he jabs the head again of Conor Benn there.
Last few seconds, last 10 now of the 7th round. Who's going to do the eye-catching flurry? Ben tries to make it him, but Eubank slipped inside it, and the right hand went over his left shoulder. The two exchanged words at the end of the round, Adam. Don't know how you had it. I think Eubank just squeezed that one, Adam.
Yeah, I think Chris Eubank now has got a foothold in the fight. I thought Conor started absolutely fantastically well. Really good speed. He was razor sharp, and it took Chris till about the 4th round, Steve, to get into this, and now he's got that rhythm going and the jabs away, and he's timing his shots on the outside beautifully well.
What's happening is Conor's head movement is stopped. Conor's now standing in front of Eubank.
Absolutely.
You don't stand in front of the bigger guy. You have to keep the head moving, and his head movement is just slowed down. But he's not moving at all, actually, his head.
What he is being hit with, though, he is taking the whiskers on Conor Benn. Incredibly impressive.
That's exactly what's happening here. One thing that we didn't know was, could Conor Benn compete at this level and take the shots at this level? Stepped up 2 weight divisions, and the answer is yes. He's taking some big shots in there, and he's still firing.
Seconds out. It is very much up for grabs here. We're into the 8th round. It was this stage, 7, 8, 9, that people thought Eubank might come on strong. And Ben starts the faster here in this round. Comes out winging hooks, so reminiscent of his father. Remember that tremendous left hook that he threw all those years ago at the Royal Albert Hall against a fella called Anthony Logan, who'd won the early stages. Massive hook from Ben Sr. And Ben Jr. is trying to find huge shots likewise to disrupt Eubank, who seems to be coming on and good right hand from Ben. Eubank takes a go and fires back with a combination of his own.
Yeah, good work there from Chris Eubank again. Conor Benn having his success, but Eubank coming out on top there.
What a good fight we've got. It might not be the sweetest in terms of skill, but in terms of passion and desire, it is right up there. They are carrying on the rivalry and the enmity of their fathers all those years ago. Yeah, right hand from Ben, and another one. Eubank has to dig deep and comes back, tries to respond with hooks of his own, but Ben's having a big attack here in this 8th round. Eubank wants to hold on.
Yeah, good work from both guys there. The intensity from Ben is very, very explosive. Eubank comes back with a good uppercut and another good uppercut. Conor Benn now pulls to hold there. Good shot there from Chris Eubank.
There is a danger that Conor Benn will punch himself out here. He's trying to take Eubank. He's putting him out of his comfort zone, but in so doing, with these massive high-speed attacks, he's putting everything in, and it's a real question, how much is he taking out of his reserve of stamina?
Well, the first minute of that round, Conor started really good. His head movement was great. He's making Chris miss a lot, but he stopped moving his head. He needs to keep his head moving, because if he doesn't, Chris will land.
And Eubank just landed with a big hook, and Ben looked as though he's in trouble momentarily, and Eubank's going looking for him. He knows that. He caught him flush, and Eubank Eubank might be sensing that Ben is starting to tire in front of him, having started this round, the 8th round, so frenetically. This main event here on talkSPORT, Conor Benn against Chris Eubank Jr, and the two of them going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, throwing punches incessantly. Who's getting the better of it? Great right hand from Eubank, rocks back Ben's head, and another one. The two of them standing, planting their feet, throwing punches of frightening intensity and power.
Well, this is insane. Both guys having success. Conor is pinned on the ropes, but he's landed some good shots in there. Eubank is trying to bully him. Everything is on the line here with these two, and they are leaving it all in the ring.
Well, a few people, I tell you, as people stand applauding around the ring, a few people were saying this would not be a crock of gold and that it would be something rather different. Well, it is exceptional.
Conor has landed a better shot in that last round. He looked stronger going back to the corner. Eubank looked rattled. I give that last round to Conor Benn. I'm telling you now, Conor has hurt Eubank in that round.
The two of them landed some phenomenal punches. Eubank Senior's up on his toes, up on his feet. I think he wants to get round into his son's corner and deliver some advice.
Well, he's just gone round to the corner and he is delivering that advice. Interesting to see what he says here. 8 rounds gone. I've got it all level on my scorecards. It could be a round up either way, but I've got it all level. What a round of boxing we had there. Round number 8.
Steve, you got it level?
9. You know what? It's so close. I have a level. If anyone's ahead, it's just by 1 round.
It's that sort of a fight. We're into the 9th, and Ben is still in there pitching, and he's not running out of gas, and the power and the size of Eubank has not dissuaded him yet. And Ben starts fast, takes a body shot, and another, aims a big right hand into Eubank's head, and Eubank falls in and holds on.
I tell you what, both guys are rolling the dice here. They won't see the final bell if they stand trading like that. Big right hand from Conor Benn. Eubank takes it well, stands in front of him, but that was a great shot.
And the two of them are throwing everything they've got, every ounce of power. Good left hand from Eubank and a left hand lead. And Ben, a little bit disorganised, is off balance and is forced back onto the ropes, where Ben's getting the better of the exchanges. Nothing coming back from, Eubank's getting the better. Nothing coming back from Ben.
Yeah, Ben just trying to... Eubank is trying to use his physical size and strength now as we go into the backstretch of this fight. But Conor Benn is responding exceptionally well. Big right hand from Ben, but Eubank is just relentless in his attacks here.
He's trying to negate the speed of Ben with his physicality, trying to lean on. Good left-hand lead from Eubank. Ben holds on this time and just turns him onto the ropes.
Both guys want this win so bad. This history, this feud goes back, and they are going for it here. Eubank again with the uppercut on the inside is getting it through for Conor Benn here. Ben taking some good shots.
This is more reminiscent of the first fight between the brothers. The second fight at Old Trafford had nothing like the speed of this one. And is there a cut in there?
Yeah, a big cut there over the right eye of Chris Eubank Jr.
Whether it was done by a clash of heads or a punch, I'm not sure. But Victor Loughran took a close look at it inside. And now Eubank is looking for him, and he staggers. He's caught by Ben. Ben back onto the ropes, and Eubank was caught on the way in. And maybe he was caught on the side of his head, where that awful cut appears to have opened up. And the crowd sense that the smaller man, the younger man, Nigel Benn's son Conor, can still produce what's required here.
I'm not sure what Chris Eubank Jr.'s got left, if I'm honest. He is feeling exhausted in there. You can see that. The blood is running down the side of his face, and he is biting down on his gum shield here. Trust me on this one. He ain't got too much left.
After that last round, which was sensational, Steve Collins pointed out that Eubank was staggering as he went back to the corner. This time, Ben looks as though he's holding his head high.
He goes to the corner. Conor landed a really short right hand and it hurt Eubank. Eubank's taking a lot of shots here. He might not be showing it, but I will tell in the next couple of rounds.
Let's get into the Benn corner.
When he's falling on you, bring him upwards. When he's falling in, he's leaning all over you because he's tired now, yeah? Bring him up and follow him with a left and right. Conor Benn. Go on, you're listening to me. Come on, gloves up high, on the gloves, catch the counters off the gloves. Once you're in there, let your body shots fly in, yeah? Come on. Listen, you angles and let him bully you. When he's leaning on you, bring him up into the body. Let your hands go. Come on, you've got 3 minutes, 3 rounds to win this fight. 3 rounds, that's all 9 minutes of your life.
I'm on time. Oh, that's good advice. 3 rounds to go, and Benn maybe went behind on the cards, but he's right back now and starts violently and fast, looking for big hooks to the head of Eubank, who comes in close and takes 2 to land one of his own, and now he has Benn on the ropes, lands a couple of big hooks. They've done a decent job stopping the flow of blood from that damaged right eye, but it's surely going to be hurting every time Conor Benn lands.
Yeah, it's a big shot there from Conor Benn, and Eubank responded with a body shot of his own. The action swinging one way and the other again here. What a contest. You know, forget the boxing IQ. This is a brawl. Both guys are leaving it in the ring. They know what's on the line here. Big uppercut there from Eubank. Just forces Benn back, but he turns back well there, Conor Benn.
Yeah, it was a good shot, and he almost fell through the ropes, Eubank, as he threw it. Great work from Eubank, but Benn takes it, and now is back in Eubank's face. Eubank trying to tie him up. Benn trying to work for space to land a concussive right hand. There's a left hand in there as well. Eubank takes another solid left hand, and is Benn now starting to make the big attack, which might end this one in his favour. Good headshot from Eubank, but he looks dog-tired. He really does.
Yeah, Eubank is dog-tired, but he's determined, and the mindset that he has is hanging in there. He's looking for that big shot as well. Like I say, this is now a psychological battle. The physicalities are gone here, man. This is a mental will. Who wants it most?
Who wants it most? Skill now. I don't think that's paying too much attention to the outcome of this fight. It's willpower, strength, speed, stamina, and the two of them go toe-to-toe again. Massive right hand from Benn. Eubank takes it though and tries to get into Eubank's face and push him back. There's no talking in there now. It is sheer brute force between the two, and the better punches in that exchange unquestionably came from Benn, who lands 2 more to the body and then tries to follow up with a chopping right hand. Eubank pushes him forward onto the ropes, and now he lands shots to the body. Good power shots from Chris Eubank. What an exchange, and what a fight.
Incredible fight, both guys trading blow for blow. Now it's Eubank's turn as he lands good uppercuts. Conor Benn trying to come back, missing wildly. 22 seconds left of round number 10.
And who's going to finish this round the stronger? Eubank cut in the last round. He finishes well here with a jab, misses with a right cross, and now Benn ties him up. Eubank, big body shot, and another one, and another, and a headshot. All the work from Eubank in the last few seconds of the round. A huge finish there, Adam, from Chris Eubank.
This is incredible. I said at the start, could these boys stand on the shoulders of giants? They are delivering incredible entertainment, Gareth A. Davies.
Yeah, it's a really close fight, I agree. It's now about who has the will to take the championship rounds. It's been an excoriating fight, thrilling every second of every minute of every round. The crowd are loving this. Steve Collins, does this remind you of what you used to do?
It reminds me of what Chris and Nigel used to do. This fight is absolutely a better fight than we all anticipated. These two, they both dug down deep. They're both fighting way above the level we expected. And I have it even. Now, whoever wins the next 2 rounds is going to win this fight, or we can have a draw and a rematch. I don't know, but what a nice entertainment we've had.
I've got this at 5 rounds apiece, and we're going into round 11. Who'd have thought it? What an epic, and it's one to compare with the magnificent first fight between Eubank and Benn Senior in Birmingham all those years ago back in 1990.
Both guys have had some big shoes to fill, and guess what? They've filled them tonight. They've come out, they've carved their own legacies off the back of this fight. 10 rounds gone. I've got it 5 rounds apiece. Big left hook there from Chris Eubank. Conor takes it well.
Conor does, and he's going to have to rally again because Eubank has come on strong in the closing stages of that 10th round, and he started fast once more in the 11th. Victor Loughran, who's been a busy man keeping the action flowing, he's done a good job. So a little word for the Scottish referee. There was a right hand inside from Eubank and a terrific right uppercut. Benn takes it well though, comes back looking to throw fast hooks of his own, has to absorb 2 solid left jabs from Eubank as he comes in, responds with one of his own, and what a terrific fight again.
Yeah, this is a good round here for Chris Eubank. He's doing well with the inside, lovely right hand as well. Conor Benn switches the attack to the body, but the better work coming from Chris Eubank here is a trade, blow for blow. 1 minute 35 seconds left on the clock. What a round!
What a round indeed, and what a fight. This could still go either way, believe me. I know that television viewers are led to believe that Eubank is significantly in front. Well, I don't really see it that way. I think Benn is right in there, still pitching, and 2 of them continue exchanging punches of frightening intensity and breathtaking speed. This is such a hard man's fight. We've got one of the hardest men who ever stepped in a British ring by our side, Steve Collins, and he's must be appreciating what Eubank's producing here. And has he got Benn going? He may be looking to take it out seat.
This is massive onslaught here from Chris Eubank. Conor Benn pinned on the ropes, taking shot after shot after shot. Steve, what incredible!
Conor Benn punch resistance is unbelievable. He is fighting a bigger man. He's getting hit clean shots and he's coming back. One thing Conor Benn has, he's got a good chin and he's got heart, and he's proven it here tonight.
What a tight fight. What a fierce fight. They are digging deep into their fighting spirit. This is about instinct. We have a real fisting war going on in there, and Eubank may be getting the better of this round. Oh, a lovely flurry of punches from Eubank. Great hand speed and great stamina to produce it at this stage of the fight. Benn takes it though and tries to wing back hooks of his own. Gets in with a solid right hook. Last few seconds, we'll barely hear the bell. And again, what a round! What a round we saw!
Insane round of boxing, one of the best rounds of boxing I've seen for a long, long time. Conor Benn slumps down in the red corner. Chris Eubank Jr. slumps down in the blue corner. What a contest we had here. We never expected anything like this at all, did we, Steve?
Absolutely not. I did not expect this. Has been one of the best fights I've seen in a long time. They both want it so bad. The desire is unbelievable, and it just that last round was like a movie. That was a movie you wouldn't believe it. It was unbelievable.
I've got Eubank taking the last 2 rounds, and I think with that he's on a bit of a roll, and I think Benn has got to have a really, really big last round here if he's going to have a great chance of winning.
Absolutely, I've got Chris Eubank Jr. 2 rounds up going into this 12th and final round.
I've got Eubank Jr. 1 round going up into the last round. This could end up a draw.
Well, they might never be on each other's Christmas card lists, but they're certainly going to remember this one. And when they're old and grey, I think they'll remember each other with a little bit of an affection, because this is the sort of fight which bombs these incredible men who give us entertainment like this. And away they go again, and they're throwing huge numbers of punches, and Eubank right on top of Benn, trying just to demolish him and trying to get him just to ebb away somehow, even at this late stage.
Yeah, incredible combinations here from Chris Eubank. Conor Benn taking the shots well. Big left hook goes in from Eubank as well as he pins Conor in the corner. Left hook, right hook, Benn's hands are down. Oh, big right hand as well.
Yeah, but Benn is still staying upright, and he's still managing to find something left. He's got 2 minutes, maybe, to try and turn this one around, because we reckon Eubank's on top, and the crowd is clearly They want to see him emerge as the winner, but I wonder what price a draw. I tell you what, it's not impossible, and either way, after an atmosphere and a contest like this, they surely have to do it again. This amazing fight.
Well, the contracts are already signed to do it again, and we will see it again. Both guys here going for it. So, big left hook.
He's caught him. Benn's in trouble. Eubank knows it. He rocked back onto the ropes. He's got a minute 20 to survive, and just for a moment, it looks as though Benn's balance and his eyes had gone, and maybe even now, Eubank thinks he can take him out, and the referee's got to be keeping a close look at this. Ben manages to throw a shot back off to the ropes, but it's Eubank who comes ploughing forward, looking to take the smaller man out. He is just throwing everything at Conor Benn, and somehow he takes it. Just astonishing, absolutely astonishing.
Oh, big right hand from Conor Benn, and Eubanks now is starting to feel it. Oh, big right hand from Eubank. This is insane. Never seen anything like this.
Last 30 seconds, everybody in this massive arena standing up and bellowing their support and their admiration for these two men who have produced this fight. Eubank misses with a big left hook. Ben misses with an attempted right hand over the top, which would have put him on his back, but he can't find the target. Ben with a shot to the body. Eubank with two shots to the head. Now they hold on. Dog tired. It's going to go to the final bell. Big left hand from Eubank and the right, and a left from Eubank. And what a fight we've had there. Eubank celebrates as if he's won it, but everybody who's paid money to be here tonight, watched on television or listened with us here on talkSPORT, it has been something very, very special. Nigel Benn is carrying his son around the ring on his shoulders. Chris Eubank is up on the ropes in the far corner, bellowing to the crowd, saying that he has won this one, and Eubank Senior has gone across to Ben to give his admiration and say what a great fight it was. That was one which follows powerfully right in the footsteps of the great men of 30 years ago. I think that Chris Eubanks won that, but if it went the other way, really, who cares? It was such a fight.
That was insane. Gareth A. Davies might have nailed that. The draw might be on here, boys. I've got it 115, 113 in favour of Chris Eubank Jr. Steve Collins, how do you see it?
I think Junior pulled it out in the last round.
What a contest, what a fight, and guess what? The rematch is already signed.
That was incredible. Utterly incredible. Utterly incredible.
Adam, I've got it 150. Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the
scorecards are in already. There's a lot of people in the ring at the moment. I can't quite see what's going on. I can see Chris Eubank Senior and Junior just being pulled towards Victor Loughlin, the referee. We can hear Michael Buffer just doing his sound check on his microphone. Is he ready to read out the judges' scorecards already?
Ladies and
Here we go.
We go to the scorecards after 12 rounds. All three judges scored the same, 116, 112. The winner by unanimous decision, Chris Eubank Jr.
Chris Eubank Jr. takes it on the cards by unanimous decision. I don't think you can argue that he takes that on the cards. I personally had it 115, 113, but one thing we have to say, Conor Benn was absolutely magnificent. From start to finish, I thought he was rapid early doors. He took a nice early start in the fight. The heart, the guts, the determination, the will to never take a back step was absolutely incredible. He had his moments in a lot of those rounds, and they could have gone either way. But all in all, I kind of agree that Chris Eubank Jr. probably just nicked that 115, 113, on mine anyway. I know that all three judges have got it 116, 112, but I think the right man has it raised, but a lot of credit has to go to Conor Benn.
I tell you where most of us were wrong. Nobody thought it was going to go the distance.
No, absolutely. Actually, I picked Eubank Jr. to win on points, but after, you know, looking at it, seeing through it, you're going, surely it couldn't. When that started out the way that it started out, Steve, you thought, no way this is going the distance. I mean, that was one of the greatest fights I've seen in a British ring for a long, long time. That was incredible.
What a match. Everything about it was, I mean, what a match. Great fight. It doesn't always have to be, you know, guys with 100 fights and tons of experience. Two guys that are matched well and get in with heart and determination to win. That's what makes a great fight, and we saw a great fight here tonight.
Boys, we've just witnessed at least 3 round of the year contenders. At least 3 round of the year contenders, Spencer. They went hammer and tong. Listen, and I was massively dubious of this fight, massively dubious of it, because of the level that the boys were at and the weight division and all that type of thing, and we were dining out on nostalgia. That's what we were doing. We were bringing something up from the 1990s and kind of digging up an old rivalry that has been settled for me, because the seniors, they get on now. And this bad blood thing was kind of manufactured a little bit, and I didn't think that it could do what it's just done. It has delivered a real contender for Fight of the Year and at least 3 contenders for Round of the Year. They were absolutely sensational from start to finish.
Well, they both were in brilliant condition. Conor Benn made the fight for me, because I scored it 8 rounds to 4 to Chris Eubank Jr. I thought it was a terrific fight. Conor Benn, if we don't consider him to be world class now, having stepped up against a very big middleweight, and to be able to fight like that for 12 rounds is extraordinary. When he goes back down to welterweight, he's going to wreck some people.
Well, let's quickly hear from Chris Eubank Jr. He's addressing the TV broadcast right now. We've got that microphone, so let's hear from him.
What do you believe won you the fight tonight, Chris, through those 12 rounds?
I pushed through. There's a lot of things that have been going on in my life that I'm not going to get into right now, but I'm happy to have this man back with me, and we've upheld the family name like we said we were going to do, and onwards and upwards.
We weren't sure if we'd seen your father here tonight. How much of a lift did it give you on a night like this?
A lot. It was one of those things that was special. It was special. He needed to be here. All of this is because of what he did, and we just did it again, baby.
Although you said the procedure would be parliamentary, you also said it was impossible for it to go 12 rounds. Was there anything that surprised you in there tonight, coming back from Conor Benn?
Everything surprised me. I didn't know he had what he had in him. I really didn't. I thought I would break him early. I underestimated him. You know, I didn't train for a fight like that. You know, I didn't know he had that in him. He's never shown that. But then again, he's never had to show it. He had to show it tonight. And so did I.
Hang tight, Chris, because we are going to come back to you, of course. I do want to grab a word with your father. Chris, how special was that? As I said to Chris, we weren't sure if we would see you tonight, but my obvious question is, how proud are you of your son watching that from ringside?
Listen, I mean, he couldn't move around the ring, and so he had to stand toe-to-toe. I mean, that is legendary behavior in the ring. Legendary. And this, Conor Benn, as I said, Conor Benn is an extraordinary fighter. You know, he's gone pear-shaped somewhere, but an extraordinary fighter. And you saw that here tonight. He wanted to tear, and I thought he would blow out in maybe 4 or 5 rounds. He's going strong. He's going strong right the way through the fight. I am so proud of him. That's my son. That's right. That's why I'm here. I was always going to be here. That's right, Rastafari.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Eubank. A pleasure to speak to you. We're going to make our way over the ring.
Let's stay with this on the in-ring, and let's see if we can hear from Conor Benn.
We're live on DAZN. Conor, an incredible fight, an incredible effort. Everything left in this ring at Tottenham Hotspur tonight. Can you tell us what's going through your mind, and perhaps in terms of the game plan, what didn't quite go to plan?
I don't know. I mean, maybe 14 months out of the ring, played a factor. Probably really say that, but that'd be the only thing. Just maybe inactivity. But apart from that, yeah, I felt like it was a close fight. I'm not going to go, yeah, I think I won it and all that. I've got to watch it back. I know it was close. You know, I stayed on the ropes maybe a bit too long. He worked harder towards the end. I'm going to have to watch it back, man. But I enjoyed it, and a massive thank you to all my supporters who come out. Some homecoming.
Chris said you surprised him. He didn't think you had that in you here tonight. Has your opinion of him changed after 12 rounds like that?
Yeah, listen, we always knew Chris is a good fighter. You know, all the fighting talk is fighting talk. He's a good fighter. I believe I can fight at 160. You know, if we don't do the rematch, which I'd love to avenge that loss, go back down to welterweight and win the WBC world title. See the Mario Barrios or the rematch for Eubank, whichever happens next, you know, I'll be content with.
I'll say, Conor, commiserations, but congratulations on a fantastic fight and an incredible show. It takes two to make a fight like this. Nigel, immediate thoughts on your son's efforts in this ring tonight? That was incredible.
I thought he done really well. You know, he learned a lot from this. He come back stronger. You know, like he was working too much on the ropes. Should have been off the ropes. We're not taking nothing away from Chris. It's his night. We can handle defeat gracefully. You know what I mean? And now we go back to the drawing board, you know, where we went wrong. So that's it, you know.
Nigel, thanks very much for speaking to us. Promoter Eddie Hearn is here as well. We'll try and grab a word with Angelo and everyone we can. Eddie, what a fight, first of all, from ringside. Your immediate verdict?
Unbelievable. I mean, I couldn't split him at the end. I thought Conor Benn was winning the fight. I thought he lost the last 2 rounds, and I couldn't split him. 116, 112, 3 times. I'm not going to... You've seen me moan before about scores. It is what it is, but I don't see Chris Eubank winning that fight by 4 rounds at all. But forget that. Just unbelievable respect for both men. I could not be prouder of Conor Benn for what he's been through and the heart that he showed in the ring tonight. You know, Nigel Benn was the people's champion. Tonight, Conor Benn became the people's champion. He rose up from 147 pounds to fight a middleweight in there. He took the kitchen sink. He never stopped trying to win the fight. And that's what the public love to see. Someone that, to the final bell, does not stop throwing punches and trying to win. A little bit of inactivity, a little bit of inexperience, but I could not be prouder of Conor Benn. Tonight, I believe he won the entire hearts of the country and everybody that tuned in. I thought he could have won the fight. Razor thin. We'll see what happens. Look, Conor Benn is a 147-pounder.
We're just going to break away from this conversation with Eddie Hearn. We might be able to catch him again later on with Gareth A. Davies, because Gareth is actually in the corner with Ronnie Davies. Let's get over to you, Gareth.
Ronnie Davies, indeed. Ronnie, what a long journey and what a fight. What a fight, Ronnie.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it? Great for the public. Don't know if it was great for him or not, but it was great for the public. But it was very hard. I think the crowd loved it, didn't they?
Chris Eubank's here as well. Sir, you turned up to support your son. What a night.
Well, you know, I was always going to be here for my son, irrespective of what you thought. I mean, it's a show. So suspense is part of the game. Now, the performance, championship rounds, standing toe-to-toe, the credit I'm going to give to Conor. I told you he was a superior fighter. But he shouldn't be fighting at 160 or 156. He's a 147 fighter. What couldn't he do around the world? He's been destroyed by the people who are handling him. And they have to be brought to account. Do your job. Do your job. Do your job.
It's great to see you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Gareth A. Davies in the ring now with Chris Eubank Senior, who did obviously attend tonight's fight. I'm just blown away. I'm lost for words with what I've said, because I didn't fully anticipate seeing all the things that we've just seen.
You know what? It's been a drama for a long time, and it actually had an amazing ending. Everything about tonight was so. If you wrote this script, no one would accept it or believe it. What happened? You know, the whole drama for the last week and the fights tonight is one of the greatest nights boxing I think I've ever seen, or definitely for a long, long time.
Fantastic main event. Gareth is still in the ring. I think he's with Derek Chisora. Over to you, mate.
With the one and only, the marvellous, the beautiful Derek Chisora. What a night we witnessed. You've had these nights. What an incredible fight, Derek.
Conor, Chris delivered. You know, I say this before. I was like, whoever loses this fight is going to tarnish the dad's name. Nah. He can walk out there, Conor can walk out there head up high, you know, go home to his family safe and sound. The way he boxed and the way Chris boxed was unbelievable. You know, we were just like, oh. We enjoyed the fight. Do you understand? We enjoyed the fight.
I said it myself just on broadcast just now. Conor made the fight by keeping on coming, Chris gave everything. Chris Senior turned up on the night. It had everything, didn't it?
Lastminute.com. We call him lastminute.com. He turned up. But all I want to say is, oh my goodness, that was beautiful, man. We enjoyed it. Listen, I was shaking. Not because it was cold here, because the fight was just beautiful. I enjoyed it, and I'm happy to see a rematch.
Great to see you, Derek. Thank you so much. We're all happy to see a rematch. Whether they can go through another one like that.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, listen, I'm on record saying that I'm against rematch clauses, but when a fight like that plays out in front of my eyes, there's only one place to kind of go next, really.
That's one of the best fights I've seen in recent times. Whatever way you want to look at it, however you want to look at it, that is one of the best fights I've seen in recent times. Chris Eubank Jr. won that down the back stretch. I think it was a phenomenal 11th and 12th round that he had, and that won him the fight. What a contest. We'd love to see that again. You've got to, you know, credit where credit is due. Conor Benn jumping up 2 weights and delivering a performance like that. You go, the kid's got a bright future, whatever way you want to look at it. But for Chris Eubank Jr., you know, he continues with that. You know, it's now 3-0. Oh, sorry, 2-0. Now 2-0 in favour of the Eubanks.
A rematch would be great. To get another performance this would be great. But you know what, Conor has an opportunity now. I hear he could fight for the world title.
Yes.
He should go for the world title, win the world title, and then maybe the Chris Eubank fight could happen down the road, because he's fought Chris now. You know, he might get more money to fight Chris again than a world title, but to win a world title is priceless. It's bigger than any fee you can get for a non-title fight.
I completely agree with what you're saying there, because even though he's lost tonight, the stock of Conor Benn absolutely rises in that performance. He's never fought at 160.
It's a shame you have to use the word lost, because he didn't lose tonight. He actually put on a performance way above and beyond.
Absolutely.
To me, Conor Benn won so much tonight. He didn't get the decision, but by God, he won everything else tonight.
Yeah, listen, he drops down to 147, boxes Barrios for the WBC title. He wins that hands down. And I'm with Steve.
If he fights like that,
he
fights like that, he does.
Well, he will, because he's improving. Obviously, he did fight like that, and I think that he's 28 years of age. He's got a whole career still ahead of him at that sort of level. He's proven now he is world level, and I think that should be the move, John. Dropping down to 147 and challenging and winning that WBC title, because that's what it's all about. You need those belts and those victories. He's had the payday there. Let's get the belts now.
I think the biggest thing he did, Adam, tonight was turn the British public round a little bit, if you like, because, I mean, he was in a pretty low place. I think most boxing fans and most people listening here right now would say that the drugs test, the drug failing, you know, the drug test failures put him in a position of shame, if you like.
Absolutely.
And with what he did here tonight, he showed that as a fighting man, he commands huge respect. And I think that there'll be so many more people rooting for him now. Should there be another fight, should there be a rematch, I think a lot of people who had complete disrespect for Conor Benn now look at him and say, yeah, you're actually something quite special.
Well, he proved it, didn't he?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people that talk the talk and walking the walkies, where you obviously gain the respect of the fight fan, and tonight stepping up multiple weight divisions in a fight that I genuinely thought that he was a little bit out of his depth on paper. He performed. He absolutely performed.
On paper he was out of his depth, but he showed heart and determination. I'll tell you what, Conor can take a good shot.
Unbelievable.
He's got great punch resistance.
Yeah. Like I said, gentlemen, I'm still completely blown away with what I've seen.
So we're calling for a rematch, everyone, then, or not?
Well,
because I thought Conor Benn, as his dad, as Chris's dad just said, Conor Benn made the fight tonight because he stepped up 2 weights. But do we want to see him go through that again against a much bigger fighter, or return back to welterweight and win a world title?
That's what Steve just said that, yeah.
That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about a rematch.
No, but Gareth, I think from a selfish point of view, and from the the fans that will be in here, of course they'll want to see that again. That was one of the greatest fights that we've seen in a British ring in a long, long time. So from a selfish point of view, yes, we want to do it. But I think from his perspective, I think, yeah, of course he needs to drop down and win that WBC title back down to 147. But
exactly.
And then
everyone will want to see that.
And then go for the rematch for the excitement, the history, and the big payday. But get the world title first, because you can win the lottery and have a £10 million. You can't win the title on the lottery. So he, you know, Conor needs to get a world title now, and that's something he'll always have forever. Money comes and goes, but a title's permanent when you win a world title.
Are we okay with how much it took out of him, that fight, Steve?
He's young. He'll bounce back. He's only 27 years old. He, you know, it will take it up. He'll rest. He'll come back. He'll come back.
It's going to be interesting to see where Chris Eubank Jr. goes from this point, because obviously the age that he's at, that took a lot out of him tonight. We know that obviously there's been stipulations on him with rehydration and, you know, even an 18-foot ring and those types of things. He kind of gave away a lot of advantages tonight. He had to dig deep. After 3 rounds, he was down.
And I think
and he had to dig deep to find a way.
I think that's the conversation. What did it take out of Chris Eubank Jr.?
Yeah,
Conor Benn will grow from that. That will mould him as a fighter. His first loss, a tough fight, but he, you know, he's going to bounce back. But Chris Eubank Jr. is at that stage of his career. He's at that stage where a lot of men are retired at his age. Having fights like that, they age you massively. What has it taken out of him? Will he still be able to continue? Definitely not at 160. I'm not sure.
I think he was fatigued in the fight, but I don't think he was desperately hurt, because he was getting hit by a lighter man. Listen, it was incredible fare. All of us were burning the edges of our seats tonight.
Oh, it's
the
fantastic.
atmosphere in here was incredible. The entire show delivered. I still can't get over the fact that Senior came. It's just incredible. It was a majestic night. British boxing can be very proud of itself, and historically this is a moment in time that we will never forget.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute blooming pleasure. Thank you so much for your company this evening, Steve.
Thank you very much. As they say, it's been emotional.
Was there parliamentary procedure, though?
Parliamentary procedure to me, I thought was quite a civilised debate among gentlemen. I'm still waiting for that.
There's nothing civilised about that at all.
How we behaved was a parliamentary procedure.
I agree.
That's what I like to say. Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. There will be a podcast available for you that will hopefully pick the bones out of everything that we've witnessed this evening, from an undercard that has got a lot of talking points that came off the back of it, to that main event that has just dished up quite possibly the fight of the year. We witnessed something very special, and I know that over a 2.5-year period we've been speaking a lot about failed drug tests. We've been talking about zero transparency, litigation, weight discrepancies, rehydration clauses, shortened ring sizes, a family dispute, now a reignited family dispute. It has been a soap opera for 2.5 years, but we arrived at the final scene, and the final scene absolutely delivered. We'll catch you next time.